Right now, we have a major projection in the battle for the United States Congress. CNN can now project that Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. The House Speaker Paul Ryan's fight to maintain the Republican majority paying off, dashing the Democrats' slim hopes of retaking the chamber. This is an important win for Republicans as we await the outcome of the fight for the U.S. Senate and the presidential race. Jake and Dana, we fully expected the Republicans would win. We're still going to get the number, but they will be the majority, and that is significant.
Yeah, it was not a surprise at all. We knew that the Republicans were going to likely keep control of the House. Even when Democrats were having a great period at the beginning of October, it seemed unlikely that the House was going to be able to go from Republican to Democratic.
Dana, you've been watching this so closely.
That's right. And we should tell our viewers that what this means for us is not that we've called every House race. Obviously, that would be impossible at this time of the night. It means that we, looking at the numbers, see that there's no path for the Democrats to get the 30 seats needed to retake control.
Now let's get back to the race for the White House. Right now, we have another key race alert. All right, take a look at this. We'll start with Florida. 95% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has an impressive almost 112,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 47.8%, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Ohio, 61% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump there is a very impressive 353, almost 354,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Virginia, Donald Trump is leading there, but very, very narrowly, only 10,123 votes. 80% of the vote in Virginia is in, 13 electoral votes there. In Georgia, almost half of the vote is in there. Donald Trump once again has a very impressive lead of more than 365,000 votes, 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. Let's take a look at more results coming in, starting with North Carolina. 78% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a lead, a significant lead, 85,000 votes over Hillary Clinton with 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Michigan, 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well by more than 41,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. In New Hampshire, very close there, almost a third of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead of more than 1,800 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's very close, 47.8% to 47%. Almost a third of the vote is in, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. and Wisconsin, 21% of the vote is in. And there in Wisconsin, Trump is leading there as well. 43,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Trump is ahead right now with 21% of the vote is in Wisconsin. In Colorado, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Colorado. She has more than 88,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 9 electoral votes in Colorado. And in Pennsylvania, a quarter of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a significant lead there of 276,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. It's 269,000 right now, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see the all-important Electoral College map. Trump is ahead. He has 136 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104. 270 are needed to win the White House. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. He's taking a look. Donald Trump is doing remarkably well, John, in so many of these states that President Obama carried twice.
And so we'll get to the results in a minute. But first, the question people are asking at home, does he have a path now? With what we are seeing, does he have a path? And remember, this is where we started the night. We had Secretary Clinton at 268 to start the night. All she needed to do was win one more state if, and it's a big if at this hour, she held all the blues. So let's just go through this where we are right now. Okay? Donald Trump, we had at 204. Well, Donald Trump is leading right now in Florida. Let's see if he can hold on to Florida. That's 29. Donald Trump is leading right now in North Carolina. Let's see if he can hold that. Look where that gets Donald Trump. Let's assume we're not out west yet. This may come down. We could come down to Arizona and Nevada in this race, but let's just say Donald Trump wins Arizona, where he was leading in the late polls. That gets him to 259, Wolf. He's leading in Virginia right now. That would do it. Let's assume Clinton comes back in Virginia and holds that, just for the sake of argument. Michigan would do it. Or if somehow Michigan stayed blue, Wisconsin would get him to 269. New Hampshire could do it under that scenario. So there are now several different paths as we watch this play out. What does it come down to? It comes down to counting to the final vote there. We got a ways to go here still. And it could come down, let's switch maps and see, it could come down to a state that most Democrats and even many Republicans thought months ago was a sure bet. And if you look at this right now, we're up to 80% of the vote. She has closed the gap. In just the last few minutes, she has closed the gap to about 10,000 votes, if you see it right there. So you're looking, number one, if you think about it, what did I say? Michigan, Virginia, and then we'll look at Minnesota, Wisconsin, which are less likely, but they're still in play. So the question is, can Hillary Clinton come back? The answer is yes, but the clock is ticking. 95% in Loudoun County, 80% in Fairfax County. This is a big vote center. So
that's
here's where
13.5% of the population of the state.
You remember the Senate race a few years ago. Everybody was stunned that Ed Gillespie, the Republican, was so close to Senator Mark Warner. And Ed Gillespie was leading at times in the night, and then these votes came in, and snap, it changed. That's not saying that is what's going to happen tonight, but we have to wait to see what happens in the Northern Virginia suburbs. Hillary Clinton now, that's, well, it's back up now to, what do we have there?
13,000.
Yeah, a little over 10, 12,000 in there. So the clock is starting to run at 80%. So Virginia's one place we'll watch. Trump wins that. Again, he's got to hold these ones, and let's just check on these as we go. Up to 79%.
He's got a 100,000 vote lead.
You're up to 80% now. You're talking about a pretty good lead, but what's out? So let's look, 94% there. We're still waiting for a decent amount of votes here, but it's only 3% of the state population. I want to go over to Charlotte. This could come down to how many votes are still left out here. Only at 43% here, so North Carolina's not over. But if you're Donald Trump and you're now at just shy of 80%, and you're looking at a 2.5, 3-point lead there, you're getting increasingly confident about that. And as I said, when you check in with people down here, increasingly even Democrats believe, because of his strength in these rural areas up in the Panhandle and elsewhere, and because of his running very competitive in areas like this, and especially here, Barack Obama won, President Obama, Senator and President Obama won this when he was running in his election campaigns, that is there enough down here? 95% now in Palm Beach County, so there's more votes to be gained for Secretary Clinton. Is the math enough? Let's move down here to Broward County, 75%. Again, she's likely to pick up some votes, but is it enough? Miami-Dade is almost done at 94%. So there are still some votes in these southeastern counties. Hate to say this, to say the words Florida and lawyers in the same sentence, but we're going to wait for these votes to come in, and we're going to see. There's a chance that some of these states are going to carry over into the morning. If you get into, are there still other absentee ballot issues out there? But Florida, if you're Trump and you're looking at this one is key right now. Can you hold this lead? We're going to watch that and see as we get up there, and then we'll move out here. The count's a little slower as you move toward the west. We're only up to 21% in Michigan, but again, you're starting to build a healthy lead. Some people look at that and say, wow, the other way to look at it is that what we have so far.
What about the Democratic areas like Detroit?
Right. Most of what we have so far is from the rural areas. So it's not surprising in the sense that once you look at where the votes are from, that doesn't surprise you. The question is what's happening in places like this. And again, this is going to come down to margins. If Donald Trump is running more competitive in these areas, so 51 to 44, 54 to 46. So you have a Donald Trump running closer in these outside, essentially the counties just outside of Detroit. Let's go down to Wayne County. One of the biggest concerns for the Democrats in this election cycle has been African-American turnout. Wayne County, Detroit, we're only at 11%. So if Wayne County ends the night 48-45, Donald Trump is going to win Michigan. We're only at 11%, so we'll see how this one plays out as we go
John,
through.
I want to go to Virginia right now. There's been a dramatic development in Virginia.
It just turned blue. There you go.
Yeah, there it is. You can see Hillary Clinton has now taken a slight lead, less than 2,000 votes, 47.5% to 47.4%. You see her lead has just grown. This is Prince William County.
It's grown because the vote count, we've gone from 16 to 26% here. And we've gone up to 89% when we were just talking moments ago in Fairfax County. We said we were waiting for a lot of votes. That's why it happened. These votes have come in Northern Virginia. And again, that's why this state has done this to us in the last couple of cycles. You see the Republican build an early lead, and then you see the Democrat bounce back when these votes come in. Doesn't mean we're done. She has a tiny
2,000 votes.
Tiny lead. So the key here is we know what's still left, right? Loudoun County, she's winning by a healthy margin. We still have 14% of the vote to count. Fairfax County, we're up to 89% now, but she's winning by a lopsided margin here. Let's just check Fairfax City. Up to 86%, some more votes to be counted. So, but you're looking at the blue is what's out. So then you say, are there Republican votes out there? So you just start to pick them, and you see 100% here, and 100% here, and 100% here. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you just let out a huge sigh of relief in one state. One state. They're still having.
It's not over with in Virginia yet.
It's not over. It's not over yet. But if you study this state, you think this one just started to move your way, and here's one of the places we're going to keep looking. This here, 5% of the state population. This again used to be.
Well, she's 5,000 votes ahead now. It just changed, John. Right. So she's got a bigger lead right now. 101,550,000 59,000 to 1,553,000.
Yeah, and that's here. That's here. And this is what, again, we've seen many races lately. It's very close. Still a swing state that leans blue. That's what I was waiting for all night long. Again, we're not done. We're not done, but they feel, trust me, just for the fact that that is suddenly blue on this map, in this sea of red, makes it feel a little bit better as we count the rest of the votes. And so you're looking...
Let's go to New Hampshire right now.
Let's go to New Hampshire right now. You got it. 34% of the vote right now. This is what happens in New Hampshire. It fills in, kind of looks almost like a checkerboard when it fills in as it goes. So let's look at the areas. Manchester City, Hillary Clinton ahead, 6 points there. Just want to go back and check this. It was 11 points. 11 points 4 years ago. This is your biggest chunk of population in the state, one of the biggest chunks right here, 8% plus. Remember, Donald Trump had a very big rally here the other night. It was supposed to be the close of his campaign. Then he decided to go on to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and at an event. These late campaign stops by Trump, the big criticism has been, does he have the organization? Does he have the nuts and bolts? Does he have the data operation? Does he have the infrastructure? Donald Trump is his own turnout machine to a large degree. The Republican National Committee is mad at me for just saying that. I'm not saying they don't have one, but he is the biggest engine of it. Let's see if he can keep, again, if he doesn't win Manchester, keep it close, and you run it up in the other areas. But I want to say but about New Hampshire because we're nowhere near done here. Hudson, along the Massachusetts border has become much more populated in recent years, people living right along the Massachusetts border. Hudson, Nashua, we have nothing. I just want to go back in time and check. These are areas where, President Obama won quite handily. You move over here. This is a Republican area, but more of a swing area. Remember, Mitt Romney has a lot of connections in New Hampshire, so he ran stronger in some of these places than one would expect Donald Trump to, except Trump has a good organization there from the primaries. I want to come back to 2016 and come over to the Seacoast. This is largely a Democratic area over here by the Seacoast, and we have nothing yet. We have nothing yet. So I would just say take a breath on New Hampshire, except for the fact that at the moment, Donald Trump has a lead, 36% of the vote. Still plenty of time here as we go through this one in New Hampshire. But let's pull back out and look at the map.
I want to look at Wisconsin if we can, because they both made plays for it, and it was not really supposed to be in play.
It was not supposed to be in play, except the Trump campaign told us they could make a run at this late, and a lot of people didn't believe them. They had the dysfunction. Let
me just tell our viewers, a quarter of the vote is in, 26%, and Trump is ahead 50% to 44%. He's got, more than 40,000 vote lead right now.
And again, so you're looking at a lot of these small rural areas. You're going to see this in so many states tonight. They're filling in red. The question is, where are we percentage-wise? In Madison, Dane County, this is the University of Wisconsin. This is a big Democratic area. We're only at 23%. This is key as we go forward. You see the lopsided math here at 23%. As we get 50, 75, 100, Hillary Clinton, if she's going to make up Donald Trump's lead at the moment in Wisconsin, she needs to do it here. Let me pull out and look again as we come around here. Let's come over to Milwaukee and see what we have here. 45%. She's running up a lead pretty big. I just want to see 66 to 28. Let's go back in time and look, 68 to 32. So it's comparable. It's comparable. We're at 45% there. The question is, we'll check the math. I'll go and check the math next time I get a chance versus 2012 turnout to see how that's going there. The percentages are about right. The question is, are you getting the turnout you need? We got a big block up here. We have absolutely nothing. We go back and look. This was a Romney area up here, 53-46, about 2.5% of the state population. So we have a ways to go here as you start to watch. Let's just go back in time and look for your big areas of blue. You see all down in here, right? And so you come back up here, we got nothing. So if there's room here, if it comes in as it did in 2012, there's room here for Hillary Clinton to make it up. But again, if you're in the Trump campaign and you're looking at a 5+ point lead in the state of Wisconsin and you're at 27% of the vote, you start to think that late strategy pulled off. And let's just, since we're in the neighborhood, come over here and see where we are in Michigan, 23%. The idea for comparison is to look where the red is, go back in time. All this is in here is traditionally blue. So you've got some red down here that's traditionally blue, and we're at 47%. In places like that. Not huge population centers, but it matters if you're in a very close race. If you turn some of these small areas, that's how you make the difference. I just want to come back over here again and look. Oakland County.
By the way, we're getting close to the top of the hour. We might be able to make some more projections, but go ahead.
Great. Macomb County, again, this is one of my bellwether counties to look at. It's part of the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. This is where Michael Dukakis took the ride in the tank. It's where Ronald Reagan created the so-called legendary Reagan Democrats. If Donald Trump wins Macomb County, that puts him in good standing to be competitive throughout the state of Virginia. And I'm told to go out and check in on Colorado. 53% of the vote. Colorado vote by mail. They count the vote. And it's competitive out here as well. Again, she's ahead a little short of 5 points there, or just above 5 points there, excuse me. But Colorado, 53% of the vote in. Clinton leading there. This race in Colorado will be decided here. Arapahoe County here in the Denver suburbs, and then you come over this way, Jefferson County in the Denver suburbs. I just want to go back and check the historical comparison, 51, 50. So running about right there, 53 over here, running a little behind. But this will be decided in the Denver suburbs. Again, we've talked about this potentially as the year of the Latino. They are key in these counties here. I just want to get it to Denver proper. You see she's running it up in Denver. So of all the, there's a lot of angst at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Colorado, one of the states at the moment, Wolf, that looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. But across the Rust Belt, a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn at the moment.
We're only seconds away from the top of the hour. 4 states are closing. Right now, we're going to be able to make a projection. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Montana and its 3 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Montana. He gets those 3 electoral votes. Every electoral vote will count tonight. Let's get a key race alert right now. Too close to call in several states where the polls have now closed. In Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. Similarly, in Utah, too early to call there, 6 electoral votes. Evan McMullin, a Utah native, a third-party candidate, a conservative. He's making a push in Utah right now. Too early to call there. Let's update the all-important Electoral College map. Where it stands right now, you can see Donald Trump maintains his lead. He has 139 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Let's get another key race alert right now. All right, here's where the votes stand. Let's start in Florida. 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains an impressive 105,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 5% of the vote outstanding, 29 electoral votes. Trump ahead in Florida. In North Carolina, 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains an impressive 114,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes. Trump ahead in North Carolina. In Ohio, 67% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a very impressive, almost 400,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio. In Virginia, 83% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton all of a sudden has taken a lead, 15,456 vote lead over Donald Trump. 83% of the vote is in. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. Hillary Clinton ahead there. Let's go to Georgia right now. In the state of Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump here too, he has a very impressive lead, 365,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16 important electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. In Colorado, 53, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of about 73,000 votes over Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes in the state of Colorado. In Michigan, a quarter of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there, still maintaining a lead of almost 50,000 votes over Hillary Clinton right now. 24% of the vote is in. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In New Hampshire, 41% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. 5,297 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes. Everyone is critically important in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire right now. More votes coming in. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. 28% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin right now by more than 50,000 votes. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, third of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead, 250,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Votes just beginning to come in Arizona. Only 2% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of 6,600 votes over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. Let's take a look and see nationwide where the popular vote stands right now. U.S. popular vote. Donald Trump has 48.9%. Hillary Clinton has 47%. He is ahead nationally by 1,153,000 votes nationwide. That's the popular vote. He's ahead by more than 1,100,000 over Hillary Clinton. In the all-important electoral vote count, Donald Trump, once again, he's ahead there with 139 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270. I got to remind you, that's the magic number needed to win the White House. Let's go back over to Jake. Jake, I know you've checked the markets right now. How are they reacting to all of this so far? Pretty good news for Donald Trump.
It's great news for Donald Trump so far, and it's an unpredictable race. We're talking about this, how much this really upends so much of the prediction industry. But the one thing that the markets don't like is uncertainty. And right now we've been told that U.S. stock futures are down nearly 500 points. That's 2.7%. Wall Street has consistently during this election season, whenever Trump took the lead or seemed to be doing well, investors have been worried about his unpredictability, his tough talk on global trade deals. The market jitters most obviously in the currency markets, with the Mexican peso plunging 7% against the U.S. dollar. Obviously, Mr. Trump has talked about negotiating tough trade deals with Mexico, talking about scrapping NAFTA, the free trade agreement. Gold, which tends to rise when investors are nervous, is up 3% and is up more than $1,300 an ounce. So right now, with all this news that seems to be excellent for Donald Trump, Wall Street and the markets are very, very jittery.
A lot of jittery people out there right now, Dana.
You know, I'm guessing that the people in Brooklyn, I can see their fingers
That's
probably.
the Hillary Clinton headquarters.
Yeah, fingers probably bleeding because there's no more nail to bite. I'm guessing that that's probably what's happening. And I think it's really, really important to point to the state of Virginia, because these other battleground states where the candidates, both of them, traveled heavily, okay, you know, we expected those to be close. But the story of Virginia tonight, even though she has pulled ahead here, in the polling, and frankly, in some of the modeling, she was ahead by many, many points.
Significantly, yeah.
Significantly,
absolutely.
and the fact that he is doing so well there tells you about the fervor out there. Whether it is for him, against her, or just against Washington, to me, that is a story that is really encapsulated in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
And let me just say again, we are still waiting for the results from these 4 firewall states. But I don't know what we're going to. I mean, Hillary Clinton needs to hold on to these 4. We still don't know what's going to happen in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, or New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is competitive in all 4 of them. And it is entirely possible that there is a wave out there that the pollsters and the predictors and all the vote modelers did not see coming at all.
The one thing that I will say about the modelers is I was just talking to somebody who said that with regard to the modeling that both parties do and both campaigns did, that they had it, there was sort of a 2% margin of error, for lack of a better way to say it. Having said that, you know, there is something that is out there that is hard to get with data. And it's just clear that that's true.
Those early exit polls showed there were a lot of angry voters out there in the United States. John, let's take a look at North Carolina right now, because that's really emerging as a critically important state. 82% of the vote in North Carolina is in. Donald Trump still maintains the lead, one of about 120,000 votes.
So you start to get to that point, 120,000 votes, you're thinking, is it possible? Is it at all possible to make that up? So you start looking at the blue population centers. You look out here, they're at 100%, so there's nothing more to be gained for Secretary Clinton there. This is the biggest one here. You come into Mecklenburg County. Still some votes to be gained here. Is it possible? Yeah, sure. There's math there. It's possible to be done, but that's assuming, you know, that she runs it up at the margin she is there, and it also assumes that Donald Trump's not adding. Let's come over here. We're up to 99% in Wake County. Hillary Clinton's winning this county by just what they targeted. We wanted to win this big, 15 points or more. Very successful here. And yet they're getting swamped with turnout elsewhere is what's making this so race. They did exactly what they wanted to do here at 77%. The question is the numbers. We're going to match the numbers up to past campaigns and see if they're getting the percentages right. The question is, did they gin up the turnout? Can she come back here at 17%? You look around. Let's go back in time. I just want to look at some of these rural counties up top here. There's some small counties up here. You're looking, again, this go back. This is the race before. You're going back here. Let's go back in 16 to see if we have anything here. 80%. So even if you keep going there, you're talking about a couple hundred votes at best when you look up here. So you look at this big population center. Again, this is where the votes are in these areas around here, or in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle and the areas around it, 80%. So there are some votes to be counted here, but if you look, come back, pull out to that statewide lead at 83%, that's a tough margin to make up. Doesn't make it impossible. If she's going to make it up, a lot of it's going to have to come from right here in Charlotte and in the suburbs. Again, if you do that math, you're at 43%. If she doubles that, there's 100,000 votes there. If you double it, so it's there. The question is, you start checking these Republican counties. You know, there's a couple hundred votes here for Donald Trump to make up, maybe 1,000. There's still some votes here for Donald Trump to make up here. And so we got a ways to go before you can get into the exact nature of it. But if you're in Trump campaign headquarters right now, you think it might get closer because your votes are in here and your votes are in here. And that's what happens in the war room. They start calling around to all these counties, who's left out, what's left out. And here, they're looking, they're asking here, how, are they close to Charlotte, or are they more up here where the Republicans run a little better? That's what they do in the war rooms right now. And this is...
Let's take a look at two states, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are states that Hillary Clinton obviously has to win. Michigan first. Donald Trump is ahead right now in both of those states.
And as you look at the map, before I go into the numbers, these are the two states, if the map stays like we see it right now, if Donald Trump holds on to Florida, if Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina, then these are the states that will decide the next president of the United States.
Let's go to
That's a
Michigan
big
first.
if. That's a big if. But let's just go through. 26% of the vote right now, and you're just looking here again. You're up here, Upper Peninsula. You're down through here. Donald Trump is winning.
He's got a lead of about 60,000 votes.
He's winning areas where the Republican, the conservative needs to win, and he's winning them. Just want to go back again. These are tiny places, so you think that's not a big deal. That does matter in a close race. 59%, 70%. So in these small rural counties, Donald Trump is running up numbers, and you think, oh, it's 200 votes. Oh, it's 300 votes. Well, guess what? If it's 200, 300, 1,000, 800, you start racking that up. That's what you need to offset the Democratic leads down in these places. You know, 63% of the vote in Oakland County, so more votes for Democrat and much more population, as you see. But let's go back in time and take a look. 51, 54. So she's underperforming President Obama a little bit here in the Detroit suburbs. Just want to come back to Wayne County. She's stretched out a little bit. The last time that was 2 or 4 points. She's now in a 10-point lead range there.
Only 50%
This is the key. This is the key. This is the key, and this is why, you know, again, at Trump headquarters, they're looking at Michigan. They're thinking 16. That's a magical number to add to Trump's math if they can get those 16 electoral votes. But let's take some time. Let's wait. Wayne County is notoriously slow in reporting its votes. We've been up. We'll be here for a while. Let's just put it that way. We're 27% statewide, but she needs a big number out of Wayne County to make that up. Mathematically possible? Absolutely. But again, in the Clinton war room, trust me, they are frantically calling not only into Wayne County, but they're calling in down here too, as you get at 66, you know, only at 5%. Again, smaller county, less population, but if the margin stays like that, and it's early, so you're not sure the margin's going to hold like that, but if it stays like that, the math is still possible. In a very tense Clinton war room right now, they're looking at Michigan, and they're saying the math is possible. So let's go next door. We're at 33%.
Wisconsin.
This one's getting interesting in the sense that this is a Republican area usually up here. Let's come over to Eau Claire.
He's 51,000 votes ahead in Wisconsin right now, a state that usually goes Democratic.
And so here's a big area where President Obama ran it up 56-43, and we have absolutely nothing. So you start to look again, are there votes out here for Hillary Clinton to make this up? Janesville, which is home to the House Speaker, at least at the moment, Paul Ryan, 51-42 or 52-43, if you want to round those up. Again, you go back in time, that's a problem. That's a problem. When you're in a state like this and you're underperforming, where the last Democrat who won it, that's an issue. So if you're underperforming here, the question is, are you overperforming anywhere else? Because Trump tends to be running well where he needs to do and very well in other places. Let's just look at a place like Oshkosh, 3% of the state population, Winnebago County, 51-42. He flipped this county at the moment. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a big population center that has flipped. And so let's go. You go back here and you look here. 66% of the vote as well. So 3% of the state population. You say no big deal. Guess what? In a battleground state, you flip a county like that. You're doing some math, and you start to do math like that. That's what puts you ahead. And so we're going to watch the vote centers. If you're the Democrats now, you're looking at Dane County, which is 9% of the state population. You've got a third of the vote counted. You better hope.
You got almost 9% of the population of the state there.
Yeah, so you have to hope that you've got more of that coming, and that margin stays like that, and you get more heavy vote as you come through. And again, you start looking through. This is it here. This is it. But she's again running up the percentages. We're only at 45%. Still a lot of votes left to be counted here. You presume most of them are going to go to Hillary Clinton. It just clicked up to 82%. So let's see what that did. We just jumped from 82% in Milwaukee County. So now we pull back out. It got her closer. She's now 48-47. So those votes come in. You see what happens. The big votes come in the Democratic area. It brings the votes up here. Let's just check back at Dane County, still at 32%. So as you watch these counties start making big jumps, it is possible. It is possible to come back. But I can tell you right now, in the Clinton war room and in the Trump war room, This is where the urgent phone calls are going, into Michigan, into Wisconsin, because at the moment, again, let's just check one more second right here. North Carolina is holding. Florida is holding. Looks like Virginia is trending Clinton's way, Wolf. We're going to look across the Rust Belt here. Michigan, Wisconsin, some vote counting to do.
John, stand by. We have 2 more projections right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will win the state of New Mexico with its 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins New Mexico. CNN also now projects that Donald Trump will win Missouri with its 10 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands, the all-important map, I should say. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 149 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. You see the blue states, Hillary Clinton states, the red states, Donald Trump states, all those yellow states. Too early to call. We have not been able to make a projection in those yellow states. Let's go back to John over at the Magic Wall. John, you're looking at the national vote right now, and Donald Trump is ahead, by 2 points?
Looking at the national vote, we still got some ways to go, and we're still early in the count in a lot of these states out here. So I just want to go back to this again for people at home who are thinking, is this possible? Is this possible? This is where we have it right now. Actually, we've moved a couple of other states since you did that. But this is the as we count map. I want to just go back to where we had this coming.
Let's do New Mexico and Missouri first.
Sure, you bet. Let's switch. We'll get there.
Yeah, just highlight those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's come out to New Mexico. Let's take a peek. Hillary Clinton running up 50 to 40 essentially at the moment. These are your major population centers. You're going to come here first. Santa Fe County, back here, Albuquerque
Not
County.
a surprise that she took New Mexico.
No, it used to be a swing state. George W. Bush won it in one of his elections, but it's become very much a blue state. But so let's go back and look here. This is where we started the night right now here. And so what are we looking at, right? Clinton was at 268. We thought she just wins one state like Nevada. We'll get there, but Democrats think they're going to win Nevada. Most Republicans think they'll win Nevada. We'll see what happens. But the early prognosis on the night was she wins that, holds everything out here, then she could afford to lose Florida. She could afford to lose North Carolina. But we're in a very different conversation right now. Even if we give her Nevada, Trump is favored here. It's 11. It's 29. That's 15. Now we're in the ballpark. Now we're thinking, let's even leave New Hampshire out of it for a minute. New Hampshire's still in play. We're counting the votes there. But at 259, even if she wins Virginia, Michigan puts Donald Trump over the top. Let's say she comes back and holds on. The Wayne County vote comes in. Wisconsin would put him at 269. Then you've got a congressional district in Maine, or state of New Hampshire can put Donald Trump over the top. So we are having a conversation now that it was impossible to have 2 weeks ago. That was just improbable. You were not having a reality-based conversation trying to do this map a couple of weeks ago. The polling told you that was a fool's errand. It is not a fool's errand tonight as we watch these results. Does that mean this is going to happen? No, we don't know that. We're going to be counting votes for a long time. But it is now conceivable. And one other thing to watch, Democrats think that one's gone. We haven't counted many votes out here yet. There was a late push by Democrats. Is there anything we can do to turn that one around?
Let's take a look at Iowa. We're beginning to get some votes in from Iowa right now.
Some Democrats were thinking at the end, do we need to suddenly go back and try to turn something around? Are we going to be in a problem? And it's blue at the moment, but we're only at 13% of the vote. And the votes that are in Iowa City and Des Moines, those are big Democratic areas. So she's up 59, 60 to 35, up to 13% right now. But when I was showing you Michigan, I was saying take a deep breath because all the votes were coming in from conservative areas. Well, in Iowa, there's no reason for Republicans who think they're going to win the state to panic or Democrats to celebrate because we are very early on, and the early votes we're getting, Polk County, which is home to Des Moines, the big Democratic area, Iowa City, College Town out here. She's running it up in the College Town, but only at 2%. So this, again, in electoral college chess, you focus on the big ones. Florida's 29, North Carolina's 15, Michigan's 16, Pennsylvania's 20. Every now and then, the little guys come into play. And we may be counting the votes in Iowa, and we may be watching the votes in New Hampshire deep into the night because we have a different race tonight than we thought we had even just days ago.
All right, let's go to the big key battleground states. Let's start in Florida right now.
Let's come on down here. We're up to 95%, and it's close. But you get to the point, what are we at, 140, a little shy of that, 130 something?
Donald Trump is ahead by about 140,000 votes.
So you come down there and you think, are they there? Well, Palm Beach County is up to 97%. So there are more votes here. There aren't that many more votes here. But it could be some. You're almost done. If it's, whatever it is, you're adding up 10s or 20. 98% now in Broward County, which essentially tells you at the Clinton campaign war room, there's not much here. You might get some. And again, the size of this gap, if that 2% comes in, it's a decent chunk of votes in a major population center, but it's not enough. So you need a little, somewhere you need a lot. And we're up to 99% here. So there are no more big, giant, empty baskets.
So almost all of those three counties, heavily Democratic, they are almost all in.
They're almost all in. And so now you're going through, again, now you're calling, I hate to say this, but now is when you're calling in, is there anything outstanding? This is at 100%. You've come in there. Let's come up here, other places, tiny, much more small counties, but they're at 100%. So the issue now at the Clinton campaign headquarters when it comes to Florida, number one, what's left in any of these small counties? And if the math continues this way, is there anything, you're nowhere near automatic recount land.
Let's
so the question is,
let's go back to Michigan and Wisconsin, see what's happening right now. First of all, in Michigan.
49 to 48. 50, if you want to round that up to 45, 50 to 45 if you round that up. Again, so you're looking, just go back in time. There's not much of a surprise up here. Marquette, we'll see where the vote comes in. Let's go back and check. Let's see where we are right now. 50 to 43. 56. See, you're seeing, just as I was showing you in Wisconsin, you find every now and then you find that one big county, moderate-sized county. It's not huge, but in a close race, you flip a county like that from past races, you're talking about a chunk of votes that matter. Now let's come down here. This race is going to be decided down here. Oakland County, she's leading. But again, if the final third comes in at that, you're going to make up some votes, but not a lot. And this is what we're waiting for. We're only at 16% in Wayne County, and this has to be not only the margin. If it's this close, 51 to 43, let's just go back in time and look at that. There's no way. If that stays that close, and we're waiting for inner-city Detroit. If inner-city Detroit comes in and blows that away, but if you look at this 73 to 26, if Donald Trump, at the end of the night, is getting over 40% of the vote in Wayne County, well then, that's a tough night for Democrats in the state of Michigan. So we got to wait. We're only at 16%. Those votes could be coming from out here, down here, more Republican areas. But this is a question of, one, she better turn that percentage around big time if she wants to win Michigan. And number two, where are the votes? That's not a lot of votes. That's not a lot of votes right now. We're only at 16%. But that's a warning sign. I just want to just show you that again because it's a stunner if you look at it. 51% for Hillary Clinton in Wayne County. Tells you everything you need to know about Michigan at the moment. Emphasis on at the moment.
Donald Trump always said he would get those so-called Reagan Democrats, that working-class blue-collar voter.
Right, and so this is fascinating, and I'd love we'll pour through the Michigan exit polls as we do once that gets higher. Again, you're looking at that right now. If you're at the Clinton campaign headquarters, you are calling your people out here, and you're asking what went on. And to be clear. I know Dana was sharing some of this reporting the other day as well. Democrats out here have been calling the Clinton campaign for months, not just weeks, but for months, saying you need to tend to the garden. You think you have this one for granted. You're just taking this for granted, thinking you're going to win it. You better get out here. And the Clinton campaign late did get out there, but there's one of the. If this keeps going this way, one of the criticisms after will be that they took the so-called blue wall, which is these states they've won since 1992, 240, last 6 presidential elections, 242 electoral votes. They include Wisconsin, they include Michigan, they include Pennsylvania, which looks good for Clinton at the moment. If these stay like this, she's going to have
Donald Trump's anti-trade message, like Bernie Sanders' anti-trade message, seems to have resonated in Michigan. Let's go to Wisconsin.
You make a key point. Before I do that, I just want to do one thing, because you just make a key point. I know the experts on the other side of the room, and they're right. Primary wounds very rarely carry over to the general election. So you can lose a state in the primary, or, Hillary Clinton won a lot of southern states in the primaries that she's not winning tonight. But Democratic primary, these are Bernie Sanders states, both of them. And so as we go through this tonight, to your point, I did that because of your point about the trade message.
Yeah, all right.
And you want to go Wisconsin?
Stand by. Let's do Wisconsin in a moment. Got to take a quick break. This presidential race turning out to be a real nail-biter. We're following close contests in multiple battlegrounds right now, including Michigan and Wisconsin, 2 states surprisingly very much at play right now. More results right after this quick break. We have a major projection right now. Donald Trump will take Ohio. CNN projects Donald Trump will win Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. A relief for Donald Trump. No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. He has won Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where it stands now. Big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Right now, he is ahead of Hillary Clinton. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. Jake and Dana. Jake, this is a big win. He needed Ohio. He got Ohio.
Iowa and Ohio always looked like the first states of the Obama states that Donald Trump would be able to pick off. But I didn't know, based on polling and based on how Democrats talked about Ohio and how Hillary Clinton campaigned there. Remember, it was just a few nights ago she was there with Beyonce and Jay-Z campaigning. I didn't know it was going to be so early that we're going to be able to call Ohio for Donald Trump. I always thought it was going to fall into his side of the aisle. It is remarkable what we're seeing here, not just Ohio, but all over the country. In Philadelphia, I was just looking, the returns coming in. Hillary Clinton with 81% of the vote in Philadelphia as of right now. That is not really all that good for Philadelphia. She should be doing much, much better in the city of Philadelphia. The margins where she really needs to be driving up the vote for a very strong Democratic performance in those counties, she's not getting that.
Dana, a lot of stunned Democrats out there right now.
That's right. And let's just focus on Ohio for a second, what you just projected for Donald Trump as a bellwether. We've all talked about the fact that no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio. But given where we are tonight, and another interesting statistic is that no Republican has ever won Ohio without winning the White House since Richard Nixon in 1960. So there is a very long history of Ohio predicting the president, no matter where, which party he is in. The other point I think is important to make is that Donald Trump, we are projecting to win Ohio, no thanks to the sitting Republican governor in Ohio, John Kasich, Donald Trump's former rival for the presidential nomination. John Kasich made it very, very clear, very loudly, that he did not think Trump was the right person for the party, the right person to lead the country, sat out of the convention, even though it was in his home state.
And we should also note, Donald Trump, obviously, all the victories that Donald Trump has this evening, Donald Trump gets the credit for. But we should also note that when there's all this talk about how Hillary Clinton had a ground game and Donald Trump did not, the Republican National Committee has had boots on the ground for years now,
right.
And they have had a great ground game, and Donald Trump has been using that. So
he
it's
was
not
the
as
beneficiary.
it's not as though all these victories that we're seeing came just because
you got a lot of help from
you got a lot of help from the RNC. Absolutely.
All right, we've got another key race alert right now. Well, let's update all the votes where they stand right now. We'll start in Michigan. Almost a third of the vote is in Michigan. Donald Trump has a 35,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16% of the vote is now in the state of Michigan. Donald Trump ahead there. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. He's ahead narrowly, 28,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Florida, 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead. In Florida, 135,000-plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. In Arizona, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, more than 33,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in the state of Arizona. Let's continue. Let's go to North Carolina right now. Donald Trump, he has an impressive lead there with 84% of the vote in, more than 143,000, almost 144,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Almost half of the vote is in Georgia. Very impressive lead for Donald Trump. 347,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. He's doing well, very well in Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, almost half of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. More than 10,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Every electoral vote is critically important. In Virginia, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. She's certainly relieved at this stage. 87% of the vote is in Virginia. 13 electoral votes at stake there. We've got some more results coming in from Colorado. First, 65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 92,000 vote lead over Donald Trump in Colorado with its 9 electoral votes. In Iowa, 19% of the vote is now in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good lead, 54,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump in Iowa. And in Pennsylvania, more than half of the vote is in. She's got an impressive lead there of more than 167,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So she's doing well, relatively speaking, in Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Colorado. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where things stand. Donald Trump is ahead. He right now, we've projected, he has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. Trump ahead right now. Let's go over to John King. You're studying a lot of these battleground states so closely. Let's start in Wisconsin.
You start in Wisconsin right now. It's gotten a little tighter, but 48 to 46. You could round that up to 49 if you want. So you're looking and you're counting the math here. Number one, just in a few places you're looking, you come down to Milwaukee. This is a danger sign for the Clinton campaign in the sense that 17% of the state population, the Democratic base center, and they're up to 82% of the vote. So more votes to be counted. Most of them, we see 65-30. Most of them, we presume, will go to Secretary Clinton, and it is the big population center, but you're getting close. You're getting close to the end there. So you start to look out here. Out here, you see the Eau Claire area here, only 1% of the vote. This is critical. It's tiny, 1.7% of the population, but you're starting to go back. You're looking for where are places that President Obama ran up healthy margins where you know there are Democratic votes. Doesn't mean she gets them, but they exist. The question is, does she? We're waiting for the votes to be counted here as you start to go through. Otherwise, you look at this. I just want you to just look at this map for a minute. This is where we are now. Focus on where the red is. Now, when you go back 4 years, you see a lot. See this blue? President Obama winning in this part of the state right here. And you come back in here. See all this red? So you're looking at places like, you start Winnebago County, 50% for Donald Trump. You move over here. These are tiny, tiny counties, but it adds up. You start to go through them. These were blue 4 years ago, and now you're looking at them at the moment. We're still counting votes. So a lot of these counties, some I just went to, where was I? 10% of the votes there. So that doesn't, those numbers don't mean much. But if you're watching flipping counties within states, you look at that, all that blue down here. Look at all that blue down here 4 years ago. It's a lot of red at the moment. And so 42% statewide counted. We got a ways to go. It's more than competitive, especially at only 42% of the vote. But this is a
he's got a 30,000 vote lead right now.
But this is a tough battle again. And this is. Anyone say a month ago? Anyone say a month ago we were going to be counting the votes in Wisconsin late into the night? Number one, and again, the criticism is going to be here that even if she pulls some of these states out, the criticism is going to be that you ignored your friends. These are friendly Democratic states that have been Democratic for quite a long time, and look how close they are tonight. That's not to take anything away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump went into these states. He campaigned in these states. He's selling his economic message in these states. He's selling change in these states. But these are not states where the Clinton campaign was repeatedly visiting in the parts of the campaign when they could have and should have. So you're looking at 51-43 right now in Oakland County. Just trying to see what's left out there, Wolf, as I go through some of these states, just trying to do the math of is it possible. We were down here earlier, and it was much closer. A bunch of votes came in Wayne County. That's what made Michigan.
Third of the vote in Wayne County now in.
And Michigan's a little tighter because of that, because this went back to a more traditional Wayne County. But still, when you go back in time, Donald Trump at just shy of 34% there. Mitt Romney got 26%. So, again, we'll see where we get. We're only at 34%, and it has changed. Let's see how we get as it comes in. That Wayne County, again, notoriously late for coming in later. I'm not criticizing Wayne County. It's just later as they come into the state. But you're looking at this. Donald Trump is doing what he has to do. Again, compared to 4 years ago. See all that red up here in the Upper Peninsula, up here in the northern part of what they call the mitten, if you will. See, put the map, the hand up there. See, running it up. Still some places up here where President Obama did well that at the moment Donald Trump is leading, and that can make the difference. Again, it's a tiny little county, but that 1,000 votes can make the difference in a close state when you get down to a battleground like this.
Goes to show you every vote counts. Let's go to Colorado right now.
Colorado is close.
65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by, about 89,000 votes.
About 89,000 votes, and so you're looking at what are we missing. And so, again, most of this state is won here. Unless this is very close, then the smaller counties fill it in. So let's just check around here. Adams County, 9% of the state population. These Denver suburbs are critically important to how this state has shifted from reliably Republican to swing state to what many Democrats had hoped would be leaning blue. 50% of the vote there. Just want to go back and check. 57% for President Obama. This is a pattern we're seeing now in a lot of places where Donald Trump is running more competitive. You move down here to Arapahoe County. Vibrant Tea Party here. It's a Democratic county, but there is a vibrant Tea Party as well. It's a tug-of-war county, a swing county. Hillary Clinton at 53%. That's more in line with the Obama performance. I just want to, Wolf, come over here. She's doing fine in Denver City. Check the math, the numbers of the turnout. Jefferson County, this is one of your classic swing counties in the United States. She's winning at 50% there. 51%. So this one, Colorado is filling in a way that I'm not saying we haven't called this state yet. We've got a lot of votes to count, but this one is filling in in a way, Colorado, you look at the 5-point margin there, right?
She's built up her lead to about 91,000 votes right now. Let's go to Iowa.
I just wanted to check. That's a 5-point state. And that one's filling in, is got a ways to go, but it looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. Iowa, we have Clinton ahead early, but I just want to be very cautious here. Number one, I don't know a lot of Democrats in Iowa who are confident they're going to pull Iowa out. Doesn't mean they won't. She has this lead here now. We're up at 21%. But remember, a lot of what you see empty here, especially out in the western part of the state, is going to fill in red. The question is, as we just went through to the east in Wisconsin and Michigan, these are blue for President Obama. When we get there later tonight, let's see what they are, because that could be the difference if this stays close. But right now, the votes that we do have are in Democratic population centers. So she's running it up big in the Iowa City area. She's running it up big in Cedar Rapids, but it's only 1% of the vote. And we have Polk County as your biggest center here, where Des Moines is. She's running it up big. So if you're the Democrats and you're looking at the map, you like what you see right now, but we're at 21%. We'll see.
She's up by more than 50,000 votes right now.
This could be, when you pull out and look at this, if you're looking at this, number one, if Donald Trump holds this and this, she can't afford to lose both of those. If she gets one of those back, then we could be in a game of chess.
To 270.
What's her path to 270? Well, her path to 270 was this. Let me switch maps here for you. This is where we started the night, but these were all lean. These were all lean Democratic. At the moment, Pennsylvania looks solid. We're still counting the votes.
Change the states to reflect where the vote is now.
But right now, Donald Trump leads here. Donald Trump leads here. We're not ready to, this one's still early, but Donald Trump leads, so let's just put it in the current state of play, okay? Donald Trump leads here. Oops, sorry. And Donald Trump leads here. So we were talking all in the last couple of weeks that Donald Trump had such a narrow path, like drawing to an inside straight flush.
Take away Iowa.
Tables have flipped.
Take away Iowa right now. Hillary Clinton slightly ahead. And Arizona, give them Arizona.
We'll make it a toss-up. If you give Trump this one, I think most people expect she'll get this one based on early voting. But even then, we took Iowa away. If Donald Trump holds these, and this gives her Virginia, this scenario gives her Virginia, which we're not done yet, but she has pulled ahead there in Virginia. But if Donald Trump holds Florida, where he leads, holds North Carolina, where he leads, we've called Ohio. And so this comes down, again, the Trump campaign said from day one, we are going to prove you all wrong, and we're going to win with a Rust Belt strategy. Early on, their anchor was Pennsylvania. That's the irony of this, in the sense that Pennsylvania at the moment, again, we haven't called it yet, Wolf, but Pennsylvania at the moment, Clinton has the healthy lead. Michigan and Wisconsin are the flashing red alerts at the Clinton War Room right now.
John, we have another major projection right now. And CNN can project that Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, will go to Hillary Clinton. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. An important win for Hillary Clinton in the state of Virginia, a state that President Barack Obama carried twice. She is ahead in Virginia. She will carry Virginia. Let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now with her win in Virginia. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 122 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. You see the red states, the states that have gone for Donald Trump, the blue states that have gone for Hillary Clinton, the yellow states. No projection, too early to call. We have another key race alert right now. As John King said, it comes down to Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan first. 37% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains a lead of almost 74,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49.5% to 45.5%, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead there as well. He's ahead by almost 27,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.3% to 46.5%, 10 electoral votes. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin at stake. Let's go over to Jake. Jake, this is a moment that the markets are watching very closely right now, because few people thought Donald Trump would be doing as well at this stage as he's doing.
The markets don't like instability, and they also are unsure of what Donald Trump is going to do when it comes to trade. And we mentioned earlier that the Dow futures were down 500. Now they're down more than 600. But we should really just take a moment here and look at this. Pollsters predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to have not just a victory, but that she was going to win an electoral landslide. Not only is that not happening, it is entirely possible that Donald Trump is truly redrawing the map the way that he said he was going to. He was going to redraw the map from Wisconsin and Michigan to to Ohio and Iowa, and we're winning over those white working class voters that feel the Democratic Party and Republican elites in Washington have ignored them for too long. Right now, he seems on his way to actually doing that. And in a word, it was Donald Trump versus almost all the experts. And as of right now, it looks like Donald Trump was right.
Yeah, he's doing something amazing right now. As he himself said, he said, don't believe all those polls.
That's right. And let's just talk about the Midwest, upper Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin. People initially thought when Donald Trump went into Michigan that it was a fool's errand because it was such a safely blue state. Then the numbers started to shrink. I started to hear, I'm sure you did too, from Democrats. There you go. Look at Michigan right now. He's up. Donald Trump is up by 57,420 votes, with just 38% of the vote in. But still, this is a blue state. This is the state that the Clinton campaign should have had in the bank a long time ago. And this is the other thing that is really stunning to Democrats. Wisconsin, I think we can put that up there as well. Wisconsin is a state that has not gone Republican in decades. They didn't spend a lot of time there. Donald Trump did do some trips there, canceled one that he was supposed to do last week, but he did certainly more than Republicans thought that he should have. People thought he was, frankly, bananas to go to Wisconsin as much as he did. Clearly, he wasn't. They knew that there was something possible to take there. He also has been traveling with the Republican National Committee chair, a Wisconsin native who also knows the state. But these are part of the Democrats' reliably blue states. And Donald Trump, as you said so well, is re-scrambling the map clearly with disaffected voters who are so done with Washington, and people likely, we'll see when we get the exit polls, who really haven't been out for any candidate, much less a Republican, in years.
We've talked about this for the whole year. Donald Trump having one core message, which is Washington is not working for you. It's a cesspool. It's not protecting your jobs. It's not protecting you from terrorists. It's not protecting you when it comes to illegal immigration. It's not keeping the border safe. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's been wrapped around that core message. But apparently, to millions and millions of Americans, that message was more important than all the other stuff wrapped around it, even when that other stuff was perceived to be very offensive to millions of other Americans.
And he clearly has energized a lot of voters out there that may not have necessarily have voted, but he got to them and he energized them. John, you're taking a much closer look at Michigan. Let's take a look at Michigan right now.
Taking a closer look at it and emailing people in both campaigns and people I know in these states who aren't affiliated, at least directly. They're not on the payrolls of any of these campaigns. The Democrats are obviously supporting Clinton. Most of the Republicans are backing Trump, although some of them are actually pretty agnostic about Trump when you think about it. So can she come back in Michigan is the question, right? We're at 38%. 49 to 46, you're looking at that 20 plus 40, so about 60,000 votes, just shy of 60,000 votes there. If you're looking, can she come back in Michigan? The answer is yes, she can. Not that she will. The answer is yes, she can. You look at all this red and you think that's nuts. How is that possible? I just want to show you a couple things. Number one, you come down here. 3% of the state population. We're at 63% of the vote. So there's more votes to come here. This is the smaller basket of potential Democratic votes, but there are some votes here. The Clinton War Room says they're confident the rest of this is overwhelmingly Democratic. We'll see if they're right. You come down here. We're going to come over here to Detroit, Wayne County. This is still a stunner to me that this is that close. It was much closer earlier on. You're looking at 61 to 35 there. You go back here, 73-26. That's where this has to end up for Hillary Clinton to win the state of Michigan. Can it? What the Clinton War Room says, and I just checked with a labor activist I know out here just to be sure that we're not getting spun too much, and he said he generally agrees that most of this vote is from the outer parts of Wayne County. You're in the more suburban parts out away, and that we have not gotten the large pocket of votes that we will get from Detroit. So everyone says that's the case. If that's the case, there's a lot of math to be done when these votes come in, if they turned out. If. It's a big if. So when you start doing the math, is it possible? We're only at 40% of the state vote, 39% statewide. And she is down, you know, she just pulled a little bit closer there. Is that what?
About 60,000 votes.
60,000 votes. So are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Of course there are. And so we have a ways to go. It is stunning that we're having this conversation based on how we thought this campaign was going to go. And it could be equally stunning if you're sitting in the Trump campaign or the Clinton campaign headquarters. You're looking at these two long, deep blue states. red right now. It is possible they could both turn as we count the votes. Remember what happened in Virginia. Donald Trump led it all night long. He led, and then the Democratic areas came in and it flipped. Is that possible in these states? Yes, it is. Guess what? That will decide the presidency, whether that happens or not. Because if you look at the way this map is filling in right now, yes, Florida's very close, but Trump's lead is pretty healthy. You go down here and look at it. In Florida, the way
130,000.
Right, the way we've gotten used to Florida, the closest state in 2012, 50-49, when you're looking at 2 points, or that's a little less than 2 points, I guess. But that's normal for Florida. And most people on the ground here, they're checking everywhere. Trust me, they're checking everywhere. But even Republicans who don't like Trump in Florida think he's got this one. We'll see how it goes as we go forward. Let's check on North Carolina. That's a 3+ point lead there, 4-point lead. It's 4-point lead. We're at 90%. So you're starting to look, where are these votes? That's not good news for the Clinton campaign. When you look at North Carolina, 100% is in here. 77% here, but it's a much smaller piece of the population. But there are some Democratic votes still out there. Let's come over here. There are Democratic votes out here. If they're in here, the central city part, where you're predominantly, I mean, she's winning this by a lopsided margin anyway. There are parts of this county where she's probably winning at 70% plus. If they're out there, is it possible? So that's a lot of math to make up. If you look at the margin so far at 87%, her margin is what, 130,000 votes. You're not going to get. You only got 13% to go, so you're not going to get that many there. So you're looking at this and you're thinking, again, we're not ready to call this state by any means. We're going to be counting for a long time. But if you're the Trump campaign headquarters, you're thinking, we think we got Florida. We think we got North Carolina. We know we have Ohio. This is what you're going to look at right here. If Clinton can turn them back, and I'm going to keep checking to see if the vote count goes up to 44% in Michigan, you still see this lead. We're going to wait for this a while. And again, we could be counting votes in California, Wolf, when this comes in. This is how it goes sometimes. We're going to wait on this. We're only at 39%, but 39% is significant.
In Wayne County.
Yeah, in the sense that, are they here? If they're in here,
this is 18% of the state.
18% of the state. That's what I'm saying. So if the votes that we have are from here out here, it's less Democratic. I don't want to call it Republican. It's less Democratic. But you see this here. So we're going to wait on this. And again, the Clinton campaign says they're not panicking. Trust me, they're concerned. They say they're not panicking because they're told that's where the votes are. I checked in with a labor activist who says they're generally right, although he's a little skeptical. There are enough of them. We'll see how that plays out. I just want to peek at this, and then I want to go up. Wolf will come back to me in a second. We got to go to you for projection.
We have another major projection right now. CNN can now project that the state of Colorado will go to Hillary Clinton with its 9 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins Colorado. She's ahead in the popular vote right now. You see 67% of the vote in. She's winning by more than 86,000 votes. 9 electoral votes in Colorado. Another important win for Hillary Clinton. She needs all of these wins right now. Let's take a look at the electoral college map. Donald Trump has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 131 electoral votes. Remember, you need 270 to win the White House. I keep saying that, but that's the magic number, 270. Another important win for Hillary Clinton in Colorado. Let's go back to John and talk about New Hampshire right now. More than half of the vote, John, in New Hampshire is now in.
54% of the vote in. You see Donald Trump with this lead, 3-point lead, just switched up 54. We're still at 3, just a little slight change in the math there. So what's that, 11,000 votes right in that ballpark there?
So Trump is in the lead. He's got a lead there. Are there any encouraging signs outstanding for Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire?
I wouldn't call anything encouraging for Hillary Clinton at the moment, to be honest with you, my friend. But yes, are there places when you look at New Hampshire that tells you this was a Republican county 4 years ago, but this is where I meant to tap Nashua City. Nashua City is just shy of 7% of the population. This is a Democratic area if she wins it. We've seen Donald Trump flipping some areas tonight. If you go back in time to 2012, 56-42, 6% of the state population. So if you look at what the margin is right now, there are enough votes even just right here if she performs. That's been the question, and we've gone state by state to see, is she performing in these Democratic areas? That's one of them. I want to come over here to the seacoast. Sorry, I touched Maine. When you get right out here to the edge, let me stretch it out a little bit and make it easier for me. Portsmouth, another area here, just shy of 2% of the state population. An overwhelmingly Democratic area. We have no votes counted here yet. So let me just keep it on 2016 so I don't make a mistake. And so you come back. Are there places? Yes. Our friend Mr. Tapper can tell us about Hanover, New Hampshire. There's a famous university there. Just 1% of the state population. overwhelmingly Democratic area. So we got a lot of counting to do still in the state of New Hampshire. But at 50, we're at 54% of the count. It's a 3-point race right now. The challenge is quite simple. In these Democratic areas, Portsmouth, Nashua, smaller population up in Hanover. I just want to see what's happening here. She's at 6 points now. We're at 92% in Manchester. So this is 8% of the state population here. 50% for Secretary Clinton. This is an issue we're seeing consistently. Donald Trump's appeal to blue-collar voters in gritty Manchester, New Hampshire, 55-44, 11 points for the president 4 years ago, 6 points for Secretary Clinton right now. That's what gets you the tighter race. You move into the traditionally Democratic areas. If you go back to 2008, remember we thought Obama was going to win the New Hampshire primary? This is where she pulled it out, right here in Manchester. At the last minute, her team, her organization pulled it out in Manchester. They know this state very well, and they're not doing what they need to do in Manchester City right now. There's still room for her to come back. Don't get me wrong. A 3-point race. There's a lot of Democratic areas. Just look at what's left on the map. If you see it, it's kind of scattershot. It's hard to follow. It kind of looks like a tablecloth in a diner, if you will. But you see a lot of blue. See all this blue down here? This is 2012. You see all the blue down here in the corner. We don't have those votes yet.
So she might still be able to overcome that 12,000 vote or so disadvantage she has.
Yes, she can, and we will know when we see results come in from Nashua and Portsmouth. These are smaller communities. You're going to get 50 votes in this town, 100 or 200 in the next town. And Donald Trump's, there's a lot of Donald Trump territory still here to fill in the map. Don't get me wrong. Well, there's a lot. If you want to go back, there's a lot of red still to be filled in. From 4 years ago. So there's more votes for Trump. But the big population centers that we don't have yet are Nashua and Portsmouth, big relative in the context of New Hampshire. But there's room. No question there's room. Oops, sorry, I hit the wrong button there. There's room for her to come back without a doubt.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now. She's ahead in Pennsylvania. Take a look. She's ahead by only, less than 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania with 66% of the vote counted.
The way the rest of this night is going, she's happy, Wolf, in the sense that, no, it's odd in the sense that we thought, if we were talking about this, and our good friend Jeffrey Lord is from Pennsylvania, consistently we have thought that this would be the test. This is where the Trump campaign told us would be the big test. We're not done. We're not done here, but this one has been blue. She has led consistently throughout the night. So you look at where we're talking about here, and this is, so she has to come out of Philadelphia County with about 400,000. She'd prefer 400.
She's got 400,000.
Yeah, she'd prefer 440,000, 450,000.
She's ahead by 418,000 votes right now.
So you can win Pennsylvania with that in a presidential election. That's almost the minimum. I hate, it looks so lopsided, but that's almost the minimum. She's at 82%. You come back here again. You go back 4 years ago, 85%. And so I just want to see it's at below 1%. So so there's not much of a drain from the third-party candidates there at all. That's okay. She would like that to be stronger. The question is, how's she doing out here in the suburbs? And when you match this up right now, this one looks, if you're a Democrat, this one looks right.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it looks right, if you will. If you look, 57% in Montgomery County, 57% in Montgomery County. The president was 50-49 in Bucks County. Hillary Clinton, the third-party candidate's drawn a little bit there. It's a one-point race. That's consistent. It's a one-point race there. Just want to move over here and look. Chester County. She's winning this. Actually, this is significant. If she holds this, it's only 32% of the vote. This is where Melania Trump went to give her speech. Berwyn, Pennsylvania is here. It used to be Republican. It's trending Democratic. Mitt Romney won it just barely 4 years ago. So when you look at Pennsylvania, if there's a place they are reasonably optimistic about in the Clinton campaign headquarters, it's Pennsylvania. But we're only up to 67% of the vote. So you start looking out here, again, in the central part of the state is going to be for Trump. But that's 50-44. She's holding her own in a place like that, but we're at 100% here. We're at 94% here. I'm trying to see if there are places out here where we know there, even if it's hundreds at a time, if there are a lot more votes for Trump to make up. And you see, well, there are some small ones, but it's tiny here. You're looking at the votes.
You can
right here.
screen it to show us the outstanding vote that's still out there. We have this new feature.
You come, oops, bring it back. I just touched. She gets a little touch happy at this time of night. Let's see if we can get the percentage. Here we go. Screen. So we just come over to, let's just use 75 ballpark. So you're looking at the places where we're still under 75% of the vote counted. So you come in here, you're at 59%. So, again, it's a relatively small population center, but there are some more votes for Donald Trump as well. You're looking, Allegheny County, I just wanted to check this one. As you can see, it's over that. They're at 91%, Clinton winning. So more votes for her, but not a lot because that one is counted. So you're looking at what your calculation at home or in the war room is, okay, what's left? And you see a lot of blue areas here that are left, and these are more populated. These areas are more populated than these areas. So if you're looking at this, you would think your hunch off the top is there are more Democratic votes out there than Republican votes because these are bigger population centers than the Republican areas. So if you're in the Clinton campaign headquarters, you're reasonably happy with the Pennsylvania map, although at this point of the night, given what's happening in Michigan and Wisconsin, you're nervous about everything. But that one makes you feel a little bit better when you look at that. And I just want to check back out here. 46%. Moved a little closer, I think, from the last time we looked at this. I'm just going to keep looking down here. We're up to 50% in Wayne County. This is going to decide the state.
Let's screen Michigan right now and see where the outstanding vote is.
Let's bring it up.
Where there's less than 75% so far reported.
75%. And so there's a lot.
Trump is up by 53,000 in the state.
Up by 53,000 votes, and so you see a lot of red, right? That means we have a lot of votes still to be counted in these places. Now, again, it's not a huge vote count, but this matters. This matters. You know, a couple thousand votes matter. So as we go through, they're up to 67%. So he's not going to get a couple thousand more to cushion, but he gets a few more hundred. So that's the calculation you're making. The hundreds you're going to get in these conservative, smaller counties. Can the Democrats make up for that? That's a lot of votes with what's left to come out of Detroit. And this has to be, when we get more from Wayne County, it has to be overwhelming, or else she's in trouble. I mean, she's in trouble at the moment in Michigan. The only way to solve her trouble is to have an overwhelming surge when we get more votes out of Wayne County. You look at other places, we looked at this a little bit earlier. Ingham County, it's Lansing, 63%. So there are more votes. It's, again, that's good math for Clinton, but you're almost 2/3 of the way there. So there's more, and there's a lot more for Donald Trump to come in these smaller counties, without a doubt. And so we're going to be counting in Michigan for a while. Just let's do the same test as we go over to Wisconsin. Again, most of the areas we're waiting for are Republican, which bodes well for Donald Trump. At least they're Republican so far. There's by no means guaranteed that some of these won't flip if more votes come in. But if you're looking at them at the moment, they're Republican.
I want to remind our viewers that we're getting ready for the top of the hour. Polls are closing in 5 more states, including California, Oregon, Washington State, Hawaii, and Idaho. We'll see if we can make some projections.
Let's quickly look at western Wisconsin here. I just want you to look here. This is what we're waiting for. These are counties in Wisconsin where less than 75% of the vote has been counted, right? So we're waiting out there. This is now. That's 4 years ago. That's blue. That's all blue 4 years ago. That's red right now. And so if that stays that way, that is the redefining, at least for one election cycle, of the American electoral map as we know it. That is a crack in the blue wall. If that stays, I want to keep emphasizing if, because if you talk to the Clinton campaign headquarters, they tell you, and let's see, Milwaukee's over 75% now. So I just want to come back to the full count and see, because they have been telling us that they can get votes out of here. It's at 84%. Again, if it's Center City, Milwaukee, it could be overwhelming. Is it enough to make it up? You see what she's doing in Milwaukee County. That is overwhelming. So it's almost so. We'll see what happens here. The Clinton campaign says they can make it up here. When you're at 84%, that's when you start to get a little bit skeptical that the math is there. The other place the Clinton campaign tells us they can make this up is the all-important Dane County. 9% of the state population. Madison, University of Wisconsin. This is a liberal Democratic base area of the state. As you can see, she's winning 68, excuse me, rounding up, not down, 68 to 27. So half of the vote left. Is it possible? You see the gap. If she can double that, there are a lot of votes to be made up, enough to counter that. But she's running out of options. It has to come from here, it has to come from there, and then a small smattering, because there are still some votes, Wolf, for Donald Trump to make up in these rural areas. Tug of war, Wisconsin, tug of war, Michigan. We knew Florida and North Carolina would be tug of wars. This is most unexpected.
It certainly is a huge, huge surprise to so many people out there. All right, with the next few seconds, polls will close in 5 western states, including California, with this whopping 55 electoral votes in California. We're getting ready to make some major projections. Let's get ready for that right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of California with its 55 electoral votes. A huge win in California for Hillary Clinton. She will also carry Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Hawaii. Donald Trump, he also has a win. Donald Trump will win in Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump. in Idaho. All right, let's take a look at the Electoral College map now. With these Oregon and Washington State, by the way, too early to call in those states. Oregon and Washington State, you see it right now. Now let's take a look at the Electoral College map. Hillary Clinton has now gone ahead. She has now gone ahead with the huge win in California. She has 190 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 171 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. Hillary Clinton is now ahead in the all-important Electoral College map count. Are they breathing a little bit easier over there at Clinton headquarters?
I don't think so, to be completely honest, because at some point in this night, as we watch the returns come in from states such as Wisconsin and Michigan, the Clinton headquarters was very confident that they had. That was their firewall. Remember, Wisconsin wasn't even part of the conversation. It was Michigan, it was Pennsylvania and Virginia and New Hampshire. When these returns come in, you see, okay, they have Virginia, but Pennsylvania is still up in the air. New Hampshire seems to be leaning towards Trump, and Michigan seems to be leaning towards Trump. No, I don't think so at all. You know, we've been talking now for 6 months about what is Donald Trump's path to the presidency. At some point, we're going to approach the period where it's a question of, does she have a path to the presidency? If she can't win Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Michigan, much less Wisconsin, Brooklyn, we have a problem.
Yeah, she's got to win those states, Dana.
Well, on that note, I'm just looking at a note from a Clinton aide saying that they are breathing a slight sigh of relief because of Colorado and Virginia. They do have to hold the upper Midwest, Wisconsin and Michigan, which, as you said, who knew, particularly Wisconsin, it was going to be this tight.
The Republicans didn't even think they were going to win Wisconsin a few days ago.
As I said, Donald Trump had been going there, much to the chagrin of others. And one more thing, I just want to say that as far as the Clinton path, win Pennsylvania and either New Hampshire or Nevada. One other thing, look at this picture. This is something that I think is quite poignant at this hour. 2 hours ago at 8:55 p.m. Eastern, the Clinton team tweeted this out. It says, "This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything." And this picture of Hillary Clinton embracing this young girl, you know, if she pulls this out, this is a picture that says, "I did it for you." If she doesn't, it's a picture that says, "I'm so sorry I tried." And it's so poignant that they sent this out 2 hours ago, and it can be read two very different ways.
One of the things we saw in the exit polls was that women were not voting for Hillary Clinton in the numbers that polls suggested they would. She was not getting the gender gap that so many anticipated. But let's talk about the response of world markets, because those are some other individuals who are having trouble breathing right now. Right now, you see the world markets in Tokyo, Shanghai, Hong Kong are down. And the last I saw, it was more than 600 points. The Dow futures were down, again, because of the instability of the American election. Everyone thought, based on pollsters and prognosticators, that they knew how this was going to end up. And B, because of Donald Trump himself, who is a wild card and has been talking tough on trade. There's a reason why Wall Street supported Hillary Clinton much more strongly than they supported Donald Trump. And we're going to see he's talking about renegotiating trade deals with China, with Mexico, and others. There's a lot more uncertainty in the world right now.
Lots of uncertainty in the world. The world was watching. I think most of the world thought that Hillary Clinton had it locked up. Not so fast right now. Let's get another key race alert right now. All right now it's all about Michigan and Wisconsin right now. Let's update you in Michigan first. Almost half of the vote is now in. Donald Trump still has a lead, 30,451. Donald Trump's lead in Michigan right now, 30,400 plus, 48.1% to 46.8% for Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes, very important electoral states votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead there, almost 60,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.7%. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Both of these campaigns desperately anxious to win both of these states. So, John, who would have thought that at this late hour we'd be talking about Wisconsin and Michigan? And
I'm looking at Wayne County again. This is where Detroit is. And you see Secretary Clinton's lead here. That's what, 136 plus 3, so 139. I'm going to look at the numbers to make sure I get them exactly right. Mitt Romney, Barack Obama race 4 years ago, Wolf. Just want to make sure I get these numbers right, because Democrats are saying, can we pull this one out tonight? it was 381,000. So we got 40% still to count. 667. That was the margin. This is, we're going to talk about this in Philadelphia when we go back to Pennsylvania. Democrats need to run it up. 381,000. Now, we've got 40% of the precincts still to count. So we've got a lot of votes to still come in, and they could come in from inner city Detroit, and maybe we'll get there. But 381,000 plus, she's way short where we are right now. So the question is, can she get here? Can she get here as we get there, as we pull this back out? We're up to 49% of the vote now, and 48, 46. Is it doable? Is the math doable? Yes. Other Democratic areas, we're still looking for votes here. We'll see, a long way to go. But this is going to come down to turnout right here in Wayne County, Michigan. And
let's screen Michigan. Let's screen Michigan right now to see where the outstanding vote is. And we can do this. This is 75% or less of the vote has already been counted.
All right, so you pull back to the state now. So you're looking at places. And again, so if you're a Republican, you're looking and you're saying there are a lot of Republican votes to come in here. And that's what they're thinking in the Trump campaign, that even if they come in with the last 40% and it's overwhelming, in the Trump campaign, they're saying, look, we got a lot of votes to get here. Now, these are small counties, but, again, you're at 63%, and that's 4,000 plus 43. So he's going to get some more here. He's going to get at least hundreds more, maybe 1,000 more. You look at here, Donald Trump's going to get more here. Again, if the margin holds up. There's no guarantee the margins stay the same. We don't know the precincts that are out. But if you notice a pattern through these counties, Donald Trump's getting 50 plus. In some of them, he's getting 55. 38% of the vote in, 61% of the vote in. So you pull this back out. There are a lot of Republican votes still to come in if the counties keep trending the way they are right now. Again, no guarantee of that. But when you start to get this far up in the state, and so this comes down. This state and perhaps the presidency comes down to Wayne County, Michigan at the moment, where we are at 58% of the vote, and Hillary Clinton is well shy of the margin Democrats need out of Detroit to help them offset gains elsewhere. And again, Wolf, we're consistently seeing this. She is underperforming in the Democratic base areas.
All right, we have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of North Carolina with its 15 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in the state of North Carolina. 93% of the vote is in. You see he's up by more than 220,000 votes. Donald Trump carries North Carolina. So let's take a look at the electoral map, where it stands right now with this win for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Hillary Clinton is ahead, but slightly. She has 190 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 186 electoral votes, 270. That's the number you need to win the White House. You see the blue states are the states for Hillary Clinton, the red states the state for Donald Trump. All those yellow states, by the way, too early to call. We are not yet able to make projections in those states. But Jake, this is a huge win for Donald Trump in North Carolina.
It's big. The Trump people were competing hard for it. It's a state that Donald Trump put his heart and soul into. President Obama won it in 2008. He lost it to Mitt Romney in 2012. And I think, just to give you an idea of how this night is going compared to how the Clinton campaign thought it was going to go, we were reporting, Jeff Zeleny, one of our Clinton campaign reporters, said that Robbie Mook, the Clinton campaign manager, was saying that North Carolina was so tight it was going to be down to the wire. It might not even be called tonight. Well, it's 11:09 and we just called it. That says to me that their projections were off and their voter data file was wrong, and people came out to vote and vote for Donald Trump that they didn't think were going to.
That's right. And look, when we began to see the exit polls about the demographics and how these votes turned out the way they did, we'll see what really made this happen. But just in my experience being in North Carolina, Hillary Clinton had trouble with millennials. We saw the voting that showed that she was having trouble with the African-American vote. And clearly, as we are seeing in other states, even those that are traditionally blue, never mind the purple North Carolina, he has really boosted the white vote, particularly among white working class voters. North Carolina, as you said, it's really a swing state. Went for President Obama in 2008, for Mitt Romney in 2012. Donald Trump is keeping it red.
One thing that we're going to also need to look at as we all come and analyze the night, or after it passes, is the effect of the third-party candidates. Yeah. Gary Johnson, the Libertarian, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, Evan McMullin, the Independent candidate. What role did they play? What role, like what votes would have gone to Trump or Clinton, but instead went to them? That was always one of the wild cards that pollsters were talking about, that there were so many undecided voters and third-party voters that made this race unpredictable. Turns out that might have had a bigger effect than we thought, in addition to the Trump effect.
Let's go over to John King. John, let's get back to Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states potentially could make the difference who's going to be the next president of the United States.
And at the moment, they're leaning in favor of Donald Trump. We got some more votes to count. 60% in Wisconsin, 49 to 46. You start to look at that lead. That's a 3-point lead. That's a healthy lead in a battleground state. The question is what's left. And it's get a little bit redundant this time of the night because we're waiting for this to come in. And so we're waiting. And so here's, this is what the Clinton War Room tells you. They say they're concerned, not panicked, because they think there are a lot more votes here. But we're up to 60% of the vote here. Yes, she's winning Dane County, overwhelmingly so. The question is, can you keep that margin when the other 40% comes in? And actually, they probably need to lift it up a little bit to pull that math off. Where else are you looking for Democratic votes? You want to come down here to Rock County, 3% of the state population, but you're up to 94. Again, a place that she's winning not by as much as she is Dane County, but you're looking in the Democratic areas. And so just as we talked about Wayne County, Michigan, we're going to talk about Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, but it's at 87%, Wolf. And so, we don't know what's out. We'll have our people call and see which precincts are out, what can possibly be left. But even if you get a big boost in the final votes here, you're starting to look at a situation where there are still, as we go through some of these rural areas, where Donald Trump is winning and winning healthy. I know they're small, but again, if you're winning by that margin and you only got 61% of the vote, well, then you're guaranteed you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. You move over here, you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. And so if you're going through these and you're looking at it, you're looking at Donald Trump and you're saying we keep focusing on, are there enough votes left for Hillary Clinton? Well, in Wisconsin, there are a lot of votes left to be counted. Again, we're only at 60%, and a lot of those votes are in Republican areas. And I'm going to do this all night just to show you what is happening to the map, because this is number 8 for me in a presidential race, and you look at a state like this that has just been lock solid blue. Nobody thinks the Republicans always say we're going to go there. Even Mitt Romney with his running mate Paul Ryan from Wisconsin couldn't win it 4 years ago, right? But look at all this blue. Just look at all the blue, and that's 4 years ago, and look at all that red. That's small-town America, that's blue-collar America, and right now Donald Trump is winning. I want to come back because you can see this even here. We haven't called Pennsylvania. It's relatively close. There are people in the Trump war room who think they can still pull out Pennsylvania. Let me show you why. Number one, we're up to 94% in Philadelphia, right? Now, again, we still have to count and see what comes left. That number could jump quite substantially, but she needed 430, 450,000 is what they would like, even though she's at, 420 there? That's 420,000 votes right there. That's a pretty healthy lead out of Philadelphia. But Donald Trump is keeping it as close-ish in the suburban areas, but Erie County, blue-collar Erie County, right? Look at that. Now, that's supposed to be, if you're a Democrat, that's supposed to be blue. I want to show you something else. This is Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Obama got 63% with Joe Biden on the ticket. The scrappy kid from Scranton, right? 63%? 50%. Donald Trump's getting...
And 100% of the vote is in.
100% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is getting 47% in this part of the state. Give props to the guy across the room, Jeffrey Lord. He talked about this. He thought that the margins in these places would be smaller than normal. And you start coming into these areas and looking, 51%, Lehigh County, 51 to 44. Go back 4 years ago. 53, that's not quite as bad as you look through there, but even...
Let's screen Pennsylvania right now, see where the outstanding vote remains.
Even that point or two in those blue-collar counties, she has to, because of this, because the rest of this state is so Republican, in the places that are Democratic, the Democrats have to run it up, and she's not running it up. So let's go back and look. Let's just take this back. Let's just put it at around 80% there. That's 81%. So you're looking at the places that have not reached 81% of the vote counted. And so let me just move it over a little bit so you can see it. A lot of them are Republican. Now, we're still looking at this. There's some votes here, and we're, some more out of, even though Philadelphia is above 90%, you'll get more votes because it's the big city. But again, these smaller places, you're not going to come in with a ton of votes, but you're going to come in with, at 59%, you got a 2,000 vote cushion there, so it's reasonable to assume, if the margins continue, that the Trump campaign, they're sitting in their war room saying, we're going to pull in a lot more votes here, and we don't think her cushion in Philadelphia, and we don't think her margin in places like Scranton and Allentown are enough. There's logic to that. We'll see. We still have to count the votes. But as we focus on what is the emergency in the Clinton campaign right now, which is Michigan and Wisconsin, let's keep an eye on Pennsylvania as the late votes come in. This is Michigan on what's left. And again, Most of the outstanding vote in Michigan is in areas that at the moment is coming in Republican.
He's ahead by 58,000 votes with 52% of the vote in.
58,000 votes. So we come in here. Again, this is only 58%, which sounds like a lot, but this is your biggest area. We're going to wait. We're going to wait and see. The Clinton campaign says our people are telling us we have some votes here. You start to get skeptical when you get up around 60%, but let's see what happens. I've seen this happen. You've seen states. We just went through it in Virginia. You can see a state that looks like it's going one way, and then all of a sudden a big basket of votes comes in and it goes. But the Clinton campaign, I think David Axelrod said it earlier, we've been saying for weeks that it's Donald Trump that has to draw to an inside straight. As we get into the 11 o'clock hour and later, it is now Hillary Clinton who has to draw perhaps to an inside straight flush because she has to turn around Michigan and she has to turn around Wisconsin and she has to hold on to Pennsylvania as the vote count goes there. And as we look, I just want to come back out so we can see the entire state in the state of Wisconsin. As you look at the vote here, again, 62%. It's a 2-point race, 2.4 race. You're trying to figure out where the rest of it is, Wolf. We'll keep looking. Still some votes to count in Dane County. Back to Wolf for a projection.
We got another major projection right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Oregon with its 7 electoral votes. Another win for Hillary Clinton in Oregon. In Nebraska, earlier we projected Donald Trump would get 3 of the 5 electoral votes. In Nebraska, they divide up their electoral votes according to the congressional districts. Now we're going to give him 4 out of those 5 electoral votes in the state of Nebraska. As a result, let's take a look at the map, the Electoral College map, to see where things stand right now. Hillary Clinton's still ahead. She has 197 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 187 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. All those yellow states, still too early to call in those states. No projections yet. Hillary Clinton wins Oregon. Donald Trump gets another electoral vote in Nebraska. Jake.
And so far, he's racking up almost all the states he needs. I mean, he's won Ohio and North Carolina. I don't know what's going to happen with Florida, but he was leading last time I saw there. You know, the path for Hillary Clinton to win is still there, but it's problematic. If I can bring up my screen here just to show, she still needs Pennsylvania, she still needs New Hampshire, and she still needs Michigan. But even with those states, we still have the question of Wisconsin, and what's going to happen with Wisconsin. They are now subtracting votes that were given to her automatically in all of the Electoral College projections. Nobody anticipated, including, as we were just talking about, Republicans, including the Trump campaign. They were going to have a rally, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, in Wisconsin, and they pulled out because they thought they were down 5 or 6 points. We still don't know what's going to happen in Wisconsin, but they are exceeding their own expectations.
And she never stepped foot in the state of Wisconsin since winning the Democratic nomination. That's how confident they were in the state of Wisconsin. I'm just looking at an email from a Hillary Clinton aide insisting on Wisconsin. All of Madison, which is very, very liberal, is out. They say all of Milwaukee. And John was just showing in Michigan, they still think that they have a chance of boosting the numbers in Detroit, so that those 2 states are very much in play. But I mean, come on. We're talking about Wisconsin and Michigan right now. The other interesting point is that those are 2 states that Hillary Clinton did not win in the Democratic primaries.
Right.
So it appears that not only is Donald Trump's support strong, but her Democratic base didn't entirely come home.
And in fact, in exit polls I saw earlier, I don't know if they've been updated, the Democrats were losing half of union households. You know, we've been talking, because we've all been trusting the polls, that we've all been talking about what's going to happen to the Republican Party and the bloodletting and the infighting and who's going to lead the Republican Party and all that. Again, completely wrong. It's the Democratic Party that's going to have this fight.
You know, take a look at Michigan right now. Donald Trump's lead has just dropped right now. What is it, about 25,000 votes that he's ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. So it's narrowing a bit.
Right.
She could still
Which is what the Clinton people are looking at.
She could still absolutely pull out a victory and still end up being the next president of the United States. But with the fact that the performance of Democrats, as of right now, in these Rust Belt states has been so challenged, shall we say, I think it's fair to say that the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren wing of the Democratic Party is going to be emboldened and stronger, and Democrats are going to be saying, what went wrong? Even if Hillary Clinton wins tonight, which seems less probable by the hour, even if she wins, there is going to be a real argument that Democrats have ignored working class, white working class voters for too long.
Which, as you said, was exactly the argument that Bernie Sanders made successfully. The reason why he gave Hillary Clinton such a run for her money during the entire Democratic primary season, and why there was such a clarion call early on by those people in the Democratic base for an Elizabeth Warren to get into the race.
Michael Moore, the progressive filmmaker, was on my show about a week ago. From Michigan. And he was terrified, and I said, well, what about the polls that show her up in Michigan and Wisconsin? He said, I don't believe any of these Rust Belt polls. I don't think they know how to poll the Rust Belt. Remember what happened in the primaries, and what happened in the primaries is that Hillary Clinton was projected to win the Michigan primary, and Bernie Sanders won.
And can I just add one other element in here, and you touched on it earlier about the RNC, the Republican National Committee, working during the non-election years after the big loss in 2012 to build up their operations in a lot of these states. Michigan and Wisconsin were two of those states. Wisconsin, probably not surprisingly, because it's the home.
His lead has just been cut down to 14,000. It's getting closer and closer.
Oh, wow.
Take a look at that. So it's still a race. It's still very much of a race.
Yeah, she needs to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire.
Yep.
It's still possible. It's just much closer than anyone thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but what I was, and my point there was that there's a ground game that Republicans have built even before there was any nominee, and it seems to be coming.
Cliffhangers in Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states could decide who's going to be the next president of the United States. We'll be right back. We've got a key race alert. Let's check in all the key battleground states. It's a cliffhanger going on here in Michigan right now. 56% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Donald Trump has a lead of 13,000 over Hillary Clinton, 47.7% to 47.2%. There are 16 electoral votes in Michigan. It's so close. In Wisconsin, 65% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a little bit better of a lead, 66,000 votes ahead of Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.8%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In New Hampshire, look at this, 64% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 9,300 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.2% to 46.2%, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. And he is leading in Iowa as well. More than half of the vote is in, 54%. Donald Trump is ahead by 32,600 votes over Hillary Clinton in Iowa. 6 electoral votes, 4 key states. 4 key states right now, John, and those states are going to be decisive.
And she has closed the gap in Michigan, Wolf. We've been saying, what are we waiting for? Some Democratic areas. The question is, we're still only at 57% of the vote in Michigan. She's now closed. You look at there, we're within a 1-point race of each other there. And so you start looking, you say, where are they? You go out here to Kalamazoo, 96%, but some votes came in here that boosted her up a little bit. Here's the big one we're waiting for, still over here in the Detroit area, and this is why this is so important. We're up to 72% now, but she's starting to stretch the lead here, and what we were told from the Clinton campaign war room and Democratic labor activists on the ground say that most of these votes are in here, and they expect when they do come, they're going to be overwhelmingly for Hillary Clinton. Does that mean it's enough? We'll wait till they come in to do the math. But she has closed significantly in the state of Michigan, and we watch that one. So now we're going to go over here to Wisconsin. 49 to 46, if you round that up, 65% of the vote. You're in the Trump campaign headquarters. You're starting to look. What are we looking for? I just want to come down here to Milwaukee County, 17% roughly the state population. We're at 87% county-wide. Again, what we're being told from the Clinton war room, and so this, consider the source, but what they're telling us is there are only 15, 18 precincts from Milwaukee proper have reported there are 300 plus in the city of Milwaukee. And so they're saying that their core-based Democratic vote has not been reported yet. If it comes in and the turnout is good in big numbers, it's enough to make up some of this gap. That's Milwaukee County. We'll come back to statewide now. So they are saying that they believe it is still mathematically possible. We'll believe it when we see it, but that's what they say, and we still have votes to count. I don't know that I trust their numbers. I'll let them spin their own numbers. But if you look at it, yes, that's conceivable. But they need to perform at near perfect levels with the remaining votes to make that up.
Let's go to Nevada. I want to just check in on Nevada right now.
Nevada is shaded blue at the moment. We're at 51% of the vote, 50% of the vote, excuse me. We're at 52 if you round that up to 43. This is where this is going to matter the most down here. This is where the Democrats believe they had a very successful early voting operation, 53 to 41. I just want to go back in time for comparison to look. 56 to 42. So that we'll wait and see when the rest of it comes in. This is very, very early.
Early voting.
Very early in Clark County. So you're just getting the early voting in, and so we'll see how the count goes up in here. It's pretty simple what has to happen here. Democrats have to run it up huge here. Donald Trump has to run it up huge out here to see what happens. So we got to wait to go in Nevada. And again, right now, the country and the world are focused on Michigan and Wisconsin. We'll see what happens as we get closer to these. You know, if she can come back in Michigan where she is right now, then these smaller states, Iowa was blue earlier. Donald Trump's now leading in Iowa. That had been blue in the early count. Donald Trump has pulled ahead in Iowa. I was just in touch with a Democrat and a Republican in the state of Iowa. They're pretty confident, both of them. The Democrats discouraged by this, don't get me wrong, but that they believe Donald Trump is going to win Iowa as he won Ohio. Those were the two states. These are two Obama states that Donald Trump looks like he's poised to flip. So we could come down to out here in Nevada, and we're still counting the votes in New Hampshire. It's 64%, 48 to 46. This is going to be key. We still have absolutely nothing from Nashua. It's just shy of 7% of the state population. This is a big Democratic area. If is Secretary Clinton performs at or near where President Obama did, because we've seen so many examples tonight of places where she has not, in places where there are considerable Democratic votes.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now.
Just want to check one more quickly over here. Out along the coast here, we have nothing. This is the Democratic area of New Hampshire, and we still have nothing.
Closer to Boston.
Right, and yes, closer to Boston, a liberal tradition out there. And so as you watch this right now in Trump War Room, you're happy with what you see, but we're not done in New Hampshire yet. Where to?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. It's a road trip with Wolf Blitzer. I like this on election nights.
80% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 48.9% to Donald Trump's 47.6%. 73,000 vote lead for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 81% of the vote count.
It has closed of late. It has closed of late. There was a little time earlier tonight. I go back and forth in the map, pulled out national. There was a time where it flipped red, then went back blue within a matter of seconds as some votes get adjusted through the system. So what are you looking at here in Pennsylvania? Number one, again, here, we're up to 96% now. And she's up in that area. I told you, you want to get 430, 440, 450. Right, that's critical. That's the figure that they needed. You got to be over 400,000 for the Democrat. You'd prefer to be closer to 450,000. So that's quote unquote the right number if you're a Democrat. So you get that out of Philadelphia. Then the question is, how do you perform in the populous suburbs in the collar counties? 59% there to 57%. So she's doing it percentage-wise. The question is, you look at the turnout, 90% of the vote is in there. Let's move over to Bucks County. This is always the close one. This was 49-48 is my memory, 50 to 49, I'm sorry, a one-point race 4 years ago. This is the closer, the more blue-collar of the suburbs, and so that is getting tough. The question then is, do Democrats make it up? This used to be the more Republican, more affluent county, and you go out there and Hillary Clinton's doing well with 70% of the vote in here. So we have a ways to go here. The reason this is so close in what has been a rock-solid Democratic state for so long, number one, Erie County. That should be a Democratic county, Donald Trump winning there. Allegheny County, let's see, this one is about where it's supposed to be if you're a Democrat, 56, 57, 42. So Hillary Clinton did well there. She was there just the other day. She was there twice, I think, in the last week of the campaign. This one's going to be embarrassing personally to the Vice President of the United States. He was there many times, and you see 50 to 46. That's actually pretty stunning. It's not a huge vote center, the Scranton area, but this is a traditional, big Democratic area, Wolf. And again, in a close state like this, if you underperform in the places where you know you have your votes, that's what happens. And so we're going to pull this out right now. We're at 81%. This is a squeaker. We're still going to have to go here and count. And I just want to check.
She's winning by about 75,000 votes.
About 75,000 votes. I just want to check. So you look at these smaller counties as you go through the state. Most of them are in. So most of the Republican vote is counted, but not all. And we have a ways to go yet here as well. And so if you're the Clinton campaign, this was supposed to be locked up like that. You're thinking, this is supposed to be a big 5-point lead. This is supposed to be locked up, and they are not. I just want to check back to see, constantly checking to see if the percentage goes up. We're still at 57%. Again, this is a very close race. At the moment, it looks a lot like Virginia, where she was able to come back. The question now is she's pulled into position where she's on the same lap of the track now, where she was a couple laps behind most of the evening. We'll see if she can close the rest of the gap. And again, if she's going to do it, it's going to be in places like this. Oakland County, most of the vote is in. This is an area, that's a good sign. If you're Secretary Clinton, one quick second. This is Flint. Genesee County is where Flint is, big African-American community. Remember, during the primary campaign, she broke out and went out here to campaign. This is a good sign if you're in the Clinton war room. Only 37% of the vote counted here. She thinks she's going to do better in Genesee
All right, so
County.
let's say they split these two states. Hillary Clinton wins Michigan. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. What's their respective road to 270?
Well, here's the map where we started the night, right? And so let's see, you just said you want her winning Michigan. Let me make that blue again. And you think Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. For the sake of argument, what happens there? It takes her down from where she started the night, number one.
Give her North Carolina, too. Yeah, North Carolina.
Donald Trump. That one has to go to Trump.
Yeah. Give him North Carolina,
He gets North Carolina. He gets Florida. Then we're a tie with these states that we're still looking at. The expectation is that Donald Trump will win here and that she will win here. We're not there yet, but doesn't that look sweet? 260, yeah, exactly. 269 to 264.
Give her New Hampshire.
How are we do in New Hampshire?
Yeah, give her New Hampshire.
Now we're missing 2 votes.
Yeah.
We're missing the congressional district in Nebraska.
1 vote there.
And the congressional district in Maine, the 2nd congressional district in Maine. The one up here, we were thinking, leans Donald Trump. We'll count the votes as they come in. The one in Nebraska, I haven't seen the latest projections on that one. But this is not the race that I think most people thought we were going to have tonight. It's not the race we have at the moment, but it is a perfectly reasonable calculation that as we brew a little bit more coffee past the midnight hour and the 1 o'clock hour, the 2 o'clock hour, this is a remarkably competitive race. So let's go back and let's take a look at some of these states. Just the fun part about this, counting the live votes, is while you're having a conversation about one thing, often you get a change in the map. So let's look up here. 68% now in the state of Wisconsin. We're leading right there. So we'll keep counting them, Wolf, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire, as we have, shall we say, a cliffhanger, to say the least.
All right, we have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida. With its 29 electoral votes, Donald Trump wins Florida. A huge win for Donald Trump. That's his second home in Florida. Donald Trump will carry those 29 electoral votes. He's ahead right now with 98% of the vote in by more than 131,000 votes. A big win for Donald Trump in Florida. He predicted he would win Florida. He has won Florida. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. You see Donald Trump has taken the lead. He has 216 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 197 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. But it's a big, big win for Donald Trump in Florida. Jake and Dan, a lot of people didn't think that Donald Trump would be able to do it. He did it in Florida.
He did. A huge prize, 29 electoral votes, where his second home is at Mar-a-Lago. And let us also just point out, when you were doing the map with John just a second ago, you were very close to having a 269 to 269 tie. That is entirely possible. It is not crazy at all, and we could go do it, but you already almost did it.
If there were a 269 tie, it goes to the new House of Representatives.
And the other thing, as you point out, is that there are those 2 states that give out electoral votes according to congressional districts. And if Donald Trump picks up that one in Maine, the Maine's 2nd congressional district, then that's 270. And so all those trips to Maine that he took, that he made, actually may end up being crucial. And we should point out that this is not over for Hillary Clinton or for Donald Trump. This is, as John said, this is a cliffhanger. We really have no idea what's going to happen here. I haven't seen a race this close since Al Gore and George W. Bush in 2000. It really could theoretically come down to one state or even one congressional district.
Speaking of 2000, I think we should take a moment and talk about Florida. Because, as you said, it was something that Donald Trump said he was going to win, said he needed to win. It looks like we projected that he has won it. And it just shows that there are big questions as to who this electorate is. Because looking at the early vote, part of the reason why Democrats were so bullish about Florida and part of the reason why Republicans were so pessimistic was because of what they saw was a big surge in the Latino vote. So at the end of the day, we'll see what that Latino vote was, particularly newly bigger Puerto Rican areas in the I-4 corridor. And if that surge really happened, and if it did, which way did they vote?
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that all these states are much closer than anybody anticipated.
Let's take a look at the vote in Michigan right now, because Michigan and Wisconsin, these 2 states are shaping up as critical. Right now, 59% of the vote is in Michigan, and Donald Trump still maintains a lead of almost 30,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. He's got 48%. She has 47%. Still, 40% of the vote outstanding, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. And let's take a look at Wisconsin right now. These are the two states that could be decisive. 70% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a lead of almost 69,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 45.8%. Another 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. Let's go over to John King. John, Wisconsin and Michigan. Let's talk about the best Hillary Clinton can do right now, because in the Electoral College we're talking about.
In the Electoral College, you want to do the best she can do. Let's just check the results real quick. 59%, 1-point race right there. And again, we're waiting. This is all going to come down to what's left here in Wayne County. There are some other votes to come in, but this is the biggest outstanding vote total right there. We're going to watch that. Let's just check over here real quick. Up to 70% right now. This is state. You know, the Clinton campaign keeps telling us, and they tell us they're all, most of them, not all of them, they tell us most of them are here. We're up to 87%. They're telling us in essentially the center city, Milwaukee, there are a lot of precincts yet to come. We'll see that math when it comes in, but we're at 87% in the county. So when that math comes in, it has to be overwhelming to make up that. That's a big lead. So you want to do this through from an Electoral College perspective. Let's come up here. And again, this is, let me refresh this map just so we get it right. This is where we started the night, with projected Hillary Clinton at 268, but Donald Trump has won Florida. Donald Trump has won North Carolina. Donald Trump keeps Ohio. And so where does that get Donald Trump right now? Virginia, we're leaning. Right now, we're not done in Virginia. We leaned at Democratic coming into the night, so just leave it there for now as we go through this. Let's assume.
Virginia, we called for her earlier.
Virginia, we called, so she keeps that. So let's assume for the sake of argument, when we get there, we'll see if these two stay where we think they're going to end up, and we're having a night where sometimes what we expected hasn't happened. So,
that's true.
But let's be candid. But the early returns suggest to us that that's going to happen. Let's see what happens. That has Clinton at 274 and at 259. This has always been the challenge for Donald Trump. Can you flip a big blue? Well, at the moment, he's leading.
Flip Wisconsin red. Let's see what happens.
You want to flip Wisconsin red? I was going to go with Michigan, but there you go. If you do that, 269, Trump, 264, with the state of New Hampshire still out there, where he leads right now. There's a lot of Democratic votes out, so let's just play it out both ways. If she wins it, 268, 268, with 2 congressional districts we have to bring into play. That's exactly how we thought the night was going to go. If he wins it, 273, assuming he wins the state of Wisconsin, that gives him Wisconsin. Michigan, 16, that one's 10. So if they split these, how they split them is hugely significant to the Electoral College count, because the 6 will make a big difference, especially now that we expect, and these 4. I said, if you get 10 here, 4 there, we're into interesting math. So let's go back as we play out all these scenarios. Let's just go back and take a look. And so what are we curious about? Number one, we're curious about this. We're up to 70%, and we're still waiting on the same. We're waiting on Center City, Milwaukee. Let's move next door. Michigan, we're up to 60%. And this one is in a closer state here. And so, Wolf, we have Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire still counting, and some others. We got a ways to go.
All right, we have another projection right now. And CNN projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Washington. Washington State and its 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton. She's ahead, you see, in the poll and the actual vote count in Washington State. We project all 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton in Washington State. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where it stands with her win in Washington State. Donald Trump still is ahead. He has 216 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 209 electorals. Very close, 216, 209. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. You see all those yellow states there. Those are still the states where we have not made projections. Too early to call in those states. We're counting the numbers, watching the numbers very, very closely in those states. This is a real nail biter that's going on right now in this race for the White House. Let's go over to John King. Take a close, we have about 12 states to go, John, where we have not yet been able to make projections.
And so what I do sometimes when you walk away is to try to have a little just looking ahead. This is Maine's 2nd congressional district. It's the largest portion of the state, north of my little squiggly line. That's not exact, but I looked at the House district. If you look, see, this is the House district here. It's a Republican House district. Maine splits its electoral votes by congressional district. It's a Republican district. That doesn't mean it goes Republican for president, but That's the way we thought it was going to go. And so we're looking right now as the votes. We don't know yet. We still got a lot of votes to count up here.
58% of the vote is in, and she is ahead, 48.9% to 44%.
Statewide, but it's heavily Democratic in the smaller southern portion of the state. It's more conservative up here. That doesn't mean it'll go that way, but as we watch this one play
out... That's one electoral vote that's at stake in Maine, where they divide up their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Nebraska, there's one a congressional district that's still up in the air in Omaha, Nebraska right now.
Correct. And so this is where these are usually the quirks of the night, where you're saying somebody gets one, you're having a debate about it, somebody get one more, somebody can get one less. They may not be quirks tonight. They may be absolutely essential. This is the Nebraska congressional district. It's essentially these two counties, Omaha, which is Democratic, which she's leading right now, and then just to the south in Sarpy County, where he's leading right now. And this is, so we'll have to do the math, and we have people out on our decision desk who are drawing. I drew a general line around the congressional district. We have people on our decision desk who are honing in on this very closely. If you just do the rough math of her leading here by, that's a little shy of 9,000 votes there. He's leading here by more than that. So if you're looking at it right now, ballpark, it looks like he's a little ahead in this district, but we're not there yet. So that's our decision desk people will be going deep into that. But this is where we are in this race. This race is now surprisingly tight, incredibly tight, where we could be looking at these congressional districts in the states that divvy up their electoral votes that way. We'll get to that. We're doing a little advanced work on that now. We'll get to that depending on what happens here. Let's clear this so the squiggly lines don't distract people. I'm going to start with the smaller one first. We're up to 66% now in New Hampshire. Donald Trump's lead has been holding steady, but that's not a huge lead. What do we got, 12,000 votes there? A little shy of 12,000 votes there. And again, if you've been with us all night, Rye, right along the ocean, it's beautiful if you've never been to that part of New Hampshire. Portsmouth, this is a bigger area here. It's a big Democratic area. Just to remind you, President Obama ran it up really big here. And so there are, if she gets them, and that's become a recurring theme, that's a Democratic area. I want to come over here. We also have nothing out of Nashua City, which is 6.6, close to 7% of the state population.
What did President Obama carry by?
This is another big area for President Obama, 56% of the vote. So when you look at the statewide vote total in New Hampshire, let's come back to 2016, there are places where there is more than enough room. We did get some Hanover. Hanover came in 100% of the vote. You see a place like that where she's getting 85% of the vote. President Obama got 75% of the vote. So if she performed how she had to perform up there. If she does that in these outstanding Democratic areas, now we still have a lot of small towns. You see there's a lot of small towns. Let's just go, but a lot of them are blue. See, you see all down here is empty right now. So there's a lot of Democrat on the map in New Hampshire if it performs like it did 4 years ago. And we've seen a problem for Secretary Clinton. So we'll watch this one. But you have a narrow Trump lead, but there's more than enough opportunity if she delivers for Clinton to get New Hampshire. And those four could become absolutely critical. Every time I pull back to the national map, I'm looking to see if one of these flips, because that is the story of the night. This tug-of-war we are in, this cliffhanger we are in, will be decided by whether or not one or both of these flips back to blue as we get closer in the count. So let's again go back to Michigan. And this is an inchworm here. We've gone from 57 to 60 in 35, 45 minutes. So we're inching up very slowly. That's still a substantial lead.
30,000 votes.
Still a substantial lead. So I'm going to go through from the smaller to the larger Democratic area. We're up to 96% here, so there's not much. There may be some votes there for Secretary Clinton to make up, but not a lot. Let's come over here. We still have some votes here. Again, not the most populous area, but there are some Democratic votes there. And then the biggest deciding factor will be here in Wayne County, where, again, we're up to 77% precincts reporting. What we are told by the Clinton campaign is that they believe what's yet to report is the heart of the Democratic base, the African-American base, the inner city, center city of Detroit. That's what they're telling us. We'll see when the votes come in. And we've been waiting a long time, and this is not atypical. Wayne County, we've been through this many nights, you and I, Wolf, and the rest of us. Wayne County is always, in Michigan, it's always late, if not last. And so you look up here again, the rest of the suburbs are starting to come in, 87%. In the Trump campaign, they're going to be very happy with this if it sticks, but we're up to nearly 40% of the vote in Macomb County. This is an area, 54-41. Again, when you go back in time, President Obama carried this. I mean, and this is in the history books, is where the birthplace of the Reagan Democrat. This has been studied back in the 80s. This is where all the political scientists, all the pollsters deeply studied this area for the union voters who became Democrats, who became Republicans, who defied their own union and party leadership, who told them to vote a Democrat and supported Ronald Reagan. Will there be Trump Democrats after this election? That'll be one of the conversations that we have. We're going to have that conversation anyway, because the map is changing. Even if these states flip back, they are remarkably competitive, and we're learning an important lesson tonight as we continue to watch this. So 60% in Michigan, still a narrow Trump lead. 72% now in Wisconsin, and a narrow Trump lead. 2 Rust Belt states, Wolf, they're going to keep us up late. Very competitive.
We have another projection to make right now, an important projection. And CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. 84% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump has a lead of more than 228,000 votes. Donald Trump wins Georgia. Donald Trump carries that important state. So let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. With the win in Georgia, Donald Trump is ahead. He moves closer to 270. He's got 232 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209, 270. Once again, the magic number. Donald Trump carries Georgia, an important win for him. You see all those red states. Those are states that Donald Trump has carried. The blue states are the states that Hillary Clinton has carried. The yellow states, no projection yet in those states. Very, very close contest. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. We talked about this being a historic night early on, and it is certainly turning out to be that in a lot of different ways. David Axelrod, what did everybody get wrong? I mean, the polls were just wrong.
Just the numbers. No, look. You look at the exit polls, and whether they got the top line numbers right or not. What is clear is there was a hunger for change among a lot of Americans, and those who felt strongly about it, those who were angered and disenchanted with government, overwhelmingly were supporting Donald Trump, notwithstanding the fact that 2/3 of them said that they didn't think that he had the temperament or the qualifications for it. This was a primal scream on the part of a lot of voters who are disenchanted with the status quo. And Hillary Clinton, I always say, and we don't know how this is going to turn out, so I'm not trying to impute things here that I don't want to, but my operative phrase as a consultant was, you're never as smart as you look when you win, and you're never as dumb as you look when you lose. You look back now at the things that Donald Trump has been doing with his time in terms of where he's campaigned and the hammering away relentlessly at the message of Hillary Clinton as 30 years, and it has found an audience, and that's what's made this race close. And you look at these rural areas, and in all these states, in county after county, he is outperforming Mitt Romney dramatically, and she is underperforming President Obama dramatically.
And in every interview with Kellyanne Conway, she talked about sort of hidden Trump voters.
Right.
A lot of Trump supporters were saying that. It seems like they were right all along.
That tonight. I've been talking to somebody who works on the Trump campaign, who's involved with their digital operation and their polling. And they say that in some places in rural America that they have 10% more turnout than they originally thought. That they were saying he was going to get more, but it's even more than that. And that when you look at the exit polls and you look at the white working class voters, who are about 4 in 10 voters, and you look at voters in this country, 39% were voting for change. And you see that half of the electorate in the state of Michigan felt that trade takes away jobs. And you say, as Dana was saying earlier, that Hillary Clinton didn't even visit the state of Wisconsin in the general. You put that all together, and what we see is a massive outpouring among voters who perhaps didn't vote before, who perhaps were hidden, and they came out tonight, particularly in rural areas of this country, and said, okay, we want somebody who's different.
But Michael Smerconish, the Democrats thought with all the star power of their surrogates, with the high popularity of President Obama, and President Obama out there on the stump, and Michelle Obama clearly did not do what they had hoped it would.
It's not only that it didn't do what they hoped it would do, but I can't help but sit here tonight and wonder if it didn't boomerang and have the complete opposite impact, because it reinforced who really represented the establishment in a year where you didn't.
Right, which
want
is
to
something
be the
Jeffrey Lord
establishment
talked
candidate.
about even last night during that big star-studded event with all of them on the stage. Jeffrey and Kayleigh's interpretation of that image was a lot different than a lot of other people.
And remember, as he stood on that stage, Anderson, and he made light of the fact, Donald Trump did, that he was going it alone and he didn't need a piano and he didn't need a guitar. It probably ended up benefiting him. My one observation, having watched the night unfold thus far, with a big chapter still to go, is that it's very little about party tonight. It's much more about class. It's much more about income. It's much more about what separates us beyond our party affiliation. I think David's onto something when he talks about the rural versus urban and suburban divide.
Well, it also seemed like the Democrats were counting on, they had the unions, but it seems like maybe they had a lot of union leaders, but a lot of rank and file were going for Donald Trump.
And those, union folks, even, in states like Michigan, and we don't know what's going to happen there, a lot of those folks, those were Bernie Sanders supporters. And it looks like maybe those supporters went with Trump and that the Clinton folks were maybe over-relying on getting the band back together again, the Obama coalition. And even though they did see some surges in states like Florida, I mean, Florida was up in terms of the Latino vote. It was up in terms of the black vote, too, but it just wasn't enough for her to win that state.
And here's something interesting to me in these exit polls, and we'll be looking at them for a long time, I believe. But when voters were asked whether Donald Trump has the temperament to be president, it seems to me the Hillary Clinton message got through. 63% say he doesn't have the temperament. 61% say he is not qualified to be president. 52% say she is qualified. And yet we see in state after state here, voters coming out and voting for change. And I think that was a real
Right.
motivator.
If change was what you wanted as a voter, I mean, it's clearly they were going for Donald
And that
Trump.
trumped everything.
He was a very, very bright, incisive vehicle for their frustrations about the status quo. And, our friends over here have been talking about this for some time, and you can see the manifestation of it. We don't know how the story ends tonight, but this is clearly not the race people expect.
Well, I want to talk to Jeffrey and Kayleigh and our other partisans, but we've got another key race alert. Wolf?
All right, let's get another key race alert right now. It's a cliffhanger. All right, let's take a look at Michigan right now. Michigan is so critically important. 62% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump still maintains a lead of nearly 32,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes in Michigan. We're watching that so closely. Wisconsin, 73% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump has a bigger lead there. He's up almost 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin right now. In Arizona, 61% of the vote is in. Donald Trump there, too. He has a lead of some 57,000 over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 69% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 11,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. He is ahead in New Hampshire as well with its 4 electoral votes. There are more states we're looking at, including Iowa right now. 78% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has a healthy lead. 106,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton in Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. An impressive lead there. In Pennsylvania, 85% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by 40,000 votes, 48.6% to 47.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton ahead. In Nevada, 66% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a lead there, almost 40,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump. With its 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada, Hillary Clinton is ahead. And in Utah, 31% of the vote is in. A third almost of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the independent third-party candidate. So those are the latest information we're getting. Let's check in with Brianna Keeler. She's over at Clinton headquarters right now for us. So Brianna, update us on what's going on over there.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were happy and relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying. We have seen people leaving the venue, including some who have been sitting on the risers behind the podium where Hillary Clinton is supposed to speak. There are people who are just in shock. I've seen mouths open as folks here in the audience are watching the results come in. Many of them with their arms crossed and a hand to their mouth. They are just stunned as they watch what is going on here. It's just been a complete reversal from what we saw a few hours ago. And what they are watching is various networks, as we're seeing these calls being made for different states. They've been monitoring, a lot of them, their iPhones, seeing certainly the projections for what is going to happen. And they are just stunned at the idea that they were completely sure they were coming to this event for what they thought would be even an early night to celebrate Hillary Clinton becoming the first female president, and now they are confronting the reality that they could be walking out of here either not knowing, but perhaps expecting that Donald Trump is going to become president. I mean, you're seeing it here on these faces. They are just stunned. People who were talking and laughing before are standing there not talking to the folks that they came with.
It's not over with yet. Let's see what happens in the votes, but I clearly understand the sadness that's going on over there. Jim Acosta, you're only about a mile and a half away from the Javits Center. You're at the New York Hilton Hotel. There's the ballroom behind you. That's where Donald Trump will be appearing at some point, we assume. What's the mood over there?
Yeah. Well, the mood is the exact opposite of what Breonna Keeler just passed on a few moments ago. It is not over yet, you're right, Wolf, but it is starting to feel like a victory party here at Trump campaign headquarters. I can tell you that behind me, we're seeing a sea of red. Those are those red Make America Great Again hats. They're being passed out to all the supporters in the room here. And Wolf, it's interesting as these returns are coming in throughout the night, especially in these key battleground states of Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and so on, and Wisconsin. When that happened, the room exploded. Wolf, I will tell you that they started all sorts of chants. USA, USA, President Trump, drain the swamp. But Wolf, one fairly disturbing chant broke out in this room, and that was "lock her up." They were starting to chant "lock her up." Of course, that is a chant referring to Hillary Clinton, her email investigation that the FBI says just recently they've basically wrapped up. It's a common thing that we hear at those political rallies. But Wolf, I have to tell you, covering this campaign for about a year now, going to these rallies and seeing the enthusiasm and these large numbers of crowds that you see turning out to see Donald Trump, you know, during the primaries, we saw that translate into success. We may be seeing that here tonight at Trump campaign headquarters. You talk to people inside the Trump campaign, they're using words like "we're dying," "we're freaking out." They are just over the moon tonight with these results. I think they've surprised themselves. Earlier today, I heard from a top official who said that it'll take a miracle for us to win. I got a text from somebody saying, "Do you believe in miracles?" Wolf.
Jim Acosta over at the New York Hilton, where Donald Trump's headquarters are tonight. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now, the all-important Electoral College map. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 232 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to become the president of the United States. He is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now, but there are still several of those yellow states that are outstanding right now, so we'll see what happens in those states. You saw the mood at those two respective campaign headquarters, Jake. It's a very different mood at both.
Yeah, her path is getting narrower and narrower, and he has many more options on the board, in complete contradiction to everything we've been saying up until today. Let's take another look at what's going on with Dow futures. The market is now down with Dow futures. It's down 4.32%. We should point out that after Brexit, which is an event that Donald Trump likes to invoke, talking about the unexpected nature of that vote and what was going to happen with his election. After Brexit, the Dow went down 3.4%. So if this holds, we don't know if it will, this will be the biggest loss since the day after, since the day that the trading resumed after 9/11. So this is a day that the markets are not particularly enjoying, unsure about the future of the U.S., unsure about the trade deals and the economy of the U.S.
That's when the people of the U.K. voted to leave the European Union. It was a stunning surprise to so many pollsters and others. Dana, it's still not over with yet. Let's not say it's over. You need 270. Neither of these candidates has it, and we're watching Wisconsin and Michigan, a bunch of other states, very closely.
Very, very closely. I am getting texts from Democrats who have been working for months, even over a year, for Hillary Clinton, though more and more pessimistic as they see the results coming in from Wisconsin, for example. The other thing that I'm hearing from Democrats, and I'm sure that there's going to be, no matter how this works out in the end, the fact that it is so tight right now, a lot of finger pointing back at the FBI director for the October surprise, saying that that the investigation was sort of kind of reopened into the email situation, and then closing it back up. However, it's hard to imagine that this kind of almost wave was because of the FBI director. I mean, there's something way more deep and clear going on in this country, and probably the whole idea that Hillary Clinton was potentially in trouble played into that, and it helped that. But I think it's a lot more than what Democrats are
but
saying.
There's no doubt that there's a deep anger, and our early exit polls showed it. There's a deep anger in this country right now at the political establishment. So when Donald Trump keeps saying drain the swamp, he was really, Jake, reaching out to a whole bunch of people, including a lot of people probably who hadn't voted before.
A lot of anger at Washington, D.C., a lot of anger at institutions, and that was a big part of Donald Trump's campaign. I think it's also worth pointing out that white working class voters are the single biggest demographic in the United States. And while many policymakers in Washington, D.C., have turned a blind eye to these individuals, especially when it comes to their economic issues, as opposed to merely social issues that might appeal to them. You know, it makes sense that somebody who goes right after white working class voters in a way that I haven't seen a presidential nominee do in a long, long time would have some success. It's one of the reasons why a lot of Democrats argued Bernie Sanders would have been a better nominee, because he did appeal to many people in that demographic and was the same kind of outsider that Donald Trump was on that issue of trade and on the issue of Washington being broken.
He stunned the world by getting the Republican presidential nomination, and now look what's going on right now. John King, let's take a closer look and see what's going on. We're following these two battleground states. All of a sudden, Wisconsin and Michigan, the two battleground states that potentially could determine the next president.
If they keep going the way they're going, that Sanders-Warren primary may start tomorrow. Let's look at these states as we go through them. Wisconsin, again, this is not the way this was mapped out.
Trump is ahead by 85,000 votes.
85,000 votes. You're up to 77% of the vote counted. The question
now it's 89,000 votes.
Can she make it up? And so here's what we're told. I want to start down here in Milwaukee County. Here's what we are told. We are told that it's now 12:04 here in the east, almost 12:05. We're told at the bottom of the hour we will have results, the rest of the results in Milwaukee County. We're told there are 11 wards that we haven't seen yet, plus 60,000 absentees. So 60,000, you said the lead was close to 90,000. So is there potentially a large swath of Democratic votes coming out of Milwaukee County? We're told to expect them around the bottom of the hour. Yes. And so you hold out the math, and you're going to be hyper cautious here for a good reason. And so you say, okay, maybe. And then this is what the Clinton campaign is telling us. We're going to get a lot more out of here. And they have reason to say they're going to get a lot more out of here because they're winning lopsided.
The home of the University of Wisconsin.
Right, 25% of the vote to go. So if they're correct and they're about to get a very large, substantial amount of votes out of Milwaukee in 30 minutes or so, there's more votes here for them. That's why you wait and you see. However, that's fine. We'll see what that math comes in. But you start going through some of these other places. That one's 100. But you start clicking through. That's 90. 94 over here. Come down here, 71. There are still a lot of counties that Donald Trump is running up the score pretty impressively that have votes out. They're not population centers like that. There aren't as many votes. But even if she picks up 10,000, 20,000 more than that out of Milwaukee, there's still some counting to do for Donald Trump as well. And so you have to say advantage Trump as we go to the wire here. The Clinton campaign is telling us they believe in Milwaukee County, Dane County, a few other places, they can make up these votes. Other Democrats who have experience in these states who are helping the Clinton campaign but not on the payroll for the Clinton campaign are voicing a lot more skepticism. But we'll count them as we go. To the point Jake was just making, I just want to show you this. This is Brown County. This is where Green Bay is. Mitt Romney won it last time, but look at the margin. But we're going to talk about this a lot, and this is what is going to be studied after this election. So 59.
Half the vote isn't.
Half the vote in 59-36. 50-49. I mean, this is a swing battleground. Rock'em sock'em robots fight it out. Even if the Republicans win it, the Democrats win the state because they keep it close.
You know, I want to quickly go to
Milwaukee.
Pennsylvania because Donald Trump has just moved ahead of Hillary Clinton in the state of Pennsylvania right now. Let's take a look at the actual vote. You see it right there. Donald Trump has 2,582,000 to 2,574,000. It's about, what, 7,000 votes. All of a sudden, Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 90% of the vote in.
And we talked about that earlier, that in all this great swath of red, it comes in late sometimes, and these are smaller, more rural communities. Now, we're at 100 here now. We're at 100 here now. Let's go around. And so this may be that most of the Trump vote is in, per se, as you go through, and that certainly looks to be the case. But as these smaller counties report, the Trump number has gone up. And so yet again, we're asking the same question in another state that has been blue for most of our adult lifetimes. Can she get it back? Well, this is a plus sign for Hillary Clinton, if you will. If you're in the Democratic war room, you only have 25% of the vote counted in Allegheny County, and you're winning by a pretty sizable margin. And that one, I think, is roughly consistent, 57 for President Obama, 56.5. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you're alarmed. Donald Trump is leading you in Michigan and Wisconsin. He just passed you in Pennsylvania. That is a recipe for a wipeout, and a surprising wipeout. But there are still some Democratic votes out here, Wolf, and we'll watch if Pennsylvania, like Florida, starts to seesaw a bit.
We have another major projection coming in right now. CNN projects Donald Trump will win the state of Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Iowa. He's ahead right now with 84% of the vote in by 136,000 votes right now. Iowa, 6 electoral votes goes to Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. With this win in Iowa, Donald Trump expands his lead over Hillary Clinton. He has now 238 electoral votes to her 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump inching closer and closer. Let's go back to John King as we watch that. Iowa all of a sudden is going to Donald Trump, but remember, that was not all that unexpected. It's Wisconsin and Michigan that are very unexpected.
Not all that unexpected, but to the point we've been having all night. Are we rewriting America's Electoral College map tonight? Is this a one-race rewriting of the map? We won't know the answer for some time, but significant that as President Obama prepares to move out of the White House, the state that launched his political career just voted for Donald Trump. Once a cheerleader for the birther movement, now the Republican nominee for president, and on the verge of being the president-elect of the United States if trendline continues. So you see that as we write the history books about this campaign, the fact that Iowa switched, there will be criticism of Hillary Clinton. It's a very competitive state. Why couldn't you have kept it in your camp there? This is one of the things we will go through. But let's go back to where we were just a minute ago, because Pennsylvania now has joined Wisconsin and Michigan on the watch list for Democrats, on the emergency room list for Democrats. You see that lead right there.
11,000 votes.
And again, as you go through all this, it is stunning when you see what is happening, and largely, as Jake was just talking about, in these white working-class areas. So you start right here, and you're in the vice president's hometown here. It's 50% for Hillary Clinton. This was blowout territory, right? Now you could say that's because Joe Biden was on the ballot, right? So then you go next door here, Luzerne County. It's a small county. It's not, it's not a huge population center. 58, 59% there for Donald Trump. The president won this with 52%. And you're finding these counties all across the country, even in states Clinton is winning. We find them in Virginia, a state that she narrowly won. You're finding this more and more. And so you're looking at the map right now. And so this is 4 years ago. It's a lot more red, right? I'm going to move it over a little bit so you can see it. Especially, look in here. Look right in here. You've got some blue here. You've got red tonight. And it's not just the red. When you look at this here, just coming to Reading, 53-42, 50-49. And so you have Trump is overperforming Romney, Clinton underperforming President Obama in a lot of these places that you would associate with blue-collar, white, working-class voters. We're not done here. When you come back to 2016, we're not done. And so there's still a chance for Clinton to come back here. But the fact, again, Pennsylvania, one of the solid states in that blue wall, the states Democrats have won in every presidential election since 1992, 242 electoral votes. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. And so the Democrats are having a conversation. The Democrats have been celebrating for years, all during the Obama presidency, their ability to win in these Sun Belt states, to change states like Nevada, to change states like Colorado, to change states like Virginia. They've been celebrating that for 8 years. Well, They're having headaches tonight.
And take a look at this, on the national vote. Right. Donald Trump is ahead nationally by more than 1 million votes. He's got 48.3% to Hillary Clinton's 47.2%. So he's getting more votes nationally right now than Hillary Clinton is.
And I just want to check to see what the count is out here, because this is the key for Clinton in trying to come back in the popular vote now, the big California, we're at 27% of the vote there. We'll have to watch as that plays out. But Donald Trump is running it up. You could look at the national vote. You could look at these key Democratic states. I'm going to go back to tiny New Hampshire just to see where we are. 77%. Again, Hillary Clinton has narrowed the gap here. The question is, can she get it back? Last time we were here, Wolf, Nashua had not come in. Nashua is now in at 100%. Yes, she won it, 53 to 41. But again, you go to a Democratic area where this is, by New Hampshire standards, a major population center. She needs to run it up.
Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Let's screen it right now, see where the outstanding vote remains, because right now Trump is ahead, by about 5,000 votes.
He's ahead by about 5,000 votes. So let's go back. Let's just stop at 75, stopped at 76%. So you're looking at what's left. Not much. You have some of these counties up here, we don't have any votes at all in some of these counties. So that potentially, there are a lot of smaller towns. You don't call them counties in New Hampshire, by mistake. We're going through the counties. I should know that. I'm a neighbor from Boston. But you call all these towns as you go through. And so this one out here is Republican at 33%. So it's a slower count. If we come back to the full map, you can see it. So we have a ways to go. But again, remarkably competitive. You see a lot of the gray. We're still waiting for a lot of votes up in these places. We have nothing at all in some of these places here as we come through. Bring it back out. Let's shrink it. And so I just want to go back and take a look again. We are waiting for a lot of votes down here. And so if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you think there are a lot of Democratic areas yet to come in, and yet, everyone we go to, it seems that she's underperforming the president. That is going to be the story of the night. You could say she's underperforming for president, or you could say Donald Trump is overperforming Governor Romney or Republicans in these states. And as we count, I just keep waiting to see if we get any updates here. Still 70%. We've been stuck at 70% in Michigan for quite some time, and this is a very close race. It's a very, very close race.
19,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton in Michigan.
19,000 votes, and you can have, with 82% in Detroit, you can have 19,000 votes.
All right, John, stand by. It's a cliffhanger in Michigan, a cliffhanger in Wisconsin. We're watching all of this very closely. We'll be right back. Well, let's update you with a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan. Michigan, 70% of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains his lead. He's got a lead of 23,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 78% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there. 92,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes in the state of Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump has the lead. 63% of the vote is in. He's up by almost 59,000. There he's gone over 59,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. In the state of Arizona, there are 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 77% of the vote is now in, and Donald Trump maintains his lead of more than 5,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's close, but he's still got the lead. You see it to 47.9% to 47%. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. They could be critically important. Let's take a look at some of the other states right now. In Utah, Trump is ahead. A third of the vote is now in. He's ahead by more than 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and the third-party conservative Evan McMullin. Trump is looking pretty good with a third of the vote in the state of Utah. In Pennsylvania, 92% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. 48.2% to 48.2%. Hillary Clinton is down, though. Donald Trump is ahead by 2,800 votes. More than 5 million votes have been cast. He is ahead by 2,857 votes. In Nevada right now, Hillary Clinton is ahead with 71% of the vote. Hillary Clinton has 36,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. In Minnesota right now, Hillary Clinton has a pretty impressive lead of more than 116,000 votes over Donald Trump. 72% of the vote is in. She is ahead, looking comfortably in Minnesota. 10 electoral votes there. In Maine right now, 71% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a 15,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. Remember, Maine is one of 2 states where they divide their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Let's take a look at the electoral count where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. All those yellow states out there, too early to call those states. Those are the states we are not yet able to make projections. We're watching all of those states very, very closely. So he's got a lead in the popular vote, and he's got a lead in the much more important electoral college vote right now.
And he did it exactly, he's doing it exactly the way that Donald Trump and his team said they were going to, which is by, well, actually, I should add a caveat to that. He is winning all these states that traditionally Republicans would go for, Mitt Romney, John McCain, such as Florida and North Carolina, and Iowa and Ohio. Even though John McCain and Mitt Romney were not able to win all of those states. But he is also seemingly, at least giving a run for her money in the Rust Belt states that originally was what Donald Trump said he was going to do in order to win the presidency. So he's actually doing both. He's redrawing the map. He's taking the states that the Republicans traditionally pursue, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and giving her a run for her money in Pennsylvania. And also, on top of that, going after the Rust Belt states where there are all these voters who are convinced that trade has been horrible for their communities, and whether they liked the offensive things Donald Trump said or they didn't care about the things that Donald Trump said, they are with him when it comes to draining the swamp and getting Washington, D.C. to focus more on these communities and their jobs.
He's clearly doing now, Dana, what he did during the Republican primary, surprising a lot of folks.
That's absolutely right. And look, you know, we started out this evening, so many hours ago, talking about what to expect. And I talked about whether or not the Trump candidacy would awake a sleeping giant in the Latino community. Well, as we're looking at these numbers, the sleeping giant that seems to be waking up are white
Dana,
working class Americans.
Let me interrupt, Jake. Take a look at your home state of Pennsylvania right now. Look at Donald Trump has just gone ahead by 2,409 votes over Hillary Clinton with 92% of the vote in. They both have 48.2%, but he is now ahead by 2,400 plus votes over Hillary Clinton in your state. Or the Commonwealth, as we should call it.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And let me just, I don't know how many people remember this, but when I went to some of my old haunts in South Philadelphia during the Democratic convention, which was in Philadelphia, that's how important they thought Pennsylvania was, how important they thought Philadelphia was. I asked the guy that owns Termini Brothers, which is a great Italian pastry shop, who are people voting for here? Are they voting for Trump? Are they voting for Hillary? He said, we have a lot of leaners. I said, leaners? And he said, yeah, they lean into you. And they say, yeah, I think I might vote for Trump.
Yeah.
And enough of those people, if the margins in Philly end up being that Hillary Clinton only wins 80%, that sounds like a lot, but that's not how you need to win Philadelphia if you're going to win Pennsylvania. You need to have margins way higher than that. Those people actually, those leaners actually voted that way. And
Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump's campaign manager, has been talking, who's a pollster by trade, has been talking about the hidden Trump vote. That it's out there, that people don't feel comfortable telling their pollsters, never mind their friends and family, that they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, just based on the data that we saw going into tonight, both the polling and some of the modeling, particularly the Democrats' modeling, she was right.
Yeah, that there was a hidden Trump vote. Now, whether people weren't telling pollsters or whether pollsters were just not anticipating the turnout that we've seen.
Yep.
One of the other things that's interesting is there are obviously millions of Americans who voted for Barack Obama in 2012 and voted for Donald Trump today, which is a fascinating thing given that Donald Trump is running as the anti-Obama in almost every possible way.
He's ahead of the popular vote nationwide.
That's right. That's true. And, that would be a fascinating book to write on the Obama-Trump voter. But there is one common thread, and that is change. Obama was, hope and change. Donald Trump's change message is a little bit different than that.
Drain the swamp.
Yeah, but it's still, they just are so sick of this place where we are, Washington, D.C. It doesn't work. They're not wrong. It doesn't work for them. They're especially not wrong. And you know what? Donald Trump, with all of his, flaws, every candidate has flaws, he's not one of them, and he can do things differently. Now, as we talk about this, we're talking about just the states where he's won and has surprised people, never mind the states where he is giving Hillary Clinton a run for her money that she didn't expect, especially a place like Wisconsin, which has seen job loss, and a place that has not come back as rapidly as other states.
It's really
Michigan too.
And Michigan too.
It's just remarkable because, I don't think we can overstate this. Not only Democrats and the Clinton campaign, not only pollsters and the mainstream media, But Republicans did not anticipate that this night was going to be this way. Very, very few people, I'm sure Donald Trump and his immediate circle of family and friends thought this, but very, very few people who were actually running these races anticipated that this night was going to be so strong for Donald Trump.
You know, and, you know, we've been hearing from the Republican National Committee, Dana, that they really went out and did a lot of stuff to get the vote out for Donald Trump that wasn't highly publicized. But clearly, they must have done something right.
That's right. And I think the key is, and we talked about this a little bit before, it was to get the vote out for Donald Trump, but it was to get the ground game up and running in a way that would benefit any nominee, no matter who it was. And going into tonight, we thought maybe it wouldn't potentially be enough, but it was, and then some. So if you combine, frankly, the Trump, the RNC ground game with the Trump energy, which we know is huge, and, you know, that made for the difference, clearly, in a lot of these states.
What also made the difference, at least in making it so close, and it is a real cliffhanger right now, in the last few weeks, Donald Trump was disciplined.
Yes.
He read his speeches from a teleprompter. He was barely tweeting, except, you know, go visit my rally or wherever it's going to be. He did what his advisors want him to do, and clearly, Jake, that paid off.
What's remarkable is that I think his fundamental core message, enough people just agreed with it, which is change is needed, Washington's broken, things are not working the way they need to be. And while a lot of people in the media and a lot of Democrats and a lot of voters didn't like a lot of other things he said, clearly many millions of voters did, and they agreed with the fundamental message. They want their borders protected. They want to be protected from terrorists. They want their trade deals to help them and not help Wall Street and corporate America. And they want Washington fixed.
It's an amazing story right now. Whatever happens, it is, Dana, a truly amazing story.
I mean, just when we think we've covered the latest unbelievable thing that happens in the 2016
Hold on one moment.
race.
Take a look at this.
This is the latest.
In New Hampshire right now, look at this. Hillary Clinton has taken the lead in New Hampshire with 79% of the vote in by 18 votes in New Hampshire. 18 votes. Let's go over to John King and talk a little bit about this. John, still 21% of the votes. The precinct's outstanding right now, but she is ahead by 18 votes.
Another seesaw state, and, you know, again, this is going to depend mostly on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But if those states change some, then these four could come into play in the whole 265, 268, 269, who can get to 270. At the moment, Donald Trump doesn't have that worry because of what's happening in the Midwest. But as we watch this play out, because we're not done yet, we're all dancing on this cliff together, she's ahead very narrowly. And so you keep looking and you say, what's missing? The reason she pulled ahead is I've been telling you all night we're waiting for these votes out on the seacoast to come in. Portsmouth came in. They're all in. That's important to note. They're all in. But when they came in,
she's now ahead by 200 votes.
The race started to swing when those votes came in, and we're still waiting. You know, it's 80% of the vote is in, but we got a lot of small towns still to report to us. And again, if you go back in time and look, watch how the map changes when I do this. What's missing is a lot of blue. If the state performs as it did in 2012. And we're not seeing that tonight in a lot of places. So this is a state the Clinton campaign knows very well. She has a history here. We'll see if in this state she can keep this very tiny lead that she has right now. And again, these four could become absolutely critical. The conversation a couple weeks ago was, could she win New Hampshire and add that to what people thought would be a convincing victory? Now, it is she, not Donald Trump, who is looking to draw to that.
Let's go to Nevada right now, see where it stands in Nevada, another important battleground state.
Nevada, 74% in. The map's filling in as you would expect in the sense that you have up here.
She's ahead, Hillary.
She's ahead out here right now. You go back and look, 47, you know, underperforming the president, which has become a consistent thing all night. Another thing that we have a president of the United States, Wolf, who has a 55, 56, 57% approval rating, depending on what poll you look at, who campaigned furiously everywhere, including all of these key battleground states tonight, whose popularity does not seem to be transferable in the sense Hillary Clinton is the candidate on the ballot. I'm not trying to pin this on President Obama, but he worked so hard, and Michelle Obama worked so hard in North Carolina, in Florida, in these other swing states, and at the moment, it doesn't look like that was effective either, and that'll be part of the Obama legacy. If this holds up, the former cheerleader of the birther movement, could be about to win the presidency, could be at the White House on Thursday as the president-elect of the United States.
In New Hampshire right now, she's now 99 votes ahead, 99 votes ahead of Donald Trump.
She'll take it if that holds in the sense, but 80% of the vote to go. So we still got some ways to go.
80% is counted, 20% to go.
80% is counted. I want to look. All the Democratic votes are in Concord. You come down here in Nashua. I looked earlier. We had all the Democratic votes in. So now we're going through. These are small towns throughout New Hampshire. We'll see how this vote comes in. And again, most of this bottom left quarter is traditionally Democratic, but Donald Trump is more than holding his own across the state of New Hampshire. This one's going to be a seesaw. Could take us a long time to count them. I want to come back out.
He spent a lot of time in New Hampshire.
He sure did. And remember, that was his first big primary win.
Yeah.
He lost in Iowa, had the big in New Hampshire. Corey Lewandowski, his early first campaign manager, is from New Hampshire. Donald Trump was there on the last night of the campaign and was there twice, I believe, in the last weekend. So Donald Trump has a history in New Hampshire. And that will be one of the stories of this campaign. In the states where he campaigned hard and had a personal relationship, he's doing well. This one, very, very close. It was closer a few minutes ago. Trump has stretched that lead a little bit, but we're within a percentage point. He just did it again. So it's a full 1-point lead now at 74%. And again, we've been at 83% roughly for a long time in Wayne County. This is the last best hope of the Clinton campaign, is that when the rest of Detroit comes in, it's a big, giant dump of Democratic votes. But when you get to 74% and you see a lead like that, it's doable. It's doable, but she now has to pull that off, come back from that and then come back here as well. And you see this lead is starting to stretch a little bit as we're up to 81% now. And again, we were told this would come right around now. We were told this would come at the bottom of the hour at 12:30 in the East, 11:30 local time. 60,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee County, 11 wards that we've been at 87% for well over an hour now in the Milwaukee County. So when these votes come, when we go up from 87% here, we will see if the Clinton campaign's math, they've been telling us that what's missing is not only Democratic votes, but a huge swath of Democratic votes. We'll see when those votes come in. And the main thing you could do right now is just sit back and watch those three. Pennsylvania, Michigan,
well, let's
Wisconsin.
go to Pennsylvania
if
right now.
They stay red, forget about it.
Trump's back on top in Pennsylvania, at least right now. 92% of the vote is in. And look at how slight that lead is. What a 2,000 votes or so in Pennsylvania out of more than 5 million that have been cast.
48.2 to 48.2. Yeah. It also tells you something that, in these very close states, somebody is going to wake up tomorrow with a giant governing challenge, or maybe the day after if we're counting some of these states past tomorrow. But again, this is just a fundamental rewriting of the map, Wolf. In our lifetime, Pennsylvania has been a Democratic state. George H.W. Bush, 1988, the last time. The last last Republican to win that state. That also happens to be the last time a party that had a two-term presidency held office. That was part of Hillary Clinton.
We just saw on your map, New Hampshire went red again. That means Donald Trump has now taken the lead. He's up by, what, 15?
15 votes.
Yeah, 15 in votes. New Hampshire right now.
And again, we're laughing about this. The presidency could hinge on this. But you're going through a lot of these small towns where it's a very small, tiny amount of votes when they come in. We still have nothing in Sandwich, New Hampshire, for example. But you just pop up to the next one. You have these small towns. It's 150 to 99. So you'll see these swings when a town reports of 20, 30, 40, 50 votes as we come up. We're at 81%, and we're going to count the rest of this one. And this is just stunning. It is stunning, and this is the most stunning. Again, a lot of people laughed at the Trump campaign when they said our path to the presidency was the Rust Belt, thinking that 1988, even longer than that. They made a run in Minnesota. Minnesota's going to hold for the Democrats, but a lot of people laughed at them. A lot of people even think it's with the dysfunction, as Dana noted earlier, the governor of Ohio not on your side. 52% of the vote.
He needed to win Ohio. He won Ohio.
52% of the vote. He won Ohio. Now we're gonna wait on these ones. We're gonna wait on this one, and we are in exactly the opposite position that we thought a couple of weeks ago we were going to be in. We thought at Trump campaign headquarters they would be sitting there trying to draw to an inside straight, trying to literally lightning strike it. We're talking about Powerball odds. Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, look at that. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but the fact that, let's just check it, 92%, 48.2 to 48.2. We're talking about a tiny amount of votes. Let's just look around a little bit here and see what we're missing. 62% of the vote here, so Hillary Clinton with a big lead, so potentially some Democratic votes here. Let's come back in. Center City, Philadelphia is mostly in, and so 98% of the vote is in here, so there's not much to get there. This is the biggest area. And mathematically, that's about the number they said they thought they needed.
450,000 plus.
But what they're seeing is, and she's actually, the story of Pennsylvania is almost always turnout in Philadelphia and then the collar counties. Hillary Clinton's not, percentage-wise, not doing that horribly. She's actually performing about right, if you will, for a Democratic model. But she is getting swamped out here in these rural counties where you have not only Donald Trump winning these counties, but winning them. And some of them won by Obama, some of them he's overperforming Romney, and substantially so, Wolf.
We have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Nevada. 74% of the vote is in. She's got a 32,000 plus vote lead. She carries Nevada. Take a look at the count for the electoral college map right now. Trump has 238 votes. Hillary Clinton has 215. You need 270. We're still waiting on the Rust Belt to come in. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by CA Technologies. Go to CNNPolitics.com for more about this momentous election and download the CNN Politics app from the App Store, built with CA Technologies.
Still waiting to make projections in 9 states, but let's take a look at this key race alert right now, where it stands. Michigan with its 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump continuing to maintain his lead of almost 34,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, with 75% of the vote in. Trump still ahead in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 83% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there, 86,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump is ahead by nearly 60,000 votes, with 64% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. Trump doing well in that state. In New Hampshire right now, it's a cliffhanger. Look at this. Trump is ahead by 864 votes. Let me repeat that. 864 votes. He's got 47.5%. She has 47.4%. 81% of the vote is in. Those 4 electoral votes could be critical in New Hampshire. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Utah, 29% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a pretty healthy lead of 81,000 votes over both Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the third-party conservative. In Pennsylvania, 93% of the vote is in, and Trump has a lead of more than 25,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. In Minnesota, 77% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of almost 90,000 votes over Donald Trump, 48.1% to 44%, 10 electoral votes in Minnesota right now. In Maine, 75% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of more than 17,000 votes over Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College map, where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to 215 for Hillary Clinton. You need 270 to win the White House. Those yellow states are states that we have not yet made projections. Still too early to call. Anderson, over to you.
Wolf, thanks very much. Let's go to Jeffrey Lord, Kayleigh McEnany, both Trump supporters. I mean, all along, Jeffrey, from the beginning, we have talked about how Donald Trump, from the beginning, has rewritten the rules of politics. And there was a lot of question about whether Hillary Clinton, with all her big data, with all of her alleged ground game, would simply just swamp Donald Trump with his huge rallies, but apparently a lack of a ground game.
She was the Jeb Bush of the Democratic Party, and she was the face of the establishment. As I said last night, when we saw those folks on that stage in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, and everybody's remarking about, you know, his history and her history and all this sort of thing. And I said, look, if you're sitting there in Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, which is where I live, you're looking at these people and seeing there's a bunch of insiders there. And they're all scratching one another's backs, and they're making millions of dollars in the case of the Clintons, so alleged. And they're just sick of the whole, thing. One other thing, I have in front of me here a New York Times article from December 16th of 1976, in which Ronald Reagan...
I knew you were going to go back in history tonight.
Exactly.
I wanted you to.
I mean, because I keep trying to say that it's important that Ronald Reagan said after the defeat of Gerald Ford that he was going to rebuild the Republican Party by courting conservatives who now call themselves Democrats and independents. That is exactly what Donald Trump was about in this. And that's why that Rust Belt strategy, which is exactly what worked for Ronald Reagan.
And Kayleigh, I mean, all along, in the face of all these polls, which the pollsters seemed to be just wrong, certainly in the Electoral College path, you were saying that there were hidden Trump voters out there, that there was sort of this hidden enthusiasm for Trump beyond what we were seeing, the visible enthusiasm we were seeing. Democrats were saying there's going to be this huge outpouring of Latino vote. It's going to make up all the difference. But a lot of people voted for Donald Trump.
Yes, it's looking increasingly like we have a Brexit on our hands. And there were these voters out there that were afraid to talk to pollsters. And Anderson, I think the American people right now are sending a loud, clear, unmistakable message. They want their government back. This is supposed to be a government of, by, and for the people. It's increasingly become one of, by, and for the elite. This is the people rising up saying it's time to listen to us. It's time to listen to us in Michigan and Wisconsin and work for the people. It's not about personal enrichment. It's about public service. And that is what we were seeing. Donald Trump ran against Republicans. He ran against Democrats. He ran against the elite. He ran against the government. He ran against the media. But he was an unmistakable voice for the people.
Also, they put a lot of signs in their yards.
Right. You should start a sign company, because that was your poll, which in Pennsylvania, certainly your state. But there's been so much focus on probably among a lot of Democrats about what went wrong on the Democratic side. But you shouldn't take away from what Donald Trump has accomplished from the moment he entered this race. I mean, again, just redefining the way somebody runs.
I mean, one of the things that I thought was the sort of overweening arrogance of a lot of elites were the terribly off-base descriptions of Donald Trump, that he's a racist and a xenophobe and he's this and he's that. Here is a guy that I felt right from the get-go was a highly successful, highly accomplished businessman who knew how to relate to average people, to working class Americans. And the problem is they believed their own message, and they were totally wrong.
Well, there's still a lot of people out there in the country tonight who still have that belief about Donald Trump, Van.
Well, look, first of all, congratulations. Both of you guys were...
We're not there yet.
Well, you're further than anybody said you would be. And I have enough class, and I was raised well enough to say when you outdo...
Yes, sir. Thank you.
When you outdo expectations, good for you. But there's another side to this. People have talked about a miracle. I'm hearing about a nightmare. It's hard to be a parent tonight for a lot of us. You tell your kids, don't be a bully. You tell your kids, don't be a bigot. You tell your kids, do your homework and be prepared. And then you have this outcome, and you have people putting children to bed tonight, and they're afraid of breakfast. They're afraid of, how do I explain this to my children? I have Muslim friends who are texting me tonight saying, should I leave the country? I have families of immigrants that are terrified tonight. This was many things. This was a rebellion against the elites. True, it was a complete reinvention of politics and polls, it's true. But it was also something else. We've talked about race. I mean, we've talked about everything but race tonight. We've talked about income. We've talked about class. We've talked about region. We haven't talked about race. This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes. And Donald Trump has a responsibility tonight to come out and reassure people that he is going to be the president of all the people who he insulted and offended and brushed aside. Yeah, when you say you want to take your country back, you got a lot of people who feel that we're not represented well either. But we don't want to feel that someone has been elected by throwing away some of us to appeal more deeply to others. So this is a deeply painful moment tonight. I know it's not just about race. There's more going on than that. But race is here, too. We got to talk about it.
Well, and whoever wins tonight, I mean, there is such polarization in this country. Whoever wins is going to have a very hard time in convincing the other half of the country that they can be their president as well.
That's what I thought I knew yesterday, that I had no idea how deep the divisions are, how real the pain is. And let me say, echoing Van, Kayleigh and Jeffrey were right about that. You saw it in a way that I didn't see it in the data, and you deserve to have credit for that. And maybe Hillary hangs on and wins, maybe Mr. Trump wins, we still don't know. It's really in the balance.
Right.
But irrespective, the pain, and Van just gave beautiful, poetic voice to the pain on our side. But Donald Trump was giving voice to some really spectacular pain on his side. And that's, I think, what's causing this. When Jeb Bush, who you mentioned, got trounced by Trump, he said, I don't do anger very well. Well, this is a time of anger. Of course, that anger comes from pain. And Trump saw that, and he gave voice to it.
He also reached across lines, though, that Republican candidates haven't reached across before. He made a direct appeal to the African-American community. He made a direct appeal to a whole group of voters, those in the inner cities who have been left behind, who haven't heard from candidates in decades on either sides of the aisle. And he took his message to them and said, I feel your pain, and I'm going to be there.
Listen, we're gonna have to hold hands now. This is gonna be tough. But we'll have to look and see if those people heard it the way you heard it, and if they voted for him. The problem that we have is that there is real pain in the country. Look, Hillary Clinton had to put down a rebellion in her own party. There was a rebellion in her own party along these lines, the Bernie Sanders rebellion. And she put that rebellion down. And she was able to co-opt and pull some of it, but there was still heartburn and rug burn there. There's healing that has to happen in the Democratic Party. And there has to be a real conversation about what happened in that primary. And there's pain, economic pain in your party. But you do yourself a disservice, and I don't want either of you to be naive. There are people in your party for whom this was also a vote against political correctness, which for some of them means a vote against these others. And we're going to need your help to heal that. And if I can't acknowledge the elitism in my party, and you can't acknowledge some of the bigotry in your party, we're never going to get there.
Donald Trump's going to be a voice for all the people. He said that from day one.
He will make it his first objective to bring people together. I have not the slightest doubt about it. I mean, he said it, but I certainly believe him. I mean, I've seen that in him all along.
We're going to have to work together.
But let's bring in the other side as well.
I just want to talk about some of the things that we watched tonight. We saw lower African American turnout, Van. I mean, you were seeing that. We also saw that 65% of Latinos voted for Hillary Clinton, but 29% voted for Donald Trump. That is more than Mitt Romney got. So you have to think about that. You have to think about that.
And more than many Democratic Latinos certainly thought that Donald Trump
Young voters, also, we've known Hillary Clinton has had a problem with young voters. She got a majority of young voters, but 37% of them, according to the exit polls we're looking at now, voted for Donald Trump. Now, when I've been talking to some Democratic strategists who are pro-Clinton this evening, they blamed what's going on this evening. And again, we don't know the result, but they blame the closeness of the race, let me put it that way, on two things. On the Comey interference a couple weeks ago, and on the third-party candidates. And I've been communicating with them saying that's not enough.
Isn't it easy?
Can't do that.
Isn't it easy to just blame Comey for changing the conversation? David?
As a Clinton person, let me say that's far too tactical.
Exactly.
There's something really big going on.
Right.
And there is an earthquake going on, and they're saying, well, it's a washing machine.
Right.
No,
so
it's plate tectonic.
So you combine it with the race issues. You combine it with rural Americans who came out and voted, the sort of Brexit, hidden voters. You combine it with class issues, which were so important.
There's a reason this is going on all over the world.
Right.
The fact is that there are convulsive, sort of revolutionary changes going on in our economy that are driven largely by technology and globalization that have benefited, that have grown economies and have benefited some people and have displaced others. And for not just a few years, but for several decades, politicians have been acknowledging this and saying, we're going to do something about it. And people don't feel as if that's happening. And meanwhile, all of these forces churn at a faster pace. So you see the same kinds of forces in Britain, in Germany, in France.
But it's so interesting. I mean, Michael Mercado, David was on the program the other night talking about how, well, the polling here is better than in England, where they didn't know what the Brexit result was going to be. Clearly, if this path continues that Donald Trump is on and he becomes the next president, and this is, to Kayleigh's point, a Brexit-like effect, the polling missed it.
Yeah.
Can
I amend my comment?
Yeah.
I've immersed myself in all of that data and have talked extensively about it here and on radio for weeks. The only poll that I'm aware of that nailed it, perhaps, I want to stay in my lane because it's not over yet, is that USC LA Times Dornsife survey, which different than all the others, had the same sample group. They had 3,000 people, and instead of going to a new sample group each and every week, they went back to the same 3,000. Let me say one other point, if I might, to what Van has said. Whether it's tonight or whether it's tomorrow, whenever this wraps up, we are about to listen to the most consequential acceptance and speech of someone who lost an election, whoever may wear those crowns. And wow, is there a real need for leadership from those folks now to extend olive branches, whomever wins, and try and put this together.
Donald Trump early on during the primaries would say a lot in interviews that he can be presidential, he can change his tone. He, in Palm Beach, is a different person than he was elsewhere. And I think we're going to see as a country what, if in fact he takes the Oval Office, what that actually means.
What that looks like. And we've seen some of that, right? In these last couple of weeks or so, he was teleprompter Trump. He was different. I mean, he was able to stay on schedule and stay on message, sometimes coaxing himself out loud to do that.
The question is Obamacare, the Supreme Court.
Listen, I think this is a very consequential event. All of those things now, I think, are in question. I mean, I believe on, I don't want to start a debate on this now. 20 million people have health care, and there are guarantees in our health law, such as prohibition against banning people with pre-existing conditions, that are important to Americans. It's going to be more complicated to unwind that than some believe. But there's no doubt the Supreme Court, this is a very consequential election. But I just want to say one thing about this, just having served in the White House, and I know, Paul, you've done that as well, Van, you spent some time there. The things that get you elected are not the things. There's a different requirement now. There's a huge responsibility. Every single day, every single hour, you're dealing with consequential questions that impact on people's lives, and you have to make those decisions in the best interest of the entire country. It's not about reading from a teleprompter. It's not about, handling this question or that question in a way that gets you the best political advantage. These are life and death, grave questions for people in this country and around the world. This is a big responsibility.
And if there is a Republican Senate and a Republican House and a Republican president, the question is, how will they work together? Because some of these senators will have ridden in on Donald Trump's coattails, which they never expected to do.
We've got a quick update on Wisconsin. I want to go to Wolf and John for that.
All right, thanks very much, John. We're taking a very close look at Wisconsin right now. 85% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 15% of the vote outstanding.
90,000 votes, and we've been saying, and the Clinton campaign is telling us they expect a big basket of those votes to come from here in Milwaukee. Now, this is what we have right now, 87%. We've been stuck there for some time. We're waiting for the feed to come in here, but on the Secretary of State's website, they have updated the numbers in Wisconsin. Forgive me for coming across. I'm left-handed. One of the perils of being left-handed on a night like this, but here are the latest numbers. You see Clinton at 214 right there. The new numbers are 235. 247, and Donald Trump is at 117,450, and this is 99.58% of the vote. She made up a very tiny. This is what, if you look at the map here, this is now 117,000 vote difference in Milwaukee. If you look at it there, she didn't make up that many votes. We were looking for a huge basket of votes out of here for her to make it up. When you come back out and add that into the state total, it is nowhere near what she needed. Nowhere, and that's at 99.5% now. It's not even close. It'll make up some of that gap, but nowhere near. So the question then is, are there other Democratic votes out there somewhere? Got to turn the telestrator off to bring this out. The last place we're looking is Dane County is the last big one. We're at 82%, but it's not. It doesn't strike me as a big enough population center. We're still going to wait to count these as you look, but we'll wait till we get the official update to feed into the wall. We're still at 87%, but this is 99.58% in Milwaukee. And you simply do not, the question was, could she have this giant leap in the math out of Milwaukee County, in the spread out of Milwaukee County to make a big difference? And these numbers simply aren't enough to do that.
Basically the same ratio as before.
Right.
Not much difference.
Not much difference at all. Her ratio actually goes down a little bit to 62.5%. The main point is the math here, and it's just not enough. She makes up, in the vote count, she gains a little bit, but when you bring it out and you try to add it into that,
We'll see what happens in Madison. That's a liberal Democratic stronghold in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan.
Move over to Michigan. still at 77% here, and it's a close race. And we're in the same calculation we've been in before. Again, when you talk to the Clinton War Room, they tell us, just relax. We're going to see some votes come out of here. We're still at 85%, so there's still more votes to come out of Detroit, Wayne County and Detroit, and she does have a huge lead there, obviously. So if it's a big chunk of votes, it'll affect the math. We've been waiting a long time. Not unusual that it comes in late. And this is close. This one is closer than the race in Wisconsin.
57,000 votes.
Right, closer than. So you look over here. Is it doable? Okay, but let's see them. And you start to see Ingham County now is up to 94%. Again, she'll get some more votes out of that. But you're looking at these leads for Donald Trump. They're relatively small, but they have been persistent and they have held. And the Wisconsin news, that Milwaukee news, to me is. And we'll watch and see if the rest of this comes in. I'm just going to look 84%, but it's nowhere near the population center of Milwaukee. So you see these Democratic areas where you still have some votes, but can they swing it enough to change that? That's almost a 4-point race or a 3-point race. I don't see it at the moment. We'll see when the rest of these votes come in, but you don't see the math there in the state of Wisconsin as you go through.
So we've done Michigan, we've done Wisconsin. What about Pennsylvania?
So I was just going to touch New Hampshire, which has been rocketing back and forth, 47.5 to 47.4. One thing, I was just in touch with some Republicans up here. I just want to show you Derry, New Hampshire. It's out. We have no votes there. This was a very big area for Mitt Romney 4 years ago. The Trump people are telling me they expect to get a big run-up of the vote here. You move down here to Salem, New Hampshire. These are the two big population centers left. Again, relatively small towns in New Hampshire, but 2.5% of the state population there was a big Romney area. 2% of the state population here. Also a big Romney area. The Trump people are very confident they're going to do very well in those two counties in New Hampshire. And so their expectation is that they can hold on. She's in the slight lead now. The Trump expectation is they can come back. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But again, another seesaw.
It's got a lead of about 25 votes. It's not very much.
25. This is what we're going through in New Hampshire right now. And here we are again back here. And you start looking at this right now. And another incredibly close state. The challenge becomes...
She's losing by about 50,000 votes.
50,000 votes.
With 96% of the vote.
96%. You look at a giant state like Pennsylvania, you think, that's a pretty small lead, but you start looking, what's left? And we're at 100% here in a place she's winning. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but by nowhere near the margin she needed to win, which has been a consistent story throughout the night. Let's come out here. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but again, by a very narrow margin. And so you keep asking, are there Democratic votes out there? Allegheny County was not this high the last time we checked. Yes, she's winning by a healthy margin there, but there's nothing left or not much left to count. And so you keep looking, you're looking at this map and you're saying, are there any here in the population centers? 93%. Lehigh County, she's winning, but not by a lot. There's some math there, enough to make up that lead. We'll watch Bucks County here in the suburbs. This is more populous. There are some votes here, but look how close it is. So, as the rest of the results comes in, if the margins stay the same, 99% is in Montgomery County. 95% in Chester County. Let's move closer in toward the city. Delaware County is up to 98%. The city of Philadelphia is up to 98%. Wolf, if you're looking at this map and you're thinking, where can I squeeze some more Democratic votes to make that up? My answer is, I don't know. I don't see it.
Anderson, it's really a remarkable development, a historic development, what's unfolding right now. It's not over yet. We're watching every state, every electoral vote.
Without a doubt, probably one of the most momentous nights in American political history, certainly modern American political history. I mean, first of all, Corey Lewandowski is joining us. Congratulations on what has been just an extraordinary night, whatever the end result is. To you, has anything surprised you tonight? Because all along you were saying there's a hidden vote that the polls aren't showing, that the whole notion of big data, Hillary Clinton's huge, highly expensive operation a la Jeb Bush, getting out the vote, that's the old model. Donald Trump is the new model, and it certainly seemed to work tonight.
Well, what we're not talking about is how many offices Donald Trump has in the state of Florida. I guess it's not relevant anymore. What we are talking about is why did the electorate do what they did tonight? And I think what we have said from day one is that Donald Trump represents a fundamental change to Washington, D.C. And for 30 years, elected officials, both Republicans and Democrats, have made promises that they haven't kept. They have brought us into a greater deficit where we've got almost $21 trillion in debt. We're leaving our country in a worse shape than our parents left it for us for the first time in the history of our country. And what people have said was, we don't want that anymore. We don't want people who make promises that have, the most extensive credentials ever to serve as the President of the United States. People don't want that. They want someone who's going to tell them the truth, that's going to go and do what they say they're going to do, to bring fundamental change. and let the people decide how the country is run. That's what we're seeing tonight, is the people have listened to what the media said. They've listened to the narrative of how great the other side was, how everybody is going to join, and how the Hispanics are going to come out in record proportion, how Donald Trump is a misogynist and a bigot, and all the things that we've heard the mainstream media talk about. And they've stepped back and said, you don't understand. We are tired of Washington, D.C. We're tired of broken promises. We're tired of people going there and forgetting about us. And we want wholesale and fundamental change. That's what's taking place.
Well, Jeffrey, I mean, it also looks like he will have a Republican House, a Republican Senate. I mean,
Right.
the potential for him to affect his policies is great. But there are, of course, real divisions within the Republican Party.
Right.
And some of the, you know,
and they will, and some of them will.
they're going to start to have to use his name.
Right. I mean, yes, they are. I'm looking for that.
Much
first,
more likely tomorrow, I think.
You know,
than it was
right,
yesterday.
I'm sure.
One of the things I remember attending as a White House staff meeting is the National Governors Association's meetings, and I think they're in February, and they come to the White House for a meeting and a glittery dinner. I'm just waiting to see Governor Kasich greet President Trump.
Well, I mean, the meeting, there's a traditional meeting between, it would be
Will be
between.
on Thursday.
Right, on Thursday between President Obama
And the president-elect.
and the president-elect.
Right.
I mean, to be a fly on the wall during that meeting.
Exactly. Well, I mean, change is at hand here. And I keep going back to Reagan for a purpose, because he was the last president, certainly on the Republican side, to bring that kind of change and face that kind of resistance, not only as he sought the nomination and ran for election, but once he got there.
I guess one of the questions, obviously, is how capable, I mean, a lot of promises are made during an election. Donald Trump has talked about things as a negotiation, and that, you know, some of the conservative criticism of him early on was that, you know, that too much is up for negotiation with him. Negotiation or compromise can be a dirty word in Washington. I mean, the wall, reversing Obamacare, the Supreme Court, how much can he actually do, and as quickly as he said?
Well, remember at one point, Paul Ryan met with Donald Trump and came out basically saying, or his aides basically said, you know, what Donald Trump said, just help me get elected, and then we'll use your agenda. Okay, we will use your agenda. I think Paul Ryan is going to hold him to that. And I think that I've just heard from a Republican who said that there could be a populist conservative governing coalition if they can all get on the same page. And I think the fact, again, as we were saying before, that Donald Trump had coattails, that he brought in some of these Republicans into Congress who are very worried about their jobs, that they now owe him something.
Right.
Look,
and that they will. The question is, what do they do to the Obama legacy? What do they do with Obamacare? What do they do about the premium increases, which Donald Trump has spoken about? What do they do about trade? Do they withdraw from the TPP right away? What do they do about the wall? You know, these are things that Republicans have disagreed on.
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple of ways to think about it. If you're kind of looking for now, what happens now? How do you think about this? I think if you're a progressive, there are three areas where you might try to figure out something positive. First of all, the fact that now Trump is going to own health care. He's going to own health care for at least 20 million people. And the Republicans can't just sort of, stand back and let the bad parts of Obamacare go on unchecked just because they want to, stick it on Obama. The Republicans are now going to have to really step up and do something. That could wind up being a positive. We just don't know. Secondly, he made a bunch of promises about urban investment and urban renewal and empowerment, et cetera. I think he should be held to those kinds of promises, and let's see if he's actually serious about those things. And then lastly, this whole question around trade. I think for the left wing of the Democratic Party, there's probably something there that can make some kind of sense. I think there are three things that are just irredeemably bad that we are going to have to resist this president on as progressives. One is all the stuff around immigration and the Muslim bashing. If that becomes a serious part of his presidency, there will be a big pushback from decent people in this country who do not want to see that type of rhetoric and agenda coming from Washington, D.C. Secondly, the Supreme Court is going to be a massive fight. And lastly, which we haven't talked about, is this whole question of climate and whether or not we're going to be able to make real progress on climate and climate change. The last thing I want to say, because I don't know if I get a chance to talk again, there are people around the world who are watching this. They are appalled, they are shocked, they are surprised. The markets are showing it, And there's some people who are laughing, and some of them are in the Kremlin. This is not just the first election in which you had a woman running and a business person running. This is the first election in which an enemy power deliberately and explicitly interfered in our election and got away with it. And they interfered in our election in a one-sided way. They didn't hack Democrats. They didn't hack Republicans. They hacked Democrats. And we're going to have to figure out now, what is our relationship to Russia going forward? And if Russia got away with it this time, what if the Chinese do it to the Republicans next time? We are now living in a completely different context from a national security point of view. That needs to be talked about.
Jeffrey, assuming Donald Trump becomes the president, do you think, and I mean, he's already talked about, and there's been some talk about who would be his attorney general, who would be his secretary of state. Do you see him reaching out to kind of a diverse group of Republicans or whomever to kind of form a cabinet? Where do you see?
Yes. I mean, again, the model for me, which was instantly clear to me as I got to know him, is his own company. I mean, he has a lot of people there, a lot of very different people who are very talented in A, B, or C areas that he brings in to accomplish tasks. That's what he will do. I mean, he's an executive. He has an executive's mind. I have no doubt whatsoever. Now, will he, as any president should, having won an election, want to steer the country in the direction that he promised he would steer it? Sure. Will he try to find people who will do that in these individual cabinet departments? And, the age-old problem in Washington is presidents appoint people to run departments, and then they wind up doing it the reverse. They wind up representing the department to the president instead of representing the president and the people to the department. But yes, I'm sure he will do this.
Paul?
Yeah, that may well be, but I would point out, first off, the election's not over.
Right. Well, right.
We're in play.
Exactly.
And it seems to me, just back of the envelope math, highly likely that Hillary Clinton wins the popular vote, irrespective of even if Mr. Trump can pull off this Rust Belt states. Only 24% of the vote in California is in. She's likely to win that overwhelmingly. Washington, Oregon. So you could very well be in a situation, we know, no matter who wins, that this country is deeply, deeply divided. And that has been the case for many years. We had, when Bill Clinton was sworn in, it was on the book of the prophet Isaiah, and thou shalt be called healer of the breach. Then the next president had 2 terms. He said, I want to be a uniter, not a divider. Then the next president had 2 terms, and he said, there are no red states, no blue states, there are only the United States. And yet still, despite 24 years of 3 very different presidents, all talking about that divide and trying to address it, it is deeper and more painful than ever. And yes, he'll have this on trade, we'll have this about Russia, but more fundamentally, the pain here is so spectacular that it's going to take a real miracle.
We've got another projection from Wolf.
All right, we do have another major projection right now. All right, Donald Trump, we project, will be the winner in the state of Utah. With its 6 electoral votes, Donald Trump carries another state. You see the popular vote there. Donald Trump ahead. He's got a 113,000 vote lead over both Evan McMullin, who looks like he's second place right now with 41% of the vote in. Hillary Clinton right now 82,000 votes in third place. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count where it stands right now with this Donald Trump win in Utah. Right now, Donald Trump is ahead, inching closer and closer to 270 electoral votes. He now has 244 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 215 electoral votes. Donald Trump doing very, very well tonight. It's 270, though. That's the magic number. Let's take a look in a key race alert at the numbers coming in right now. Remaining states. We'll start with Michigan right now. 80% of the vote is now in. Trump has an impressive lead of 77,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 16 electoral votes in Michigan. Trump ahead. In Wisconsin, 87% of the vote is in. Similarly, he has an impressive 84,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump again leading. 60,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton with 65% of the vote in. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, look at this, 97% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by almost 51,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Trump doing very well in Pennsylvania right now. Let's take a look at some more states where we have not made projections. In New Hampshire, Hillary Clinton is ahead, but by only 700 votes over Donald Trump, with 85% of the vote in, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Maine, 81% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of almost 17,000 votes over Donald Trump in the state of Maine. Finally, take a look at this in Minnesota. 84% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good 71,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 84% of the vote in Minnesota has 10 electoral votes. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. The numbers clearly right now, Jake, are in Donald Trump's favor.
Absolutely. Hillary Clinton needs to win Michigan. She needs to win New Hampshire. She needs to win Pennsylvania. Right now, she's only ahead in one of those states with almost all of the vote in. It's really stunning. And Van has been talking about some of the dimensions of this race, some of the social dimensions that have people who supported Hillary Clinton very upset this evening. But let's take a moment and talk about the outsider nature of the campaign that Donald Trump waged and looks like he might win, having to do with how dissatisfied the American people are with Washington, D.C., with institutions that they think are failing them. Institutions, whether it is the Justice Department and the government of Washington, D.C., whether they're political or career individuals, and how they are not serving the purposes of the American people. That's one. And then a second one I think is very significant, and we haven't really talked about it at all, and that is the role of the United States in the world. You could make the argument that Donald Trump is somebody who has talked about how he thinks that we have been involved in too many entanglements in other countries, and Hillary Clinton has been defending that sort of thing. It's one of the reasons why a lot of veterans anecdotally supported Donald Trump, in addition to the fact that many of them are just conservative Republicans, and that is they agree with the idea that we shouldn't be involved in too many countries overseas. We should be focused more on the United States. There are a lot of policy dimensions to this. Van's touching on some of the social dimensions to this, but there are a lot of policy dimensions to this. And then, of course, there's trade and the idea that the trade deals that might be very, very lucrative to corporations and to Wall Street have not been as lucrative and successful for people in Ohio, for people in Michigan, for people in Pennsylvania, the states that today are really rising up and saying, not so fast, Washington, D.C.
And Dan, I know you're in touch with folks in the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Well, a little bit of news that I'm told that Donald Trump and his campaign did prepare 2 speeches, as we were told earlier by our Clinton team, that Hillary Clinton did, a victory speech and a concession speech, and he is preparing and hoping to give that victory speech. So what will be in it? I'm told that he will be gracious, that he will, to speak to what Van was talking about before, and also Michael and others about the tone of these speeches being so important. We'll talk about coming together. We'll reach out to those who didn't vote for him. So that is the tone that I'm told he will set in this speech, and we'll see what specific words he uses and, you know, how specific he gets, whether he says specifically Hillary Clinton's voters, please understand, I know you didn't support me, but come my way. But the overall tone is going to be that, and the other is gratitude.
That's what the
victory speech. Yes.
But that's what the victors usually say. They reach out, they try to be gracious, they encourage the losing presidential candidate to be gracious as well.
It's true. This is anything but a usual campaign and campaign season, right down to the speeches. So it is, I think, noteworthy to hear, particularly given how incredibly divisive this has been, that if he does get that magic 270 tonight, if those Rust Belt states go his way, not to mention Pennsylvania, that is the theme and the tone and the tenor I'm told he will set.
And what's impressive, very impressive, not only is ahead in the Electoral College map, but popular vote. He is ahead in the popular vote. I think about 54 million Americans have voted for him, maybe 1 million more than voted for Hillary Clinton nationwide. That is so impressive right now.
It's big, but as you note, it's right now. We still have yet to see what happens in California and some of the western states. But just to touch on what Dan has said in terms of the speech, whoever wins this evening, there is a huge responsibility for that man or that woman to reach out not only to the people who voted for his or her opponent, but to the people who don't like him or her. If Donald Trump wins, I think there is going to be, in addition to his celebration and the victory lap that he has every right to take, there are people who were really bothered by things like when he made fun of that disabled reporter. And he really has an obligation, especially if he wants to be a successful president. And I know he wants to be a successful anything that he tries to do. He wants to succeed at. There is an opportunity now for the country to heal, for the country to come together, whether Hillary Clinton wins or Donald Trump wins. And I really hope that the victor does actually take that opportunity to try to unite the country after this extremely brutal election.
The onus is also on the person who doesn't win.
Absolutely.
To do that.
Absolutely.
And you know, we remember in 2008, John McCain's concession speech was probably one of the best speeches he ever gave in his life because it was so gracious in telling the people who supported him to please support the next president. And because, again, this has been so divisive, so tough, so intense, it is maybe even more important for the person giving the concession speech to give that message to their supporters.
We'll see what time the victory speech happens and the concession speech happens. We're going to be watching all of that so closely. It's still not over yet. They're still counting votes. Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, well, thanks very much. In terms of what happens in the coming weeks for whoever the president-elect is, in terms of a transition team, I mean, some of them have, I assume both sides, and certainly the Clinton side, has already, they have people in place. I know Donald Trump has named as well. What is the process for that?
Well, Chris Christie is running the transition
That's a problem.
for Donald Trump,
yeah.
and that's a problem. And he also hasn't been particularly visible of late with Donald Trump because of the whole Bridgegate trial, et cetera. But they have been running a full-bore transition. I think in terms of Hillary Clinton, when you were dealing with an Obama administration who had been here, Democrats, the transition might have been a little smoother and a lot easier than if it is President Trump, then the Obama team would have dealing with the President Trump's team who wants to actually undo everything that President Obama has done in office.
It is interesting also when you have President Obama with the highest approval ratings I guess of his presidency, well, probably not his presidency, but it's certainly for a president at this stage.
Yes. Up there with Reagan.
And certainly was out there on the campaign trail an awful lot. I mean, to not be able to, I mean, he was able to get himself elected, but he didn't have great coattails certainly for Hillary Clinton.
Well, obviously, I'm sure he's deeply disappointed tonight. I haven't spoken to him, but he campaigned very, very vigorously. He felt very strongly about it. But my guess is that they will meet on Thursday because that is the obligation of the outgoing president to try and affect a transition to the next administration. We've done it for a couple of centuries, and I'm sure he'll feel a responsibility to do it. Let me just make a couple of points, though. One of the things that I'm going to be watching, you talk about people were swept in on his coattails and so on. Some of them were incumbents who were reelected. There are many members, or there are more than a few members of Congress who didn't endorse him of his own party. Paul Ryan separated himself from Donald Trump and excoriated him in very, very sharp terms several times. They don't have the same agendas in many ways. The notion of, I'll be interested to see. I can't think of a time when you had a president who was so at odds with so much of his own base, because ultimately he ran against the Washington establishment, and Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan and some of those guys, they're part of the Washington establishment.
But now they're going to have to deal with them, and they're going to have to figure out what part of the Trump agenda works with what they want to do. I mean, as Donald Trump always says, he's a negotiator, even if he has to negotiate.
Can I just add to the list of, we're in uncharted territory. Yeah. We seem to be assuming we're going to hear an acceptance speech from Donald Trump, perhaps, if this goes the way it's you know what all the caveats are. Here's what I'm trying to say. You can put on that list trying to calm down the market because the Dow futures are down 800. I don't know what it is he says tonight or tomorrow, but he needs to the point of who will he surround himself with, make sure that he can instill some confidence in Wall Street sooner than later.
Yeah, and it'll also be interesting to see what Obama says, right? I mean, they have this meeting on Thursday or so. Obama has been very vocal that he didn't think that Donald Trump was qualified to be president. He didn't have the temperament. Donald Trump, if he becomes president, is a complete and utter repudiation of Obama. I mean, he ran as the anti-Obama. And if you look at all the things that the transition team has been saying, their goal is to undo Obama's legacy.
It is paradoxical because, as Anderson pointed out, the president's approval rating is quite high. But let me just say this. Part of what the president and others criticized Donald Trump for was suggesting that he might not accept the result of the election. I don't think you can do that and then not accept the result of the election. And I think there'll be people, and Van can speak to it, who are going to be in a resistant mood about this because they'll say Donald Trump didn't give Barack Obama a chance, so why should we give Donald Trump a chance? And the answer to that is we only have one president at a time, and you have to try and make it work.
We're going to have more with our panel, a lot more. Still looking, counting the votes, looking at the numbers state by state. We'll be right back.
Now we have a key race alert. Let's update you on all the outstanding votes right now. Let's start in the key, let's call it the battleground state of Michigan right now. 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a pretty good lead, 72,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. There are 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. Wisconsin, he's got an 87,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton right now with 88% of the vote in. That's another 10 electoral votes right there. Let's see what happens in Wisconsin. In Arizona, he also has a pretty good lead of 64,000 votes over Hillary Clinton with 65% of the vote in Arizona. 11 electoral votes at stake there. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintains his lead. Almost 59,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton with 97% of the vote in. Trump still ahead in Pennsylvania. 20 electoral votes right there. Impressive leads in all of those states. Let's move on to New Hampshire right now. 87% of the vote in. Hillary Clinton has expanded her lead. She is now up by 3,500 votes over Donald Trump. Once again, 4 electoral votes in the state of New Hampshire. Hillary Clinton does have a lead also in the state of Maine. She's up by 17,000 votes over Donald Trump. 84% of the vote is in. 4 electoral votes in Maine. In Minnesota, Hillary Clinton has a lead there, 66,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 85% of the vote is in the state of Minnesota, where there's 10 electoral votes. And in Alaska, the Donald Trump is building up a lead with 28% of the vote in. 13,500 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. There are 3 electoral votes at stake in Alaska. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 244 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 215 electoral votes. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Trump is getting closer and closer and closer in this improbable run. Very impressive run for Donald Trump. Jonathan, let's take a look and see where we stand in these remaining states.
And we're not done yet in these remaining states up here, but at the moment, 6 states that President Obama carried 4 years ago have flipped. We're not done completely, but including Florida, and at the moment we're looking at Pennsylvania, Ohio, which is done, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. Stunning as you look at it. So let's go back and look and see the ones we're still waiting on. 88% now of the vote, 49 to 46 here. This has been steady, and we did this by hand a short time ago. Now it has fed in. 99% in the vote now in Milwaukee. This is where the Democrats were telling us earlier, just wait, we're going to get a lot of votes out of Milwaukee. They did get more votes, but nowhere near enough to close the statewide gap. You pull out of the thing, you're still at 49 to 46, and you see the margin there. So let's look around at the blue areas. Are there places where we can get more Democratic votes? Well, we're 100% here. See, 100% is in. We're 100% here. You come up here, Dane County, it's a big county. It's almost 9% of the state population. This is the University of Wisconsin-Madison. We can expect that the votes still out here are going to go lopsided for Secretary Clinton. The question is, are there that many out there? Because this is the only place left where you have a large population center, relatively, Democratic area with the votes still out. And I'm very skeptical that there are anywhere near enough votes there to make that up. So you look at some other blue areas, we're at 91% here again. We're not talking about a lot of votes here. It's a smaller area of the state. You pull out Let's come over here to Eau Claire. We're at 87% here, but again, it's 1.7% of the state population. So this is what's happening in the Clinton War Room. They are desperately going county by county and calling their people and saying, is there anything missing? What's missing? So every now and then, a number comes in, and then you see it drop. They realize they've missed something. But if you look at this right now, we're going to count them to the end. But this has been, it's a relatively small lead, but it has been a steady, we call it a stubborn lead, in the sense that as more of the votes come in, it's holding up in the state of Wisconsin. It's 10. And a very important 10. Then you move over to Michigan, which is 16. And again, we've been stuck here for a while. 81%. You see the lead right here, 48 to 47 if you
about
round that up.
70,000 votes.
Right, about 70,000 votes if you round that up. It just moved a little bit on you again there. And so what are we waiting for? Number one, we're still waiting, and this will be the bulk of what we're missing, is right here in Wayne County. Again, it's a place where Hillary Clinton is winning quite big, but the Milwaukee example told us, the Clinton campaign tells us, just wait, they're going to come. Maybe it will be different here, but it was not in Wisconsin. We waited, Milwaukee came in, it gave them a boost, but nowhere near what they needed. They need a miracle here out of Wayne County to make up some big numbers, translate when you get back out here. And you look through the state, earlier in the night, this was red, Marquette was red most of the night. Hillary Clinton came back, but we're at 100% now, and so there's no votes to be made up there. And so you're looking in the middle part of the state. Well, if you're trying to find areas, Genesee County, this is Flint. It's 4.3% of the state population. There's more for her. She's winning by a sizable margin. But again, you see 62-46. When the rest of that vote comes in, it's not going to. You're not going to get 30. You're not going to make up 30 or 50,000 votes there. You might make up some, but it doesn't look big enough. And that is the issue now as you go through these states. Oakland County's at 99%. You pop down. We're still waiting most of all on this Wayne County vote. Again, mathematically impossible? No. You're starting to look here and here, and the word improbable, unlikely, comes into your head. But we'll count them. We'll keep counting them. We've seen strange shifts before. This one switched late. Pennsylvania was coming in blue most of the night. It switched late. It is still a one-point race. It's very close. Inside the Trump campaign, they think they have this. They've been checking around with their people. They think it's done. And you ask the Democrats where the vote's going to come from. There's a little bit left here. There's a little bit left here.
Not much.
Yeah, you're mostly in. This is the biggest, basket of Democratic votes of all. There's a little bit left there. But you look at this again, we'll wait, we'll keep counting. We want to be cautious about this, but again, it's a small lead.
About a 60,000 vote lead.
60,000 in a giant state like Pennsylvania. That's normally, not a huge lead, but again, it has been steady and stubborn and persistent.
Pittsburgh's still open?
Allegheny, last time I checked, it was mostly in at 98%. So again, this is an area where it's 10% of the state population. She held the lead there, but the numbers, one of the issues, even in places where she's performing by percentage, the turnout, you see issues with turnout. That was why the Democrats were saying wait on Milwaukee. Her percentages were about what a Democrat needs to do there, but the numbers weren't. It's not just your percentage. You got to turn people out, and that's a problem, especially when you have in places like this. We talked about this earlier. 50% for Hillary Clinton to 47% for Donald Trump. Well, you're not going to win. You're not going to win in a state that has, so much conservative territory. These are smaller, less populated areas, but the Democrats just in the fewer counties in Pennsylvania that are blue, the Democrats know the challenge. Not only win, but win big and run it up and do well in the suburbs. And she's just underperforming across. One that has come back, you look to the Northeast, New Hampshire has come back. Let's go back up here to 2016, but look at that. I mean, we're talking about 4,000 votes there, a little less than that.
Yeah.
A little less than that as you look at this right now. We're going to watch this come in. I mentioned earlier that the Trump people were very confident that when these votes came in down here, they would get more of them. We're still waiting on Derry. Londonderry next door has come in at a pretty good lead for Donald Trump there. So again, we're going to keep counting in New Hampshire. We're up to 87%, and this one is incredibly close seesaw. When you add it all up, Wolf, and you pull out here from an electoral college perspective, at least 2 out of 3 of these need to change for Hillary Clinton to have a hope. Probably all 3 of them. We still got some business to do out in the western part of the country. Some of these states aren't completely called yet, but the 2 big ones, Pennsylvania and Michigan, if they don't change, math doesn't work.
He's got 244 electoral votes. Right. By our projection, doesn't need all that many more in order to get to 270.
That would get you 64, 74, 80. 280 right there.
Anderson, back to you.
What we have seen tonight certainly is a revolution in American politics, and I'm wondering, Trump supporters Corey Lewandowski and Jeffrey Lord, I mean, we used to talk a lot about the autopsy of the Republican Party done in 2012. There's certainly going to be one done among a lot of Democrats and probably even among some Republicans. But what does this mean? Jake Tapper made the point earlier about, the polls were all wrong. What does this mean for the whole polling industry? What does this mean for how elections are run in the future? Or is Donald Trump such a unique candidate because of the force of his personality that it's...
I'd say, and Corey probably knows infinitely more about this than I do, but, you know, politics is about people. It's about human beings. And one of the things I think we have a problem with in the political world is that everybody is so obsessed with data, and there are human faces behind these things, and they don't listen. They don't pay attention. I mean, I've told you before about my, you know, being at home in Pennsylvania and beginning to pick up the Donald Trump thing, even before Donald Trump announced for president, because of the way people were talking about issues that had nothing to do with Donald Trump at that point. That's what this is about altogether. And when you abandon that and you just, you know, well, you know, you're just going to sit in a room full of data, you're going to lose that.
Corey, when you signed on to be campaign manager, I mean, did you honestly, in your heart, believe this night, as it appears to be going right now, was going to turn out the way it did? Did you honestly believe?
I don't think in January of 2015, when I signed on to become Donald Trump's campaign manager, to lay the foundation that anybody thought at that time Donald Trump is going to be elected president of the United States tonight. That's what is going to happen. It is unequivocal. The numbers are there. He's going to be the president of the United States. Now, how did that come to be? What we saw, you know, against all of the pundits who said this would never happen, he would never run, never file his taxes, and all the other things you're aware of, what we saw was the American people didn't care about those things, and what they wanted and what they want is someone who tells them the truth, that isn't stuck in a Washington mentality. And what he did, and what we did many, many times, and was criticized infinitely by the mainstream media, was he would have a rally, but this doesn't translate to votes, and the Democrats understand precisely what Mary had for breakfast today, and she had breakfast, and she ate at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They knocked on her door, and then they called her again. That's not how the American people function. That's not what the American people wanted. So what we do know is that connecting with people directly and having them buy into what you're doing, I think that's the big difference.
How much
people bought into Donald Trump?
How much did Donald, in your opinion, did Donald Trump? I mean, I've always thought Donald Trump has an extraordinary antenna, whether it's a political antenna or whatever it is, for sensing things in other people, whether it's in this company or in the crowds that he's talking to. He feeds off it. How much did Donald Trump, when he came down that escalator, do you think had in his mind what the mood of the electorate was? Or how much do you think was that he sensed once he started going out, meeting crowds of people, talking to people, that he learned from them?
Look, I think, and the Washington Post has reported this, Bob Costa has said it, he is the greatest raw political talent of a lifetime. The greatest, because he understands people fundamentally. And what you have in Donald Trump, and what the blue collar sees in Donald Trump is, Donald Trump is worth billions of dollars, has created an amazing company, employed tens of thousands of people. But you know what he does? He stops at McDonald's and eats there. And you know what he does? He walks a construction site and he talks to everybody with respect and dignity and doesn't think anybody is better than anybody else. And I've seen it firsthand on so many occasions. And when you go with him to a construction site, and I witnessed it here in Washington when he was building the old post office, he would stop and talk to every person there working and ask them, oh, is this the right way? And he would notice small things. Taking pride in everything that he does at his properties, giving pride back to the people who are doing the work, making sure that they understand that he appreciates it. The American people see that, and it was real, and it is real, and that's what the American people respect.
I know Van and Paul.
Three things. First of all, let's just try to be clinical about it. When there is a revolution in media, when there's a new media form, a new master usually comes along and shocks everybody. Radio with FDR. People totally wrote FDR off, and then he understood radio better than everybody else, and he broke through. JFK, totally written off, but he understood television better than everybody else, and he broke through. Obama, totally written off, but he understood the internet, that you could raise money, small donation dollars, viral videos, and he was able to break through. Donald Trump understands social media and reality television better than anybody else, and that's the era that we're in. And so things that you do in social media, like being outrageous, insulting people, doesn't get you fewer followers on social media. It gets you more. The idea of being the villain actually is the star in a reality TV show, and he kind of understood that. He kind of played up the villain kind of thing. I was saying all along, as you guys will remember, that this guy was a major threat. I used to call him Trumpzilla, and every Democrat told me I was wrong. When Brexit came out, I did a Facebook video, and it was called Freak the F Out. because I said this could happen here. Every Democrat told me that I was wrong. Part of it is understanding the media environment. The other part is understanding, I said over and over again, quoting Lord of the Rings, where will the hammer fall? And I said the hammer will fall on the Rust Belt. And people said, no way, it's going to be blue forever. There is a problem with the Democratic establishment not understanding the media environment that we're in, not understanding where the pain is in the country, and taking a lot of stuff for granted. So you guys were able to take advantage of that. That said, it's not as rosy as you say.
Paul, just want to get you in, and then we got to go to break.
Well, we have to understand the political environment as well, right? Donald Trump did. He gave voice to this spectacular anger. But at the same time, 69 out of 99 state legislative chambers are controlled by the Republicans, the highest since 1920. 34 of 51 governors, the highest, third highest since the Second World War. 54 senators, the highest since 1928. 274 House members, the highest since 1928. In other words, there's a huge constituency for Republicans out there. This is a Republican country. Okay, President Obama, he cut through that.
Right.
But to try to win a third term has never been done by the Democratic Party in my lifetime.
We got to take a quick break. We'll have more. We'll continue to count the votes, continue to look at the states. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by the well-equipped 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander.
We have another projection right now. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Alaska. Alaska has 3 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Alaska. Another win for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. With this win, these 3 electoral votes, Donald Trump has moved closer and closer to this magic number of 270 needed to win the White House. He now has 247 votes. Hillary Clinton has 215 votes. He is getting closer and closer to that number of 270. Let's do a key race alert right now. All right, let's start off with the states that are still outstanding. We'll start off in Michigan, where 84% of the vote is now in. Trump has a nearly 80,000 vote lead in the state of Michigan, which right there has 16 electoral votes. Michigan, we're waiting for more votes. Wisconsin, 89% of the vote is in. Trump also has a pretty impressive lead, 86,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. There's another 10 electoral votes right there. Arizona, 66% of the vote is in. Trump has a 62,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. He is ahead. In Pennsylvania, he is ahead as well. 97% of the vote is in. That's a healthy number. He is ahead by almost 77,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. Pennsylvania alone has 20 electoral votes. Trump is ahead at this late stage right there. Let's take a look at the remaining outstanding states. New Hampshire, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, about 3,700 vote lead over Donald Trump, with 4 electoral votes at stake in New Hampshire. In Maine, another 4 electoral votes at stake there. Hillary Clinton is up there as well. She has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 86% of the vote is in. And in Minnesota, Hillary Clinton is ahead by almost 57,000 votes over Donald Trump. 87% of the vote is in the state of Minnesota right there. So you see Donald Trump is doing well. Once again, let's take a look at the electoral map. You can see 270 needed to win, 247 for Trump, 215 for Hillary Clinton. You see those yellow states, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states remaining outstanding. Jake, Donald Trump in the biggest of those states right now is ahead.
And can I just say, we've been talking for months about what the effect of Donald Trump and comments he made would be on the Latino vote and on the vote of white college-educated women. And the truth of the matter is that, according to exit polls, the effect was not as strong as anybody would have predicted. Anybody did predict, except for maybe Mr. Trump. Donald Trump only lost white college-educated women by 6 points, according to exit poll data I saw. That's not the huge gender gap chasm that we thought we were going to see. But perhaps even more surprisingly, I'm looking at exit poll data comparing the percentage of the Latino vote that Romney got versus the percentage of the Latino vote that Trump got in 4 states. In Florida, Trump got a smaller percentage than Romney got. But in Nevada, in New Mexico, and in North Carolina, Donald Trump did better with Latino voters than Mitt Romney did. I mean, tell me who had that on their bingo card.
Yeah, nobody. But that speaks to sort of taking it up to 10,000 feet here. Going back to June 16th, 2015, when Donald Trump announced, I see Corey over there, he was there, he remembers, every step of the way. He announced, nobody thought he really meant it. He wasn't going to give his financial records. He did. I remember vividly a top aide to one of the early frontrunners on the Republican primary contenders saying, "Why are you guys talking about Donald Trump? There's no way he will ever be Republican nominee." And then fast forward to all of these ups and downs that he had, and he was completely resilient for the reasons that you were just talking about. Because it all comes down to an economic message that he, no matter what else he veered off in, and he veered off in a lot of directions that his campaign did not appreciate, but he had the fundamental appeal to people who felt and feel left behind. And that was something that was impenetrable for these voters. And that is why he was Teflon Trump. And so along the way, I mean, we can chronicle it. We could sit here for 20 minutes and chronicle all of the zigs and zags of the Trump campaign, but he kept coming back because it was that fundamental.
And when you look at, this is traditionally a night where we'll talk about what the winner did right and not necessarily what the person who doesn't win, the loser, does wrong. But when you look at the campaign of Bill Clinton talking to working class voters in 1992 versus the campaign of Hillary Clinton talking to voters in 2016. I don't think you got the "it's the economy, stupid" message from Hillary Clinton that Bill Clinton and James Carville and Paul Begala and others drove home. It was a very different message. And apparently enough people in union households and in white working class households in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Ohio and Iowa thought, she's not talking to me. She's not telling me what she's going to do to make my life better. And Donald Trump is, which seems obvious now, but at the time, I think probably a lot of Democrats were frustrated.
And Dan, as you remember, all of us remember a lot of those Trump supporters, and there are millions of them. I think about 55 million already have voted for him tonight. So many of them were angry at Hillary Clinton when she used that word deplorables in describing Donald Trump supporters. And they said, "We're Americans. We love this country. We are not deplorable."
No question. You know, it didn't turn out to be the Mitt Romney 47% moment that kind of, sort of played on a loop. But there's no question that the deplorable concept was something that the Trump supporters embraced. I mean, how many times did we go to a Trump rally and people were wearing T-shirts saying, "I'm a proud deplorable, adorable deplorable"? I mean, they embraced it because they thought it was so ridiculous, because they thought that their voices, and they think that their voices, should be heard too, and that Trump supporters were misunderstood. And some of them were, and some of them weren't. But that's a story for down the road. But the bottom line, at the end of the day, is that he surprised constantly throughout the entire Republican primary season, and then he clearly seems to have continued to do that through the general election.
And you know what else, Jake, he did? He showed during the Republican primary contest when he beat 16 or 17 Republican senators and governors. So many of them had a lot more money in paid commercial advertising than he did. He had relatively little during the primaries, but he was on television clearly all of the time. And in the general election, Hillary Clinton, her campaign spent so much more money on negative ads against him, yet look at how well he has done today.
At the end of the day, it's not necessarily the richest candidate, as Jeb Bush showed us earlier. It's not necessarily the candidate that is flashier necessarily. It's the candidate that has a message that appeals to the plurality or majority of voters. And he apparently, we haven't called this race yet, but he apparently had that. That message of jobs, border, terrorism, Washington's broken, saying it over and over and over again, that was appealing. People think Washington is broken. They think they have lost their faith in American institutions, including Republican leaders and Democratic leaders in Congress, including law enforcement, including counterterrorism officials, including the mainstream media. They have lost their faith. And he was giving voice to them.
And Dana, he stuck by his basic message from day one. He said, we're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. He still says that. In the past few days, he continues to say that. He's going to repeal and replace Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. He still says that. He's been saying that since day one. He stuck to those messages, and it seems to have worked.
It's true. And as you're saying that, I'm thinking of Kellyanne Conway, his campaign manager's kind of her mantra. She said it to me, and she said it to both of you as well in interviews, which is her sort of diplomatic way of saying that she didn't think that Donald Trump did well when he hurt himself by getting distracted by other issues, but he did the best when he was talking about the issues. On that note, let me just tell you what she said in the "Told You So" tweet, kind of very well constructed from Kellyanne Conway. Things that were true: undercover Trump vote, at Mike Pence for VP, Hillary's floor and ceiling are the same. Rally crowds matter. We expanded the map.
All right, everybody stand by. It's a cliffhanger race right now. We're watching the final electoral votes come in. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Well, let's update you now with a key race alert. Let's take a look at the remaining states where there are votes outstanding. In Michigan right now, 16 electoral votes, 85% of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead, more than 70,000 vote lead. You just saw it increase right there over Hillary Clinton. Michigan, Donald Trump is ahead. Wisconsin, he's ahead even more impressively. He's got an 85,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 90% of the vote is in Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes at stake in that state. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is ahead with 97% of the vote in. He's ahead by almost 75,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, he's ahead as well. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. He's ahead by more than 67,000 votes in the state of Arizona over Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump doing well in all of those states. We're watching them very, very closely. There are more states we're watching. In New Hampshire right now, Hillary Clinton has expanded her lead. She's got a lead of almost 3,500 votes over Donald Trump right now with 87% of the vote in. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Hillary Clinton on top. She's also on top in the state of Maine. Another 4 electoral votes. She's up by almost 20,000 votes over Donald Trump. 88% of the vote is in Maine. In Minnesota, she's up by 44,000 votes. 40,000 votes, if you see right there, it just changed. 88% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is leading Donald Trump in Minnesota with 10 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. It's all important. Donald Trump has 247 Electoral College votes. Hillary Clinton has 215. You need 270. He's inching closer and closer to that. You see 247. You need 270. Let's go over to Jeff Zeleny right now. He's joining us from Clinton headquarters over there at the Javits Center in Manhattan. I still see a crowd behind you. What are you hearing over there, Jeff?
Wolf, there is still a crowd behind me here at the Javits Center. As you can see, there's a little bit more activity right now, and they have turned off the election coverage really for the last several hours. This crowd here has been watching our coverage and others. Really a somber mood here. But I am told that campaign chairman John Podesta is on his way here to the Javits Center from the Peninsula Hotel where he has been with the Clintons. He is on his way here, Wolf, and he's going to be giving some type of an announcement, a message. I am told Secretary Clinton is not going to be coming here, at least not now at this moment. The Clinton campaign is still watching this handful of states that remain out there, Wolf, but I can tell you, optimism among all Democrats here, supporters here, has essentially faded. Top advisors across the board, top donors, top strategists, all are recognizing that Hillary Clinton is not likely to be the next president. So John Podesta is coming here to make some kind of a statement. We do not know exactly what that will be, but we will bring that to you when he does it. Well,
it's approaching 2 a.m. Here on the East Coast. Jeff Zeleny, thanks very much. Let's go over to John King. You're taking a closer look at these handful of states that are outstanding that will determine who the next president is.
And you know, we currently have Donald Trump at 247. Pennsylvania would be 20. That would get him to 267. And so you're looking at the math right here, and you're trying to find, with 97% of the vote in, is there some way for Secretary Clinton to make that up? And I'll tell you, Wolf, this is just, you know, You want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and you keep going through here, 100% of the votes counted. You move out here to Allegheny County, 98% of the vote is counted. You're looking for places where is it possible there could be some miracle comeback? Are there some big pile of votes that we yet to count? You know, this is more populated out here, the suburbs of Philadelphia, but that's, 99%. 98% in Bucks County. Look how close it is. So even if you make up a little bit with what's left, and a lot of times you get to 99% and you don't get to 100 till the next day if there's just one precinct out or one issue somewhere. And so you're looking at that, and I just can't find them. I mean, I've been looking for hours trying to find more votes to see is there any math out there. And if you go through the Trump vote in these counties, they're most of them at 100%. You might find a couple as you go through. There's one or two we found at 98 earlier when I was going through, but they're all coming in at 100% now. So you assume most of the Trump vote is counted, but guess what? So is most of the Clinton vote. And so you're looking at Pennsylvania.
75,000 votes. It's a lot of votes to overcome at this very late stage.
Exactly, especially when the places you're looking where votes are out. Yes, they're Democratic areas, but like as I said when I was in the suburbs here earlier, 99%. She's winning big, but there's not that many votes left. Over here, she's not winning by as much. It's very close here in Bucks County. So if there are more votes come in, they're likely to be relatively evenly split. If they keep with the trend of the night. When you get to 99%, it's hard to see something come in late that's going to defy what you've been seeing for the rest of the night. Happens sometimes, but it's less likely to happen. So you're looking at Pennsylvania. If you're in the Clinton war room, again, they're calling all their people all around the state, and they're not there to be found. That doesn't mean maybe they're fine.
Doesn't look good for her there. Let's take a look at Michigan.
You come to Michigan here. You're in the same boat here, except we have more votes out. 14% of the vote yet to be counted. But again, you've got a pretty healthy lead there. Modest lead, but a healthy lead, and it's been stubborn and persistent. So let's just start. Earlier tonight, I told you if this was going to happen, the most likely source of it was here, Detroit, Wayne County. Well, we're up to 96% now in Wayne County. Yes, a very big, healthy lead for Hillary Clinton when it comes to the percentages, but no more votes. Oakland County, no more votes. Genesee County, last time you were here, was a little above 47%, I think it was last time. Now they're up to 84%. And again, those are votes for Secretary Clinton. But, even if she gets another 5,000 or 8,000 more out of there, it doesn't match up when you come to this. So it's getting very hard to find these votes. And let's just go next over to Wisconsin. We're in the same boat here. We're at 90% now. That's even
85,000 vote lead that Trump has.
It's a healthier lead there. So you're looking. Milwaukee's now up to 99%. This would have been your biggest chance to get votes, and we went from 87 to 99, and she made up a tiny bit, but not enough. The Clinton campaign has been telling us throughout the night, watch Dane County. Now, there are still 16% of the vote out here. It is conceivable when you get that, 16% of the precinct, so you could get a giant stack of votes, and she's winning this one overwhelmingly. So if you're looking at this map, you're thinking, okay, there it is, but you're placing a giant bet on one county, essentially, because when you go through the rest of this, most of it's in. 91% here, but again, look at the percentage of the population. You're talking about much fewer votes here. So if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you're hoping against hope. You're hoping against math, really, at the moment, in the sense that when you pull back out here, with Donald Trump at 247, Hillary Clinton has to block him. She's leading in New Hampshire right now. But Donald Trump, if he gets two of those three, it's game over.
It's over. Let's go to Jim Acosta. He's over at Trump headquarters at the New York Hilton Hotel. What are you seeing over there, Jim? What are you hearing?
Yeah, Wolf, I just talked to a senior Trump advisor just a few moments ago who said that if Donald Trump is declared the winner, and they do believe that that is going to happen very, very soon, that he will deliver a speech that calls on the country to come together. He will obviously talk about this as being a very big upset win, that he's going to praise the movement that brought him to the White House. That is, of course, if everything goes the way it seems to be going right now. But Wolf, as for this issue of bringing the country together, you can just hear the chants behind me. The crowd here at Trump campaign headquarters is chanting "Lock her up" once again. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult for Donald Trump to bring the country together, given that kind of rhetoric, the rhetoric that he's used out on the campaign trail, talking about Mexican immigrants, talking about Muslims immigrating into the United States, talking about women, the kind of language that just infuriated female voters. But Wolf, I'm also told that this work of building a Trump administration has been actually happening as part of this transition team that was being led by New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, Alabama Senator Jeff Sessions, who is expected to be an instrumental part of an potentially upcoming Trump administration. He is here on the floor tonight. Just saw him here a few moments ago. So Wolf, they're very excited here. They're breaking out into chants of all sorts of things that we've heard out on the campaign trail. There are lots of red hats in this room. I suspect we're going to be seeing a lot of those red hats in the days and weeks to come, Wolf.
I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot more about making America great again. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. Jeffrey Lord, Corey, in terms of, we heard that chant, lock her up. I mean, is that something you think Donald Trump pursues as president of the United States? Or, again, for the idea of reaching out, of sort of being presidential?
I'm sure, you can do both here. I mean, number one, you can make the gracious concession, acceptance speech and reach out, et cetera. But number two, she really does have some serious problems here. I mean, I seem to recall Senator Al Franken telling, I think it was Jake the other day, that he wants, as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, he wants an investigation of the FBI.
Sorry, here's John Podesta. Let's listen in at the Hillary Clinton event.
Thank you. Well, folks, I know you've been here a long time, and it's been a long night, and it's been a long campaign. But I could say we can wait a little longer, can't we? They're still counting votes, and every vote should count. Several states are too close to call, so we're not going to have anything more to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
John Podesta speaking to a group of Hillary Clinton supporters at what was, in the opinion of many of the people in that room, supposed to be a victory party for Hillary Clinton. Certainly does not to be turning out that way. Does it surprise you that we're not going to be hearing from Hillary Clinton tonight?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can see wanting to wait and see what happens. I don't know what her state of mind is right now, and they don't know how long it'll be before.
Do you think Donald Trump still comes out if it starts to get called by networks?
I suspect if the media organizations call it, that he may speak tonight. I would ask the Secretary of State and the Attorney General.
Poor Justice, if you didn't see the interview, thank you very much.
Do you think Trump would come out?
First and foremost, Hillary Clinton is going to lose tonight. She should call Donald Trump immediately and say, you've run a great race, thank you very much. Secondly, she owes it to the American people to make a speech. If this was Donald Trump sending out the chairman of his campaign saying, we're not going to address this tonight because all the votes aren't counted. It's, 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. We have 99.9% of these ballots counted. We're waiting for a small fraction in Pennsylvania, a small fraction in Wisconsin, which will not materially change the outcome of this election. I think this is, exactly to Van's point, not bringing the country together. This is saying you will hear something moving forward, but it won't be from us. And look, John Podesta could have just emailed everyone yesterday, and we would have got this from WikiLeaks, as opposed to just coming out tonight and doing this. This is absurd.
I don't think Van thinks you were making exactly his point.
This is so egregious that if this was Donald Trump, the hypocrisy would be so outrageous that, you know what someone in this panel would call him? The George Costanza of this election. That's what he would be called right now.
Corey. You won.
So where is the conciliatory note to say, I want my people to support one president? Where's that message?
It's got to start with you, man.
No, it has to start with the president who ran. It has to start with Hillary Clinton, who ran. Look, I didn't run for president. John Podesta didn't run for president.
See, this is the fear. Here it is. You see it. You won.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
You won.
That's right. And Hillary Clinton should say that to the American people and say, support Donald Trump because he's one president.
This is it. Let me finish. I'm not done. I'm not done. look, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. She'll talk in the morning.
Will she?
Let him finish.
Corey, you're being a horrible person right now. Let me finish.
If this was Donald Trump, the hypocrisy would be so outrageous right now.
I want every parent at home.
At 2 o'clock in the morning.
I want every parent at home who's up right now, who's trying to figure out, who are up right now, trying to figure out how are we going to get through this, right? Where's the grace going to come from? Where's the understanding? Where's the empathy going to come from? It's going to have to come from ordinary people. Tomorrow at work, when we go and look at people who we don't agree with, this can't be the interaction. It's going to have to be ordinary people reaching out to each other. I'm going to say one more thing before I let a smarter person talk about smarter things. When they were beating up on Melania Trump this past week, I stuck up for her because I thought it was inhuman and disgusting for somebody who never signed up to be a political wife to go out there and do her best and actually ask for the bullying to stop and then be bullied herself. Because you got to treat people like human beings. Tonight, Hillary Clinton's a human being. I think we give her a break, let her come out tomorrow and do a good job. And I'm telling you what, if we can't begin to treat each other in a more human way, this thing is going to go from bad to horrible.
Hold on.
Ron is just joining us.
To bring up Melania Trump, who I happen to know and respect immensely, I heard so many people sit on this network.
Not me.
And criticize, not you, you're right. So many people criticized her for saying that her priority was going to be anti-bullying because of what her husband has said on Twitter. Criticized her. Multiple people, all the time. And tonight, to say that one of two people who's going to be elected president of the United States is not going to come out and say we should unite behind the person who is the... No, excuse me, you had your chance. It's not my turn.
You're saying the same thing 4 times in a row.
No, what Van is saying is we have to get the respect from the people at home to come out and support Donald Trump. No. They put their faith in Hillary Clinton, and she received tens of millions of votes today and won a series of states. And she's the leader of the Democratic Party. And for her not to walk, is it too late?
Yeah.
You're saying she should definitely come out
and say support Donald Trump?
I think, look, as we've just seen, this is an election that has deeply, deeply divided the country. I mean, the polling, we can look, we'll probably get the polling overnight, but the polling going in was that 90% of Clinton voters were strongly unfavorable to Trump. 90% of Trump voters were strongly unfavorable to Clinton. It is still entirely possible that Hillary Clinton will win the popular vote, given the West Coast states of California, Washington, and Oregon, and Donald Trump will win the presidency by dominating in the Rust Belt. But the divisions in the country, the urban, non-urban, he won working-class white voters, non-college white voters, by more than Ronald Reagan did. But the gap between the way they voted and the way the college-educated white voters was the biggest ever. So there are a lot of divides that are left after this election, and it is going, I agree, I think Hillary Clinton, if she is, and it looks like a very kind of thin, road, if she is the loser, she has to make a gesture to reach out. And I think what Donald Trump does as well, you've got to recognize that we are in a very unique situation where essentially half the country is not only disappointed, they are frightened by the outcome either way, and that is just under half the country. And that is a big development going forward.
Do you know how many times we heard, will Donald Trump concede this race? Will he call into question? Right. You know what we're seeing tonight? We're seeing Hillary Clinton, who refuses to concede. She has lost this election. Whether it has been called or not, the race is over. And we heard for weeks that Donald Trump will call into question the legitimacy of this election. He will not concede. What will his people do? Will there be an outrage? Where is the outrage tonight that Hillary Clinton refuses to call and concede the election? The race is over.
I mean, this is such a basic thing to do. And Van, to your point, and you certainly don't remember this, I do, in one of Nixon's losing races, either for president or governor of California, he did exactly some version of this and waited until the next day and wouldn't do it. And you know what they said? He's got no class. I remember this vividly. And here we are, and Hillary Clinton does this, and everybody says, oh, well, maybe she's tired. I don't think so.
Guys, the race hasn't even been called yet.
Well, then stay up and wait for it to be called.
We are running for leader of the
fact of the matter is, we've gone through races. John Kerry conceded on the day after the election. This is not that extraordinary. But I think the advice that Van was trying to give you is good advice, and I'm just giving it to you as someone who's been on the winning side of elections, which is you can either use this as an occasion to sort of strut and pay for strutting and payback, or you rise to the occasion and say, we have now won, we've got to bring the country together. And since you are the leader, if your guy's going to be the leader of the country and really the leader of the free world, then there's an onus on him to do that. And the fact that his opponent is waiting for the votes to be counted shouldn't be the occasion for you to replay everything that bothers you about what's been said over the course of the campaign. You've won, so act like you've won.
I think Donald Trump is going to go on tonight. I think he's waiting for Hillary Clinton to call him and concede this race. And then he's going to make a very gracious speech which says, I want to be the president of the entire United States. I want to bring everyone together. I don't think it's outrageous for him to wait.
I don't think anybody here tonight has argued that he should not come out and he should not deliver that.
Well, if we don't have the election results, why would he come out?
But my assumption would be he would wait till somebody calls it and then come out, and so he could have
whether she calls him or not.
Yeah, whether she calls him or not, and then maybe it makes her look even worse, but he at least gets his due tonight, which is certainly well deserved given the incredible victory.
It's not as if because she's gone home, this process is about to end. This process is continuing as we speak, and when the race gets declared, I think it's entirely appropriate.
But I do think, to Corey's point, I mean, I think Corey raised an interesting point. There was a lot of criticism of Donald Trump.
Yes.
What would he do on election night if the roles were reversed and Donald Trump wasn't, conceding tonight?
No. The question was he was asked whether he would accept the result of the election, and he wouldn't say. There's no indication here that she's not going to accept the result of the election. The result of the election hasn't been officially declared yet. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
And if the roles were reversed, and you might not know the answer to this, would Donald Trump want to wait for every vote to be counted?
I think he would respect
all
Probably.
I'm saying is this goes to one of the things that drove this entire election is this belief, this passionate belief that there is a double standard, one standard for elites and the other standard for the regular folks. Donald Trump being the representative of the regular folks here.
Yeah,
and to Corey's
Jeffrey,
point,
I think
exactly, to Corey's point, exactly, if this were reversed, you can only imagine the criticism that Donald Trump would have if he had sent Kellyanne out there to say, go home and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Jeffrey, you're right, but there's the difference isn't just that your guy is the blue-collar billionaire and Hillary Clinton's the elite. The difference would be that your guy said he wasn't sure if he would accept it. And she has never said that. And so that's why, you are correct. If Donald Trump were being hesitant, it would trigger those old memories. But she didn't go down the road your guy went down, and that's why she would be treated differently.
But the fact is, even if Donald Trump hadn't come out, as Gloria, I think, was pointing out, Hillary Clinton would have come out. I mean, he can still come out and say, I've won once that verdict is kind of, reached by the networks, by all of us.
Why is it so much about the timing? I understand it. But it's also about what they say, and that's, I think, was your point. And I think Hillary Clinton needs to be gracious about the stunning victory that Donald Trump has had. Number one, he won, and he reset the map. He blew it up. His supporters came out where we didn't think they were. Polling was wrong. We were wrong. Everything was wrong. I mean, his own analytics people had him winning in Wisconsin, but they didn't believe their own analytics. That's how stunning this was.
I think back to the end of the second debate, and the last question that was asked by somebody in the audience, which was say something nice about the other person. Right. Hillary Clinton said, Donald Trump's kid, which is, that's an easy one. I thought his answer was, I thought it was a great answer, but I also thought it really showed kind of the charm of Donald Trump that his supporters see and like, and that people who know him well say they see one-on-one and see in meetings and know socially, which was him saying something which, he attacked her in campaign commercials for, but said, she doesn't give up. She's got grit. And I thought that answer, I was like, wow, that's a side of Donald Trump that is something that everybody can kind of like. And I'm guessing we're going to see a lot of that Donald Trump in whatever speech he makes tonight.
That may be what you're seeing tonight with her. She's not giving up till the last vote is counted.
Can I unless we want to beat this around a while longer, but I don't want to invite you to do it. Let me just say this. You said earlier, and I think you're right, that part of the frustration that people were expressing tonight.
By the way, this is Donald Trump arriving at campaign headquarters, where we believe he will be speaking. You can hear the response. Let's just listen in some of the votes of the people outside the street, cheering him there. And that's a hat in a box that has been there. I'm guessing he's going to take it out of the box. I don't know. But that is Donald Trump arriving. We assume he will be speaking tonight. Sorry, but continue, David.
No, what I was going to say is Corey said earlier, and he's right, that people have heard Bill Clinton ran for president, saying he wanted to run for the forgotten middle class, and every president subsequently has said we're going to address some of these big economic problems that that our economy and other economies have faced that have particularly been visited upon working class manufacturing sector workers and so on. Donald Trump ran for you said Donald Trump ran for office speaking the truth. He's going to have to now carry through on those things. That's going to be very difficult. And if he doesn't, he's going to have the same reaction visited on him that other politicians.
We just saw Chris Christie. We also saw former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's entourage, his supporters, his family heading. I haven't gotten a glimpse of the candidate himself, but we anticipate seeing him shortly. There's a lot of folks waiting. What started out, I mean, it was really interesting when you think back to 5 o'clock this afternoon, 6 o'clock. Kellyanne Conway earlier in the day on another network had given an interview sort of saying that they hadn't gotten as much support from the RNC, from Republican establishment as they liked. A lot of people online kind of interpret that as, well, they're trying to set the stage for a disappointing night. That is certainly not, whatever the mood might have been internally early on, it is certainly
Anderson, it's
completely
beyond
changed.
that. There was a story that broke many moons ago, the afternoon yesterday, that said that John Kasich had scheduled a speech Thursday afternoon in Washington, and that the purpose was to reclaim the direction of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
I assume he won't be delivering at least that speech on Thursday.
I mean, he didn't need the RNC. He didn't need Kasich. He didn't need any of those folks who abandoned him in some ways, the Bush family. You saw Paul Ryan sort of flip-flop on him, seeming to, back him, then saying he wouldn't, but then ultimately endorsing him. You wonder what happens to Paul Ryan. You wonder what happens to that whole class of folks who thought they were going to be the future of the Republican Party.
Because they are all still here. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, this was an incredible uprising by, in particular, one segment of the population. There's a couple numbers. Hillary Clinton's vote among non-college whites compared to Barack Obama, down 13 in Michigan, 8 in Pennsylvania, 10 in Wisconsin, 12 in New Hampshire, 6 in Florida, 5 in Ohio. Nationally, only 28%, less than Walter Mondale got against Ronald Reagan. He had a bigger margin among non-college whites than Reagan did against Mondale. But that included an agenda that a lot of those people you just mentioned really are not part of on any point. Right. Backing away from trade, very restrictive on immigration, no cuts in entitlements, an infrastructure program twice as big, he said, as Hillary Clinton's. I asked Paul Ryan about that at a forum we did a couple weeks ago. He said, that's not in the Better Way program. I mean, so and there is Tom Donahue and the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, there are many aspects of the Trump agenda that are fine, that overlap with what Republicans want to do. Repeal Obamacare, cut regulation, cut taxes. But there's a whole other half, and maybe the more important half in terms of building the coalition that won, that really collides with a lot of the existing interests in the party, and how that shakes out. I asked a Republican senator this summer at the convention, how many Republican senators would go along with Donald Trump if he wants to withdraw from NAFTA? And he said less than 5. But yet, that is an important part of what happened in Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
I think you're going to
how does that play
you're
out?
going to see the Better Get Out of the Way program now.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
I think that's going to change because a lot of these guys owe their reelection now to Donald Trump. When you think about it, he got, what, 1 newspaper endorsement? Is that right? He had a terrible video that came out. He divided the Republican Party. And there was this uprising, as you put it, a revolution of the people, no matter what all of these things were, because there were people who feel disenfranchised and they wanted to change election. And he gave them change. So Congress, if he has control of both houses, and it looks like he might, if he has control of both houses, the message is going to be to incumbents that the voters want to change.
That's right. That's right. What?
I was going to say, it's not just the Republicans. I will ensure you Donald Trump won in Democrat House districts across this country tonight.
Right.
And what that means for those incumbents is we better listen if we have a president who has set an agenda and won in a district where they weren't supposed to win.
Exactly
so as
right.
Donald Trump is going and talking about what his agenda is for the American people, you won't just see Republicans as part of that. He will build a broad coalition, as he always does when he tries to get something done. And he will go to those Democrats and he will say, this is what happened in Michigan, this is what happened in Pennsylvania, this is what happened in Ohio, and if you want to get reelected, and you don't want me campaigning against you in those districts where I won overwhelmingly,
He won't have to do that.
let's get our agenda
Corey,
done.
I'm going to tell you right now, for the left wing of our party, if he wants to do something on trade, he won't have to threaten anybody because you got the left wing of the Democratic Party is closer to him than on trade. I know you've been trying to get in. I want to talk after you.
Well, all I'm trying to say here is I think that the period after Reagan left office until tonight, the Republican establishment came back into their own, and they took control of this party. And from my perspective, as nice as so many of these people are on a personal level, they steered the party off the tracks. They could not understand for the life of them why they couldn't get Mitt Romney elected. I mean, they assured everybody, well, he's the guy. This is what's going to happen. He'll win. Ditto John McCain. I mean, this was their mentality here. And they have finally been stopped in their tracks by Donald Trump, who is going to rewrite this whole script here. Because they
So what happens to all those people that you named? How is he going to deal with John McCain and these others?
The same way Ronald Reagan dealt with them. That you mount the political troops to get their support, or you go around them.
Jeffrey, will it matter in terms of his leverage if he doesn't win the popular vote? If he loses the national popular vote?
The president of the United States is the president of the United States.
But in terms of claiming the mandate and influencing people who may not want to vote for him.
George W. Bush
suffered.
Had those, lost the popular vote. Right. He was a pretty powerful president.
Let me make a criticism.
A lot of polarization.
Let me make a criticism of the Democrats, though, because you're criticizing your party. Let me just make a few observations. People are saying, what happened with the Latino vote? You start talking to people. There was not actually a big investment. A lot of the Latino organizations, you talk to Voto Latino and other groups, they felt like there actually was not a big enough investment in them. You can find complaints, going back several months saying, listen, we have people who want to sign up, who want to be registered to vote. Some of those efforts actually ran out of money before they ran out of voters because there was an assumption that the Latino community was going to be able to kind of self-organize and do stuff. You're going to go back, you're going to see that there are certain parts of this coalition that are going to have a lot to say about feeling taken for granted, not invested in properly, et cetera. And I think that those are the kinds of things that we're going to have to go back and talk about as
So do you think it was a failure of organization or a failure of the candidate?
I think that for this Latino surge that materialized but only barely could have been much bigger if there had been money from the very beginning saying we're going to have to invest and build real capacity in the Latino community. You're going to go back and look and talk to people on the ground in Nevada, in Colorado, in Florida, and the great online organizers like Voto Latino. Ask them how much money they got. Ask them how much support they got. They're going to tell you very, very little.
You also wonder what Joe Biden is thinking tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, as he looks at this, as he looks at the results in Scranton and elsewhere, right?
And also a next generation of Democrats. What are they thinking tonight? Maybe, Van, you can talk about that.
Is there a next generation?
Is there a next generation of Democrats? Because everybody was
Party identification and affiliation is at an all-time low in the modern era. I think so many individuals voted today without any regard for their identification by party. Instead, it was a vote that they were making along class lines, along income lines.
There's one star. There's one star who hasn't been talked about tonight who is going to be talked about a lot, and her name is Kamala Harris. She just became the senator from, I would imagine, or she hasn't been declared. She will be declared the senator. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get in no trouble, but I bet that she will get declared the senator.
She might be declared.
She might get declared the senator from California. She is sharp as a whip. She is smart as a tack. She is an amazing force on her own, and she's going to wind up being a big deal.
The question, Ron, the question for you is: do you think that this is, given as disruptive a force as this, as Donald Trump has been, is there an opportunity for a realignment? Is there an independent or third-party candidate?
I don't know, but we've been heading. Look, Trump accelerated the trends that we had. I mean, I wrote today. I thought that the nightmare scenario for Clinton was that Trump batters down her defenses in the Rust Belt before they have advanced far enough in the Sun Belt to replace those losses. I mean, so basically they were caught in between. They didn't get far enough there wasn't like a counter mobilization enough among minority voters, although the Latino thing will be disputed about whether they as well as right. In particular, yes, she did better than President Obama did among college whites, but not nearly as well as the polling suggested. She was up 3 relative to President Obama among college whites, down, what was it among non-college whites, down 8. I mean, that's sort of the story. And, you know, it was clear that Trump was going to run better in Ohio, Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin than Republicans usually do. It wasn't clear he was going to win all of them. And then she fell short. You know, she did take Nevada, she did take Colorado, she did take Virginia, but there were enough of these blue-collar and non-urban whites in Florida and North Carolina to hold that, in Arizona to hold that. Georgia didn't really get off the launch pad again with just an overwhelming white vote. So the Democratic Party, I think, you know, this was the nightmare scenario. He forced them to kind of accelerate demographic changes that might have taken a decade, move their base from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt. They weren't strong enough in the Sun Belt, and then he knocked down the doors.
Corey, let me just add, Corey, just on a personal level, as somebody who's there from the get-go and went through an awful lot with this man, this candidate, who you're still very obviously close to, what is it like to see this tonight? What is it actually like to see those flags there, to see that crowd with their hats, and knowing the candidates, about to come out? I mean, it just got to be an extraordinary feeling.
Look, it's amazing to have been a small part of American history. And, there's very, very few people who have had the privilege of serving as the President of the United States. It's such an honor. It's such a high privilege.
But to have so many people doubt also
but look, I don't know Robbie, who ran the Clinton campaign. I guarantee that guy put in 20 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last year and a half, and his family suffered, and his relatives, and the abuse he took online. I respect it. These guys put the uniform on. I put the uniform on. I was fired halfway through the season, but that's it. That's baseball, right? But it's so amazing of the small team we had, and we had such a small team. We still have a small team, relatively speaking, compared to the Clinton campaign. But I take nothing away from those guys who dedicate their lives, and this is truly a life calling. 2 years to go and do, and then Robbie wakes up today thinking he's going to win, and they lose. Yeah. And I've been on the other side. I've lost those races, and it's so devastating. You don't recognize it tonight, you will tomorrow. And I'm fortunate that tonight I'm on this side. But I give those guys a lot of credit because they played to win.
I want to talk about the small team, but we do have a projection. I want to go back to Wolf.
All right, we have a major projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of Wisconsin. He will win Wisconsin with its 10 electoral votes. He's cracked the so-called blue wall that Hillary Clinton had tried to create. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. Take a look at this. 92% of the vote is in. He's up by 75,000 votes plus 10 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the winner in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now with that win in Wisconsin. Look at how close he is. Right now, he has 257 electoral votes. He needs 13 more, 270, to be elected president of the United States. Hillary Clinton remains at 215. Let's go over to Jake and Dana. He is getting incredibly, incredibly close, Jake.
And the wall comes tumbling down. This is the blue wall that Hillary Clinton had talked about. This is a state that Hillary Clinton hasn't even visited since the Democratic convention over the summer. And it's stunning. Look, the last time it was close, I believe, was in 2000. But since then, Democrats have won the state. This is a state that voted for Mike Dukakis over George H.W. Bush. I mean, this is a reliably Democratic state. It is amazing to me, and this is not an original observation, but the idea that the Clinton campaign could see white working class voters going to Trump in places like Iowa and Ohio and not see that Wisconsin was also potentially in jeopardy. That's remarkable. I mean, this is truly the beginning of the end for Hillary Clinton's campaign.
The Clinton campaign simply took Wisconsin for granted.
No question. And let's take a second to look at where we are now with CNN projecting Wisconsin for Donald Trump. 2 more states that we're going to be watching to see when we can project: Michigan and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump just needs one of those to clear that 270 mark to formally be the president-elect of the United States of America. 2 states, you mentioned 1984 for Wisconsin. Michigan and Pennsylvania, they haven't gone Republican since 1988. So these are more bricks in that blue wall.
And can I say one other point?
Yeah.
Just to
in both of those states, by the way, if you take a look, Trump is ahead in both of those. In Pennsylvania, he's ahead by 75,000 votes, and in Michigan, he's ahead by 59,000 votes.
Yeah, we are one call away from the presidency being determined, and Donald Trump is leading in both of those states. Corey Lewandowski is right. There was a lot of talk over the last month and a question at a presidential debate just for Donald Trump, not for Hillary Clinton, about whether or not he would accept the results of this election. And the idea that we are being told by one of the campaigns they're not going to have a comment when we are just one state projection away from there being a president-elect declared by the media is remarkable. And I agree with those who are saying if the tables were turned, if it were reversed, there would be a lot of outcry by people in the media and others about Donald Trump's behavior. I recognize that these are difficult moments for individuals. I don't mean to make light of that or belittle that at all, but this is also a moment for the entire nation, for the entire United States. If Donald Trump ends up winning, which certainly could happen, the idea that the other candidate is not going to concede before, after that happens, while we're all still awake, it's only 2:30 in the morning, that's remarkable. And I have to say, there is a nation going on here. It's not just one candidate and her supporters. There is an entire United States of America.
David Chalian, our political director, you're looking very closely at these remaining numbers, these outstanding numbers out there.
Yeah, it's just when you look across the board of why this blue wall seems to be teetering on a complete collapse here, you can see it in the trade issue. You can see it at the anger and dissatisfaction with government. You can see it on the white working class. This all came together in that region of the country where his message resonated and his voter profile showed up. This notion that America was on this inexorable fast path demographically away from where it was did not materialize.
And this notion of the first woman president, David Chalian, of the United States, so many people thought that was almost certain, but the polls indicated that it probably didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen, and there will be a lot of going back and looking at the polls in this race and polling in general. There's no doubt about that, But to Jake's point about how the Clinton campaign saw these states, I can't stress enough. Wisconsin and Michigan, they were never considered battlegrounds by the Clinton campaign, ever. Throughout this entire process, until the final couple of days in Michigan, they considered that. That was on a different list for them. So this is clearly coming as a big surprise to them as well.
A major blunder on the part of the Clinton campaign, Dana.
No question. And to be fair, the Republicans didn't even realize how big of a wave they had on their hands. One that it seems, and we'll talk about this later, that Donald Trump seems to have coattails in the U.S. Senate and in the House of Representatives. Republicans are just, winning across the board and doing quite well. But I just want to concur with what you said, Jake, about the whole question of John Podesta coming out and saying, never mind, go home. We'll talk to you in the morning. That's just not how. I get she's human, just like you said. I completely understand. But I agree that if the tables were turned and if Donald Trump were waiting for one more state and he said, never mind, I'm not going to come out, or suggested that the phone call wouldn't be made to say, congratulations, Madam President-elect, if the tables were turned, it would be, the Democrats would be screaming from the rooftops.
And this is different than 2000. You remember in 2004, it all came down to Ohio, and John Kerry did not come out and speak that night. But the entire election was hanging on that one state. Right. There are enough states out here to put Donald Trump over 270 that it is surprising to me that they are not waiting that out, because it's not like the entire election is hanging on one state that just doesn't look like it will get projected.
Outstanding. We have New Hampshire, we have Maine, we have Pennsylvania, we have Wisconsin, we have Michigan, we have Arizona. He needs one of them, right? Yep. Not including New Hampshire, which is only 4 electoral votes, but he needs one of those bigger states. This thing's almost...
And he's leading in several of them.
This thing's almost done.
Yeah, I want to go to Sarah Murray over at Trump headquarters of the New York Hilton Hotel in New York. I take it the Trump and his entourage, they are there, and they're going to be... Donald Trump will be speaking fairly soon, is that right?
That's right, they are here. We are expecting Donald Trump to speak fairly soon, although I have to tell you, Wolf, for aides who have been in this room, this race has been over for a while. They have been here celebrating. They have restocked the bar for Donald Trump supporters who are not going anywhere, by the way. They just continue to cheer, continue to wait for Donald Trump and Mike Pence to show up. And, of course, we know his plan going into this was to deliver a victory speech, to be gracious, to talk about bringing the country together. It'll be interesting to see if that tone changes at all in the wake of the fact that Hillary Clinton is not conceding. And speaking to some of Donald Trump's aides and seeing what they're putting out there on social media, they do seem surprised that we're not going to be hearing from his Democratic rival tonight. But there actually are a number of Donald Trump supporters that are right by a curtain to my left. We have heard them cheering over and over again, and they are just waiting to make their entrance. So should be any moment now, Wolf.
I'm sure Donald Trump will be speaking fairly soon. Sarah Murray's over there at Trump headquarters in New York City, over at the Hilton Hotel there in the huge ballroom. Jake, this is the moment that Donald Trump predicted would happen. A lot of the strategy he used in defeating 16 or 17 Republican candidates, senators, congressmen, certainly governors, worked. Crooked Hillary. He used to call his opponents in the Republican primary by a name as well. That seemed to have resonated with a lot of folks.
It worked, and I don't know how much of Donald Trump's success is because of that behavior or despite that behavior, and I'm sure that there will be many studies and lots of research and data about this. There are probably, without question, there are people who found that appealing, his most ardent, diehard supporters who yell things like
Little Marco, low energy Jeb,
right.
All of that.
I also think that there are a number of people who look past that at the message he's delivering. And of course, there are a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters and supporters of Gary Johnson and Evan McMullin and Jill Stein who couldn't look past it and found things that he said incredibly offensive. And this news that we're getting tonight is bothering them and hurting them. Yeah. I guess we'll see whether Donald Trump as president, as opposed to a candidate, how he's going to behave and whether or not he's still going to use that kind of language.
Let's go over to John King at the Magic Well. John, it's almost over, I think it's fair to say.
Well, and to the point that everyone was making earlier about the 2004 comparison, that was one state, the state of Ohio, and we did, I think it was 11-something the next morning when that election was finally called. If you're looking at this right now, to the point, there are a lot of Democrats, Wolf. My inbox is filled with a lot of Democrats asking the very question they were just asking. These Democrats are doing it privately in email, private emails saying, how dare she essentially leave with so much still in play. But if you look at this again, let's go Pennsylvania, 97%.
Hold on one second. I want to go back to Dana right now. Dana, what are you learning?
Wolf, I have a little bit of information, but I just want to be sure that I have it right before I report it to you. So go back and talk to John, and
go ahead,
we'll
John,
get back to you.
So just go through this. As you go through these, again, you go through the outstanding states. Wisconsin, you see the lead. You're looking to try to find the Democratic votes, and the math's just not there. And that, again, if it was one state, you'd say, okay, they're going to be extra careful about one last state. You come back to Michigan, it's very hard for the math. And I just want to pop this up, Wolf. It is not inconceivable that Donald Trump catches up in Minnesota. Minnesota, the one state Walter Mondale won in the Reagan sweep. Now, it's the math is hard still. It's a close race there, but this is a sweep.
Dana, you wanted to be precise, so go ahead.
That's right. CNN can report that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race. She has called Donald Trump to say that she will not be president, and I'm not sure the exact words, but probably to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump. So that has happened in the last few moments.
President-elect Donald Trump, if Hillary Clinton has conceded, that is dramatic. That is a dramatic development, Dana. And to hear the words President-elect, we haven't yet projected that, but Hillary Clinton, what you're saying, has now made a formal telephone call to Donald Trump to concede. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm talking to a source who was there for it and telling me that conversation did happen. Our Sam Feist is also hearing from a different source that conversation did happen. So Hillary Clinton has made it very clear to her opponent that she believes that he will be the next president of the United States and not her.
And you're also hearing she is still not going to speak tonight. Donald Trump, momentarily, we assume he will be speaking, addressing that very enthusiastic crowd there, but she won't.
We don't have any indication that the plans that John Podesta, her campaign chairman, announced publicly are going to change, but it's pretty clear that that phone call gave a green light to Donald Trump to make his speech.
So if her aides, Jake, are telling her it's over, and she makes that phone call to Donald Trump congratulating him on winning the presidency, they've given up at this point, and Hillary Clinton has done what she thinks is the right thing.
Well, they can look at the map and see the facts and the math. And the fact is that, as John King has been saying now for some time, if you look at Pennsylvania, there just are not the votes there for Hillary Clinton. It's impossible to think that she's going to win that state. And if Donald Trump wins that state, that's the enchilada. That's the whole ballgame.
You know, it's at a moment that we want to make another major projection right now. And CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump wins Arizona. 68% of the vote is in. He's got a nearly 80,000 vote lead. Donald Trump will carry Arizona. So let's take a look at the electoral map right now. You see Donald Trump. He has 268 electoral votes. He needs 2 more to become president of the United States, president-elect of the United States. She has 215. Take a look at that, 268 electoral votes, 268 votes for Donald Trump. Jim Acosta, you're over there at Donald Trump headquarters of the New York Hilton Hotel in New York. They're pretty excited right now.
Wolf, it certainly feels like a victory party now. They are just jubilant here at Trump campaign headquarters. I just talked to a Trump campaign official a few moments ago and asked whether or not Donald Trump will address what John Podesta said over at the Javits Center here in Midtown Manhattan earlier this evening. And this official said, no, Donald Trump will address the American people. So we are waiting for that to happen any moment now. We understand he's in the building. And from talking to a number of Trump campaign officials, they are all responding with basically the same reaction. They're just as shocked as everybody else. Now, you'll probably talk to some people high up in the inner circle who will say, oh, no, we knew this all along. But I've talked to a number of senior Trump campaign officials down to the advanced staffers that we see out on the campaign trail on an everyday basis. They are shocked. They themselves cannot believe the upset that we're all witnessing, which is obviously one of the most stunning political upsets in recent American history. Now, as for what Donald Trump is going to say during this speech, Wolf, we do expect Donald Trump, as the 45th president-elect of the United States, to try to bring the country together, to try to say something to the American people that will begin this process of healing. They're going up in cheers one more time, Wolf, because the word is spreading throughout this room. It's up on the screens that Donald Trump is about to become the next president-elect of the United States. But in addition to trying to bring the country together, he's going to be thanking the people who made this movement happen. You know, there were a lot of doubters from all stripes, Democrats and Republicans, who didn't think this moment would happen, but it's happening, Wolf.
268 electoral votes. That's what we have projected so far. You need 270. You see Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, and his wife. They're walking in. I'm sure Donald Trump's family will be walking in, and then, of course, Donald Trump himself will be walking in. He's going to be addressing this very enthusiastic crowd over at the New York Hilton Hotel in Manhattan. Hillary Clinton has announced through John Podesta that she will not be speaking tonight, although we have now learned that Hillary Clinton did phone Donald Trump and congratulated him on what she said would be his victory. There's Mike Pence, the vice presidential running mate, with his family. Very, very excited, very enthusiastic crowd over there.